Oh, yeah. Have you ever even seen anything like this? Oh, my God. It is a sizzle outfit to woo the mind and seduce the imagination. Once again, I just deliver in every possible way. I've got it. So does Colin McGeezer, mate. He likes to dress up like this too, you know. If you got a cigarette in your mouth, it actually looks a little bit better when you wear this kind of outfit because it's more in keeping with the types of people we're going to be exposing throughout the day, mate. So I hope you enjoy this extra special dressy edition of, wait for it, the clock is ticking, mate. Yes, Colin's here with you today, mate. I hope you're having a great day. We've had terrible problems, mate. My normal internet connection went down because these punters don't like what I've got to say, apparently. But we're not going to let that stop us, mate. We've got a big show for you today, and I'm very, very excited here. There's a lot to talk about today, mate. All right. I'm having a great time. I hope you guys are having a good time. Let's read some comments. Oh, fantastic outfit. Great, so cool. What a silly goose. You're smoking. Did you get a waiter job? He's got the penguin suit on. So handsome. Bow tie day. Awesome. It is a little bit hot here. I don't know what the hell I was thinking. At least I didn't put the sizzle jacket on as well. But yeah, right at the last minute here, I had some crazy problem with my audio, and I couldn't figure out why I was only getting audio in one channel. And I actually even swapped out my boxes in the back there right before showtime. But anyway, right at the beginning, we've already got 1,600 viewers. That's going to go up really fast, probably 2,500 and 4,000 and beyond. But the other thing that's really crazy, you guys, is that I'm having to run this whole show off of my hotspot, which I've never done before. It says I have an excellent connection. I am running it on a normal latency delay instead of ultra-fast latency. Our first donation just came in. Marcos A. says, David, I've been a huge fan since I discovered you on Gaia TV. Oh, I can't read it anymore. I love tuning in every Sunday. I've been telling my coworkers about your show and the disclosure that is upon us. Thank you. Yeah, if there was ever a show that was going to be totally awesome that I've ever done, this is the show, folks. That's why I firmly believe that whatever is going on here with my really bizarre problems. I mean, first of all, I have three internet connections coming into the house. And one of them is a hotspot, as I said. I also have I've even got my iPhone ready as a backup for tethering if I have to. But, dude, I've got two high-speed internet connections that are totally different. And they're both run through a local company. And I've got very special privileged access, very, very high speed. And both of them are dead. The antenna completely went down, and I'm almost inclined to think that somebody here on Earth did that on purpose when they found out what I was going to be talking about because they don't like the subject. Or it could just as easily be lower astrals, mate. You've got to understand. Whenever Satan comes around, mate, I say, come back later, mate. You're out of time. You're a timeless being. You don't have any type of tethering to this time, so just come back later, mate. I'm too busy to deal with Satan right now, mate. I've got other things on me mind. Peace Abel says, looks like he's hosting the Dundees with Michael Scott. I can't even read it this way. Barbara Vada says, awesome, David. I always love me Sunday now. Well, you darn well should, because you know what? You got to be in the now, but especially if you got Colin McGeezer here. I worked as an assassin for those special families at the very tippy top of the pyramid, way above the number 33, mate. At that point, you've got an entirely new and different type of thing going on where there's a secret space program. We have direct interactions with Draco reptilians, and we have to bow to them, mate. I always would say there was something wrong with me back and my knees. I couldn't bow like this, but that's what they want us to do, mate. So I was working for them, but then again, I got away from all that, and I became an insider for Mr. David Wilcock, who's here today. And I hope you understand that. Anyway, we've got a great show. There's so much stuff to cover. I don't want to spend a whole lot of time joking around. I've created a very ambitious number of slides today. But, here's Jill celebrating the first black woman ever to be president of the United States. And no matter what's going on, they don't want to let go of this thing, man. They're just like, nope, we're keeping him in there. It's Joe all the way. But there's a whole lot of opposition to that. It's very, very funny. But hey, you know, look on the bright side. She was very fortunate. She got to be on the cover of Elder Abuse magazine. Now, I've got to say, mate, imagine if you're some bloke living at home and you got to wake up next to that, mate. That's actually Alice Cooper. And he wrote a song called Welcome to My Nightmare. Well, I got to say, mate, if you wake up next to this, then that song would come to you very naturally. You'd probably just have compositional inspiration right off the bat, mate. It would make you want to go around smelling hair and then say that you're the goodest president who's ever lived. As the first black woman, I mean, how could you go wrong, mate? It's all right there on the cover of, yes, the inimitable, the exquisite, the very, very chic Elder Abuse magazine, right? It's a wonderful publication. I have it myself. I've used it many, many times. And she says, of course, I'm not a real doctor. So anyway, the normies are waking up very fast, you guys. And the question that's on everybody's mind right now, who haven't really figured this out yet, is who's really running America? I'm just checking. My connection is still excellent. That's fantastic. I never would have dared to do this off the hotspot. But what the hell, we're here. And we've already got 3,000 people, so you guys are enjoying this. Thank you. So I've been having dreams about this, and the average normie is seeing Biden as a likable guy being manipulated. Amalek just donated, been watching you since Wisdom Teachings on Gaiam TV. Have all your books. Thank you for your service to humanity and the universe as a whole. Well, even if you have all my books, you're not going to have had any exposure to some of the stuff that's in here today. This is going to blow everybody away. I'm very, very excited about today's show. I really am. But again, like talking to my father, who's kind of in the normie category. I got to do this too. Well, I like him. You know, he's a funny guy. He makes me laugh. What's the big deal? Everybody's so pissed off about all this stuff. But I'll tell you what, David, after I saw that debate performance, I'm thinking to myself, I can't get along with this. We got to replace this guy. He's just like a wet sponge. And somebody's got to wring that sponge out and say, God damn it, I've had it. I have had it, boys. Your mother and I have been talking about this, and we just don't think he's appropriate for the job. I don't know what you guys are thinking, trying to put this son of a bitch out there, but God, it's just driving me crazy. I'm trying to think about our country. I'm a voter. I want to vote for somebody who can actually get up in the morning and put his frickin' pants on. This kind of thing just drives me out of my frickin' mind, boys. I don't know what the hell to do. That's not actually what he said, but got to give you a little bit of angry daddy there. I got to spread the love, you know. It's very important to spread the love when you do a show. And if you're dancing, you do this with your hands. That's spreading the love. When you throw some angry daddy into the mix, you're definitely spreading the love. You're making it a much better show. So yeah, the normies like my parents are seeing Biden as a likable guy who's being manipulated, hence the elder abuse thing. But they have not yet understood that there is some type of backing behind all this stuff. Like, why in the world would somebody want to have this guy continue to be in there when he can't even make a coherent sentence? And he's had some very, very notable gaffes lately. He said he was the first black woman. I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to laugh. David, if you laugh at your own jokes, you got a big problem, son. You're never supposed to laugh. You just play it straight the whole time. Just shove that bowling ball right down the middle of the lane. Don't try to get off into the gutter, boy. You start laughing, you're going to lose it. And you're not going to be as good in the comedy that you're trying to produce anymore. God damn it, do I have to tell you everything? Oh my God, maybe... Angry Daddy, that was hilarious. You're cracking me up. You sound like... I think you are an Illuminati plant. Oh yeah, you know, that's exactly what I am, of course. Surely anybody can figure out that David must be a con artist and he must be a shill and he's actually working for the... Come on. I've been doing this since 1996. Nobody has ever stuck me with any type of actual criminal behavior because I'm not a criminal. I don't do anything wrong. And in fact, one of the things we're going to do is read from a book that I wrote in 2003 that was totally free for my audience. So, look, Mr. Danke just donated. I appreciate all your efforts. Thank you, Mr. Danke. Anyway, whether it's Angry Daddy, whether it's Colin McGeezer, we could even get into Tranma. You know, I got the Tranma character ready to rock. Hey, it's your Tranma. I like to identify as an Italian grandmother from Brooklyn, or Bronx, or Queens, or New York, something like that. And hey, Boo-Boo, I want to be your Tranma. Come here, come. You gotta love your Tranma. I got trans kids. I like to identify as a a grans woman. I got Oh my God, and I can go anywhere, man. I mean, that's the joy. That's the freedom that I have, is not actually being a shill. Is that if I want to be Tranma, I can do that. I can do anything I want. Nobody's telling me what to do. 2 thumbs up for Angry Daddy. That is hilarious. Oops, sorry, I hit my mic. Yes, thank you guys very much. It's great to be here today. David studies and shares information. Oh my God, I had to put it on 30-second delay today. I saw the Tranma glasses. She identifies as a grans woman. She's an Italian grandmother from New York. You know, anything goes, man. I'm willing to do it for you. I'm willing to get that laugh. I'll go the extra mile. I just tuned in and had a flashback to my own Angry Daddy. Just kidding. Thank you for all you do for us. MJ Bates says, oh my God, this show is hilarious. Where's David and why is this Australian busboy in his seat? You know, I just like to have fun and I like to laugh, and this kind of stuff really makes me laugh. So I hope you guys can roll with that. But the comedy is great. So again, most of the normies don't really understand the evil that's going on here. And right here on the headline from Zero, it says, I'm proud to be the first black woman to serve with a black president. Incoherence Day, they called it. Here's one that says, it's highly likely they were talking about Biden when the Parkinson's specialist met at least 9 times since July 23. Oh, but there's nothing going on. David, this is all bullshit. No, maybe it's not, Dad. You know, there might be something going on here. And then he actually did say he was doing his goodest job. We got Daniel Lewandowski. We got Kenneth Bates. The madness is spreading. Your efforts to understand and stop it are appreciated. Be kind to each other every chance you can. I agree. So anyway, thank you guys again. All the donations are flying in. We're already up to 3,400 viewers. And I've got an excellent connection despite the terror of tethering off of my hotspot, which I guess is making me a little bit looser on the comedy front. Ruth Bass just donated. David, I love you. Are your Michael Prophecies available in audiobooks? No, I have not had the time, folks. Ever since this war got into the critical phase, it's been intense. But anyway, back to the slide. He actually said that he was doing his goodest job. Look, I have a cognitive test every single day. Not only am I campaigning, but I'm running the world. I did the goodest job I know I can do. Oh, yeah. This guy is like freaking hot and ready to go for another 4 years. Just get him in there. It's not like he's going to trip on the toilet or anything like that could happen. It's not like he's going to come out with toilet paper hanging out the back of his butt. It's not like he's going to have any type of mishaps. And, you know, he's good from between 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. So, you know, we'll just run the country during those hours and everything will be fine. Nobody's got a problem. Unfrickin' believable. The goodest job. And then he tries to gaslight you. He says, yeah, you know, I had jet lag from 12 days ago. That's why I almost fell asleep on stage. Really? David, I'm just not buying it, boy. There's something going on here. If I try to peer below the surface, when I start peering below the surface layer, boy, I can tell there's something a little strange here in Metropolis. It's not the same old guy who I really used to enjoy. I mean, he was on. If you go see him the next day when he was out on stage, he was phenomenal. But during that debate, my God, it was like watching cabbage getting boiled very slowly. And, you know, the cabbage gets softer and softer, and you're like, well, should I take it out yet, or should I let it get really nice and tender? I wasn't even sure, voice, but this was some kind of tenderizer performance he was doing. I couldn't wrap my mind around. I just can't wrap my mind around what's going on, son. I really believed in this guy, and now he's letting me down. I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to laugh at my own. It's not as good comedy if you I almost fell asleep on stage. Yeah, okay, buddy. Jet lag from 12 days ago. Way to go. Let's hope that happens right when you're in the middle of the summit with China and Russia when you're trying to get world peace. That would be an awesome time to have jet lag, wouldn't it? And then the prominent donor unleashes on him and says, we are in F City. We're in Duck City. Just like Dark Pluckerberg, right? That's another... I kind of was inspired by Dark Pluckerberg because he was surfing in a tuxedo. I said, dude, if he can surf in a tuxedo, I can definitely do a show in a tuxedo. But anyway, they're in Pluck City right here, and they should all be pissed. Somebody's saying, you are so funny. Thank you, guys. Then many of them are calling, there's like 5 of them now, saying they got to get a group of senators to ask him to exit the race, but he's digging his heels in, he doesn't want to go. And then John Kennedy said, I think Biden is as dead as fried chicken politically. You can't successfully run for the president when your campaign slogan is, mate, he's only senile some of the time. You don't really want to get too worried about it, mate, because he's not all that bad. It's just occasionally he's got a little bit of indiscretion. But, during the hours of 10 to 4, he's just fine, mate. And then they're saying, yeah, he must resign or be impeached. He might have to withdraw his candidacy, but not resign as president. Take on that dark Zucker fool, yep. David is my favorite person in the whole world. Nadia Rochella, thank you very much for saying that. David, they probably have different rooms. You're cracking yourself up. You look like Ken on the top of a marriage cake. Rebecca Merkaba, greetings from Rabaka, your new creator. She created me? Well, that's interesting. I didn't know that. It's never good to laugh at others because karma is a bitch. Oh, come on. You got to have some fun here. In fact, having a sense of humor is part of how we cope with the idiosyncrasies of life, mate. And I like to have different characters. I've got my Tranmore here. I've got my angry daddy. Whatever it is that gets you putters all riled up a bit, mate. Out in Australia, mate, we have a very special thing called Vegemite, mate. It's this kind of brown, gooey substance that's made out of fermented yeast, and we actually put it on bread, and we make, like, sandwiches out of the stuff, mate. And when you putters in America try to have it, you're like, oh, mate, that Vegemite tastes terrible. Why in the world would you want to eat that stuff, mate? Well, in Australia, it's sort of like patriotism, mate. The Vegemite is like a part of our culture. And if you don't like it, then we really don't care. So we're going to make you a Vegemite sandwich today, mate. If you don't like the flavor, well, it's just your own problem. You've got to find some way to deal with your own idiosyncratic behaviors of why you can't accept other people's cultures, mate. Oh, I'm having fun today. I am having fun today. Anyway, so I have been covertly exposing this group of interest, which we will call the I, and you can see what that means, since July 2003. And I read about this whistleblower material. As I told you, I had a college class on what you could call the DS, the deep, as we've said before, state. And so, okay, the DS, I had a class on this, as I've said before, and I'd highly recommend that you go back and watch last week's show because we were talking about the incredible amount of stuff that there is to learn when you really go on the inside and you find out that there has been a covert operation to take over the world going on. And it's been hundreds of years in the making, and it's actually ultimately being led by metaphysical beings, including an artificially intelligent entity that's the law of one is another major thing I talk about. My source spiritual text, I found it in 1996, was channeled in 1981 to 83. In my view, it's the best channeling that's ever been done. Then you'd have Edgar Cayce, then you'd have, the Seth books are the other two that I really like. But the law of one had hundreds of scientific data points that came out that validated all these things I'd already been researching since I found out that UFOs were real in 1993. And I got sober in September 1992. Shortly after I got sober, I wrote that Earth is an Experimenter essay. We read that in one of the previous episodes here, which is a phenomenally prophetic document. I didn't know that at the time, talking about this false food pellet that people would be offered, and it actually was a very interesting parallel to the inoculations. So then I began doing remote viewing in 1996. After reading The Law of One, I read The Law of One beginning in January 96. I started my own practice in November 96 using remote viewing protocols that claim to have 99% accuracy. They say they're 99% accurate and bring through data from other places. So remote viewing means they're looking in remote locations and they're viewing those locations. So then I began to use this protocol with the augmentation of something I found on an internet forum from Richard C. Hoagland, who was the top guest on Art Bell. That was the main show for UFOs back in the day. 20 million people. He was always talking about remote viewing on that show. 20 million listeners a night on all the AM radio stations, Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Richard Hoagland was the top guest, and so his discussion forum was the hottest place to go, and I began regularly posting there starting in like January 96. So as I was reading The Law of One, I already had 3 or 4 years of research into UFOs under my belt when I got this disclosure in, again, spring of 1993. I had been sober, and then a good friend of mine said that his physics professor was the head of the department, and they knew in NASA at the highest levels that UFOs are real, that the Roswell crash really happened, and that we have gained much of our modern technology from the crash discs that they got their hands on. And that set me off on a research binge that was utterly incredible. I began reading 5 books at a time. I didn't even use bookmarks. I'd leave them kind of open, face down, which is not really nice, but I'd have face down open books around my room. And by the time I got out of college, I'd probably read 300 to 500 books. I'm not even really sure, but it was a lot. And if something interested me, I'd remember all the details. And so I read about Yeti, Sasquatch, ghosts, Atlantis, pyramids, Stonehenge, every type of UFOs you can imagine. And what I started to see is there was a linkage between paranormal realities like ghosts and non-physical phenomena, linking that to ancient cultures all around the world who built stone monuments that are built of stones that we can't build with today. We don't even have cranes that are powerful enough to be able to lift this stuff. And yet you see these buildings, and then in modern times we have this UFO phenomenon, and the stones of these ancient buildings would require some type of, I would imagine, anti-gravity to work. So what if these modern flying saucers that also use anti-gravity, which I was studying about, there's so many sightings, I mean, unbelievable. I was reading books on Majestic 12, on how Roswell got covered up, that this group called Majestic took over, that it was above the President of the United States. Eisenhower warned about this and said, look, we can't control any of this anymore. I'm warning you about the acquisition of unwanted power and influence from the military-industrial complex. Eisenhower was onto something. And it turns out that during this time, a plan was concocted. It was called the Plan. John F. Kennedy was trying to bring that forward, and the idea was, how do we break out the secrecy around UFOs? Now think about the fact that they've had since 1947 to tinker around with the stuff of Roswell. As I learned in college, they have lasers, LED lights, Teflon, Velcro, infrared night vision, super tenacity materials, even actually I found out later on saran wrap is actually an alloy supposedly of calcium, copper, and gold, but in a very strange way that allows it to stick to things. They didn't have that before. They just had wax paper and tinfoil. And of course, computer chips. So LED lights, lasers, all this stuff that we now take for granted that's a major part of our technology, crash landed here, was essentially a gift from these higher beings. So I'm looking at pyramids, I'm looking at UFOs, and I'm looking at non-physical realities like ghosts, and I'm saying there's something that links all this together. These beings are transdimensional. The ships appear and disappear in the sky. They appear to go into some parallel reality that we don't have access to, and they also can cause levitation to occur. At the same time that I was learning that UFOs were real, I had these college sociology classes talking about the DS, revealing that yes, there's this massive covert bureaucracy, and they operate in secrecy. They do not let you know anything about what's going on. And that became really obvious when we had the JFK assassination. Why in the world are they trying to tell us that there's one bullet that zigzagged all the way around, and that was responsible for how this guy ended up being hit 2 or 3 times? The speed that a bullet travels is too fast to account for the gap in between. Then you have the Zapruder film where this guy is like leaning over this way. It's very upsetting to watch. You know, in the television shows, when people get shot, you hardly see anything. But then when Kennedy got shot, it was very, very grotesque and graphic. And that really awakened a lot of people. His sacrifice actually led to this global awakening, which I think had a lot to do with the Summer of Love 1967 and Woodstock 1969. Both of my parents were very, very excited about the rock music and the idea that a revolution was coming. And I think baby boomers have a hard time understanding that the industry that gave you rock and roll could actually itself be the enemy now. That it's not like rock and roll will set you free. There isn't even really any rock and roll left. It's all this candy floss Illumipop that's just like laptop pop. You know, you can make it on your laptop. It's got no instruments. It's all auto-tuned, and it's just horrible. And then, as I've said before, you go and watch the videos of this stuff playing in the grocery store or at the, you know, shopping mall. And the videos are totally perverse, hideous images of devils and people wearing horns and fire and blood and all this kind of stuff. You're saying to yourself, wait a minute. You guys don't have any other ideas? Like, this is the big thing? Yeah, we got to do the devil. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. We're going to do it with everybody. It doesn't really make sense. So I was very keyed into the idea that there was a big, big secret going on because my college professors are telling me that Nazi Germany was actually built up from over here on stateside, on this side of the Atlantic. That our own companies actually gave them the banking, gave them the infrastructure, and even gave them the war material. The tanks and the planes were from Ford and Boeing. And I was getting graded on this stuff in my classes. So then the question becomes, wait a minute. If both sides are working on some common agenda, how am I going to learn more about this? Again, this was my assignment in college, and people in the class were really freaked out a lot of times. And they'd say to the professor, what can we do? You know, what can we do about this? And he would just say, you know, the main thing you need to do is spread the word. However you can, just try to tell other people what's really going on, because the more people become aware of this, the better chance we have of opposing it. But after I got out of college, or actually while I was in college, as I said, I read these 500 books, and I was also going to bookstores. And one of the books that really awakened me was called The Cult of the All-Seeing Eye. And it was talking about weird murals at the United Nations that had the all-seeing eye in them. And they had this strange meditation mural that was like they had this obelisk, basically like it looked like a sarcophagus in the middle of the room, made out of this black material. And they made some very interesting dot connections. And then I found, as I said last week, the book Character Claims and Practical Workings of Freemasonry by Reverend C.G. Finney, where he revealed that the Freemasons apparently were behind all this stuff in the 1800s here in America. And they had this guy who they killed, Captain Morgan, like the rum. You know, that may have been where they got the name from. And he revealed the first 3 degrees of the order, and they actually killed him in Niagara Falls. They dumped him over the side of a boat with a bunch of rocks tied on him that were in total heavier than he was, and he drowned. The people who did it became guilty, and it led to the rights being published and people realizing that they want to cover for criminal behavior. When you get up to the 7th level, you're supposed to cover up for murder and treason. And Reverend Finney's book said that this was penetrating in the 1800s. They bragged about. They had control of the press. They had control of the police. They had control of the judicial system. They had control of the government. I mean, wow. And somehow this is all kept secret for so long. So again, go back and watch last week's show. I get into a deep history here. So I then found New World Order, The Ancient Plan of Secret Societies by William T. Still, which is a phenomenal book. I would consider it college textbook worthy and should be studied by everyone in the future. I think that will become a college textbook. And it has some very, very intriguing material in it that I had read this book by, again, 1993 thereabouts, because I was going to the bookstores because nothing in the library was good enough. I had to go right to the bookstores and buy these books. So this was a really intense period of time for me. I was going through a lot of personal changes. I started to read different books on world religions. I read about Buddhism. I read about Taoism, Zen, Hinduism. I read Islamic scripture. I was reading Christian mysticism. I basically was doing an interdenominational study because I said, wow, if this group really exists, and then in Still's book, he called them the same name here, the I, right? If the I really exists, and that was what they were calling it, even George Washington had written in the late 1700s about how he was aware of this group, he was very concerned by it, and he was very troubled by it. So if this I really exists, then I want to comb the edges of the earth to try to find out as much as I can, because this explains why they didn't tell us the truth about UFOs. Maybe they've got technology that's far ahead of what we think because they don't give a crap about you. When it comes to the Manhattan Project, they developed the nuclear bomb in secret in multiple secret facilities. No one said a word about it whatsoever. There was no leaks whatsoever until Hiroshima. And only then, I mean, there was even people working in the facility who had Geiger counters, and they would be putting it over people and listening for how many clicks there were to see if they were contaminated. But the people in those jobs didn't even know what radiation was. They were just told, hold this thing, wave it over the person. If it clicks, write that down over here. If it doesn't click, give them a check mark and send them through that door. So look, we know from the Manhattan Project there was hundreds of thousands of people involved in multiple facilities all across America. They were working above ground and underground. Nobody said a word until the technology was deployed. So don't assume for a minute that you've been told the truth. Don't assume for a minute that you know everything. A complex psychological operation was made to call people conspiracy theorists if they believe in UFOs. Oh, if you're a true believer, you must be one of those crackpots, one of those kooks, one of those funny folks. You know, you can't be credible. We can't take you seriously. That's part of a psychological operation. And then the question is, why would they hate us so much that they want to keep this secret? Well, the books that I was reading were telling us that the main reason was because these ships did not have gas stations where they have to fuel up on the way to Earth. They would be going through space, and they would find only a power plant inside the ship when it crashed that had limitless clean energy. The energy was clean and free, and it would repel gravity. And so if they were to tell us the truth about UFOs, first of all, they would have to cede authority to a higher source, and that's CEDE. They'd have to cede their authority. They'd have to give up their control, their idea that they could be glorified power brokers who rule through fear. What if we find out that we don't need to be afraid because we have guardians who are here, and they've been here since way before they built the pyramids, which are in some cases tens of thousands of years old. They've been here the whole time. They're going to make sure we don't blow up the planet, and they actually love us. They're actually benevolent, positive, fatherly, and motherly beings who are looking out for our best interest. And this is why we never had a nuclear war. These beings won't let that happen. They don't want us to blow up the planet because actually there's a lot of other species here, a lot of other human type of ETs here. And then when I started to get online, 1996, Dr. Stephen Greer was on Art Bell all the time. And he said, yeah, they don't want you to get off of coal, oil, and gas. Coal, oil, and gas. Coal. They don't want you to get off of these fossil fuels. They don't want you to have clean, free energy. They don't want you to become free. They want you to remain enslaved in the indefinite sense. There's no way out. They don't want you to feel like you're safe. Government policies are based upon fear. They're based upon only the strong survive. Darwin was a 33rd degree Mason, his father at least was. And so what did he come out with? He came out with this whole doctrine of survival of the fittest, meaning the most ruthless killers are the ones who are the highest in the evolutionary tree of life. Where do you think this comes from? Why would they try to teach us that life is responsible only for its own survival through killing and murder. That's the goal. Well, that actually mirrors what Aleister Crowley said, do what thou wilt is the whole of the law. It means do whatever you want, doesn't matter. And now we've been learning that Aleister Crowley was involved in spiritual ceremonies where they do the most depraved crimes against others you can imagine, and then they think that they saw something appear in the room. So yeah, it seems that demons are real. That's one of the things we're going to have to cope with in the new reality. And people do see ghosts all the time. They don't really question that. Everybody pretty much believes in ghosts because there's been so many sightings of ghosts. Like, wait a minute, you're telling me that's not true? No. Too many people have seen it. So there's some kind of transdimensional thing where beings can materialize in our reality. Some seances appeared to be real. A lot of them were fake, but some of them were definitely real. Ectoplasm was created, this goo that they used in Ghostbusters was Slimer. Where is all this stuff coming from? What's this other reality? Well, yeah, there's a whole hidden reality around us. And again, sometimes UFOs are transdimensional. They just disappear. And then they reappear, but now they're farther along down in the sky. Then you got people like Crowley who are apparently seeing entities that look like animal-human chimeras. They have horns. They have animalistic features. They might have hooves on their feet. They might have animal hair on their bodies. They might look like the devil. They might have red skin and horns. This is apparently what people actually see when they do these very evil practices. And I had a variety of insiders as I got out on the internet start to tell me about this stuff. So I'd read these books and then I began to get personal information. And it wasn't until the year 2000 that I was still searching for this stuff. I was online and I found the works of a whistleblower calling herself Svali. And she is really the cream of the crop as far as I'm concerned. I started to read her stuff in 2000, but some of it was so deeply upsetting that I couldn't get through it. And then my girlfriend at the time, Sabrina is the name we use for her, she got hit by a car crossing the street. I'm sitting in my house, this cop pulls up, he walks up, knock, knock, knock. Are you David Wilcock? Yes. He didn't even know my name. He just said, I have news about Sabrina. There's been an accident, and I cannot confirm at this time whether she's alive or dead. She's in the ICU. And I just sank to the ground. I started sobbing. I couldn't even believe it. It was one of the worst experiences, if not the worst experience of my life. When I went in to see her in the hospital, her lips were blue and her face was white. They'd already sedated her to go into surgery, and she had gotten all smashed up. She shot 30 feet through the air in a parabolic arc. She had crossed the street as a pedestrian. This was Atlantic Avenue in Virginia Beach, and she got hit by a soldier who was coming home from his military base. He hit her as a pedestrian because there was an SUV in front of her, and so she popped out. He was trying to pass the SUV because the SUV was slowing down for her. People don't realize how dangerous that is. If you don't have a red light and somebody wants to cross the street, do not slow down for them. Just go past them because somebody might try to pass you. That's what happened to her. He tried to pass and he hit her, and thank God the person right ahead of her was a trauma surgeon and actually gave her immediate first aid. Otherwise, she might not have even lived. She was bleeding. They put tourniquets on her, all this kind of stuff. It was very, very intense. So I had to go through all that, and once she was in the hospital, she had brain damage. She lost a golf ball-sized part of her brain in the middle. The way that they found out that she was still able to be cognitive was that they asked her, who's the president? She said George W. Bush. She was right. So that's when I started to go there to see her, and because she'd had this brain injury, she was like the Exorcist. I mean, she was very upset. She was always, very agitated and yelling at people, yelling at hospital staff. And so her mother ended up staying there the whole time to take care of her because nobody wanted to go in there. So it was very intense to go in there. She would be very verbally abusive. And again, this is the result of brain trauma. So no blame, no shame. But I mean, I was seeing her in this very debilitated state. They didn't even clean the puke and blood out of her hair for quite a while. So she smelled really badly, and I'd go home, and that's when I was able to read this Svali stuff. Now, we're going to go through a little of it. I'm not going to give you any of the disturbing material because, again, it was too much for me at the time. But this was in 2001. And this is when I started to really get into it and realize that this group called, again, we'll call it the I for now, existed. And I learned all this. I really got through all the material during the time she was in the hospital. And then 2 years later, in 2003, I was living at L&L Research. Sabrina and I had broken up, and I was able to nurse her back to complete health. I stayed with her for a whole year, and I cleaned her bedpan, and I did everything I could to make her comfortable and happy, and she did recover. She was able to have a relatively normal life, apart from some scars and a titanium rod in her leg. I ended up moving in with L&L Research in Louisville, Kentucky. These are the people who did the Law of One. And that happened in the beginning of 2003. I moved in I guess, January. And then in July of 2003, I said, I got to write about this I group. And I wrote an entire book under a pseudonym, which was Art Aqua. And the book took me probably a whole month to write. I put a great deal of time and energy into this creative process. And the book was amazing, but hardly anyone ever actually read it because I uploaded it to not my own website. I didn't use my own name. I used a pseudonym. But I do believe that this is one of my finest works. It's a college level quality text. I'm very, very proud of it, and I recommend that you read it. And I'm going to give you the links here in a minute. It's on greatdreams.com and then /media01.html. That's chapter 1, media 02, media 03, 04, 05. So that's where you can find it. And I want to get it in print at some point. I think it would be good to do that and maybe update it at some point because it should be a textbook. I really threw a lot of stuff in there, and I did not want to do this under my own name. At one point, by this point, I'd been working with Richard Hoagland covertly since 2001. I tried to get his attention since 1996. He finally began paying attention to me in about 2000 or thereabouts. And then by 2003, around the same time, the book was amazing. Hardly anybody ever saw it. And I had gotten on the air with him. I'd gotten on the air with him on Art Bell. Actually, that was in 2004. I'm sorry. But by 2003, we were working together pretty regularly. I was feeding him information. It was ending up on Art Bell. And in 2004, actually, is when I was walking through Louisville, Kentucky, near L&L. And I was thinking about, hey, maybe I should mention this Illuma group on the air with Art Bell. And I'm looking at this particular branch in a particular tree as I said that. And the branch suddenly drops and falls to the ground. Now, this branch was about 7 or 8 inches wide. It was about 15 feet long. It broke off right with the trunk, right at the exact area that my eyes were looking at. This branch that's like 30 feet off the ground just breaks off the tree and falls to the ground with this huge thunderous thud. And I could feel it from like 50 feet away. And I got to say, now I think about it, it's like that was a massive telekinetic event. I didn't really look at it as telekinesis. I didn't know what was going on. But it freaked me out so badly, I said, okay, I am not talking about this Illuma group at all when I get on the air. And then right before we did the show, we were supposed to have a free energy scientist go on. That was Dr. Eugene Malov. And like 2 or 3 days before we were going to be on the air talking about him, and he was supposed to come on for a little while as a guest, he was bludgeoned to death by this man who was a heroin addict who was renting from him. And the guy probably was one of these programmed assassins where he doesn't consciously know what's going on. He probably went through all this trauma. He's probably got mind control, MK Ultra type stuff. And this guy literally, Dr. Malov, was bludgeoned to death. He was the author of Infinite Energy magazine. He'd worked at MIT, and his whole thing was that he had been a scientist who was told by MIT, you cannot publish any information that says cold fusion is real. Well, cold fusion was, discovered by these various scientists. Eugene Podkletnov was one of the guys that was involved in that. And the idea of the superconducting material, if you actually take a superconductor and you put it around a magnet, it will levitate. Oh yeah, we just kind of take that for granted. That's the superconductor effect. I even did a thing on Ancient Aliens about that. Dr. Malov was bludgeoned to death right before we went on the air, just a few days after I had this idea in my mind, hey, maybe I'll talk about the Illuma group, and then I'm looking at this branch, and the branch just falls off the tree and thuds on the ground. So that was very, very concerning to me. And Richard and Art did most of the show together, talking about the loss of Eugene, Dr. Malov, and how terrifying this was. And I knew, I mean, there's plenty of examples of scientists who have been working on this stuff. So after that happened, I'm like, you know what? I need to expose the group that did this to him. I know this was not accidental. It was around the same time I did the show. And so I wrote this whole book. And I never made a single dollar off of this. Again, this was like a massive amount of labor. And so anybody who tries to say, oh, David is a con artist, I mean, I only have really one hater right now. And for right now, it seems that he's not active. Maybe the reporting on X finally worked. But he's been very, very, very aggressive. That's why I had to expose him. And we are, you know, most likely going to move forward with litigation. You know, he might still have a chance if he just backs off, but he's not going to back off. When you tell these people no, they just say, well, then I'm going to hit you even harder in the face. That's why if you actually have a psychopath, getting a restraining order might not work because it might goad them into doing something more. They don't like being told no. So literally, with all the millions of followers I have right now, as far as I can tell, there's only one real hater out there. But, you know, you just deal with that. I've been dealing with it since I got online in '96. I had trolls going after me in Richard's forum. I had trolls coming after me when I got a website in '99. And by 2003, I realized, you know, there's some people who you cannot fix. They're never going to stop being hateful. They're always going to keep attacking you, and they're always going to keep hating you. And you can't make it go away, and you can't fix it. So what I decided was, you know what? They always want to say two things. They say David has a huge ego, and oh my God, David is a con artist, he's a grifter, and he's making money. So, well, what if I just don't make any money? What if I just write a book under a pseudonym and put it out there for free? So that's what I did to try to deflate these arguments that I'm a con artist. And it also shows now, I mean, this was 11 or 21 years ago. 2003 to 2024 is 21 years ago. I have not wavered. And I have done things that nobody else is willing to do, to expose at this level, to bring in this whistleblower's materials, Svali, as I said her name was. That's something that nobody else has done. Hardly anybody's ever used her material. And part of the reason is they can't get through it because when you start reading it, it's so upsetting that you start crying. But I was able to get through this when Sabrina was in the hospital. So, here's a screen capture of part 1. And again, I'll show you the link at the bottom here. Oh, it's on fire. Look at that. Oh, Julia in Georgia just said, please state the URL for the book you just mentioned. There it is. Thank you for donating. I got money for that, you know. Oh my God, David's making money. Look, I'm not even going to defend myself. You don't need to hear that. The haters are ridiculous. So anyway, The Changing of the Guard, Corporate Media Whistleblower Speaks, Part 1, Game Over by Art Aqua. I even put this on the bottom just to further deflate my skeptics who want to say that I'm all in it for the money and I'm just a con artist. I said hacker ethic. Copy, borrow, excerpt, distribute, and mirror it on your website. And that is still true. If you want to put the whole book on your website, go ahead. You want to link from a chapter, go ahead. You want to use any part of it, go ahead. Just give me credit is all I ask, you know. Just link back to the source. You know, if you don't use the whole thing, link back to the source. But this material is just as smoking hot now as it ever has been. We have this whole section of it, Corporate Media Whistleblower Speaks. I mean, that's the subheading, right? So we have this guy who was on the website tbrnews.org, and he was revealing, it appears that he was working for Fox. There was a couple things that led to that, but there was all these briefings he was getting on how they could control the news. And his blog was called Controlling the News, and he was publishing dazzling inside intel about how the Bush administration was steering events surrounding all the stuff with their, what I consider to be illegitimate presidency. We had this hanging Chads thing in 2000. The Supreme Court decided it wasn't going to go to Gore, but it was going to go to George W. George W. is having all these weird verbal flubs, but he still makes, he looks like a genius compared to what we got now. But at the time, there were these Bushisms. We want to help you put food on your family. Oh, they misunderestimated me. That was another one. I mean, the Bush stuff was hilarious. And this guy really, really hated George W. But he was getting these, again, directives from some type of control system on how to spin the news, how to lie to us. And I go through a very detailed forensic examination of this. I believe it's in like part 4 and 5, Sherman Skolnick, and then Controlling the News Insider. It is dazzling. And it's a very important part of history that I captured under the pseudonym. I didn't dare put this out under my real name, especially after all the things that I've seen happen to other insiders, other whistleblowers. Now it's a lot safer. It's a very different game. But back then, if you tried to talk about this, they were going to take you down. So again, I used a pseudonym that had some secret codes in it. By this point, I knew I was supposed to be the reincarnation of Edgar Cayce. So Art Aqua was actually a code name for Ra-Ta Quo. Ra-Ta was supposedly the name I had in Atlantis when I built the pyramid. And Quo was the source that Carla was channeling while I was living with them. That was the name of her source. It was called Quo with an apostrophe after the Q. And so it's ironic, too, that the Q was very highly focused, and then many years later, that letter becomes the number 17. It's very involved in military intelligence and the posts that have now become such an important part of my life and your life if you've been regularly watching this show. So again, Art Aqua was Ra-Ta Quo, but then also it was spiritual art. Aqua is water. Art Aqua means I'm making a spiritual work of art. And what was even more interesting was that I had an insider in the future whose name was Art, and I was still using at the time the pseudonym Art Aqua, and it was like him talking to me was like he was drowning. Well, not drowning, but he was in the desert. And I was this oasis. So I was Art's Aqua. I was his water. I was helping him, stay nourished. And so there was all these prophetic layers to this with the Q and Ra-Ta. And so that's why I chose that name. I thought it was really clever. And I liked to have some secrecy in the name, the code that I could reveal later. So although the whole book is totally amazing, today we're going to focus only on part 3. And again, I recommend you read the whole thing, especially the parts with Skolnick and controlling the news are so incredibly useful for what's going on right now. And again, in the controlling the news stuff, the basic idea was, hey, whoever is actually, they're lying about how many people were dying in Iraq and Afghanistan. They're covering up the number of soldiers who died. The tone of voice of whoever was sending out these briefings to the top journalists at this news organization, who he never really revealed the news organization, but he did mention the name Rupert at one point. Rupert won't be happy. That was a pretty big tell. They're so evil and sarcastic, and they're just constantly trying to lie to us, and everything is a spin, spin, spin. And I was watching these things come in week after week. I was dazzled at how incredibly hateful they were towards humanity, how much they wanted to hold us down, how much they laughed at us and mocked us and thought that we were stupid and that, they could just keep lying through the media and that people would believe it. But you know what? They were right. I mean, people didn't want to think that anything was going on. And they like to be ignorant. They don't want to know about the wolf. If you look at the wolf, then you give it away and the wolf starts chasing you, and now the wolf will kill you. So this is what I call the sheep effect. People are taught to keep their heads down. And if you keep your head down, then you won't get hurt. If you don't look at the wolf doesn't think he's been spotted, and he keeps circling the herd. It's only once you look him in the eye that he will start chasing you. And again, Eugene Maloff died right before Richard and I went on the air in 2004. And that was horrific, because we were supposed to be talking about a device that Richard was going to bring into Congress that one of Maloff's scientists had developed, and this device would move just from the energy of your eyes looking at it. All you had to do is look at it. You could have it inside a hermetically sealed container, and something about energy coming from your eyes would cause it to move. And he was going to demonstrate this to people in Congress, and we were going to talk about it on the air, and then the guy who was bringing this technology to us was bludgeoned to death by this strange event where the person renting from him, again, was a heroin addict, and he hadn't paid his rent, and he just killed the guy right before we're going to go on the air. It was very, very fishy. So in order to help you understand, when I wrote this book, The Changing of the Guard, in order to help you understand how somebody could be manipulating the news media this much, we had to get into this subject of this group that I've been calling the I for today, or the DS. So part 3, and here's the link if you want to go read this. It's incredible. I mean, it still is just so hot. It's so cutting edge and advanced, even for right now. Even right now, there's really nothing else this good out there. Very few, there's some, but very few books are this incredible, because people still don't have the depth of penetration of this information. So there's the link on the bottom, and it's part 3, I, Life, and Propaganda. And it was July 27th is the date that I put this out in 2003. This was terrifying and revealing material about the so-called DS. And she again called it the Eye, as you see up here at the top. So here's the link to the original article that's still there on the website after all these years. Thank God it never got taken down. And then this was the original link to where she posted this. And this particular article was called Your Tax Dollars at Work. She's listing herself as the author. And it was published on February 10th, 2002. So she published on sweet101.com. As you can see there was the website. But we just got a donation. Relax, Goots Leben. David, I invented and tested a political healing technique to make the Maharishi effect more effective and permanent. Please contact me, Gerald Weiss. Well, thank you, Gerald. I appreciate all the work that you're doing. I appreciate all of you out there. I am usually too busy to reach out to people in person. I barely even have enough time to feed myself. Wow, we already got 5,000 viewers an hour in. This is awesome. So thank you guys for being here today. Thank you very much for the donations. Calming Waters says, hi, David. I love the outfit. You're very dapper. Thank you, guys. So again, this is the setup for all the stuff that we're going to be learning about throughout today and what I was talking about last week. Svali was the premier whistleblower, man. It was just unbelievable. The stuff that she was revealing had me blown away. I'm thinking to myself, nobody's ever talked like this before. Yeah, you've heard about this group. Yeah, you've heard that it's in Babylonian magic and blah, 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 blah. But this is a person who worked at a mid-level as a trainer. She gives you the day in the life of a trainer. That was one of her big things. And I'm going to do a lot of reading now because this is what I was reading. And I then put a whole book together in July. This was July 27, 2003. Published it online. I'd been working day and night for over a month on it. I did nothing else. And I said, the world needs to know this. Even if I don't make any money, I don't care. Even if it doesn't get published, I don't care. It's on one website. That's all that matters. So buckle your seatbelts, folks, because this is about to get very, very intense. Oh my gosh, Ed Creeder donated $123. We have exactly 5,000 viewers. Love and light, Brother David. That's the biggest donation I've ever seen. Thank you, Ed Creeder. You are the heavyweight champion of the donating kingdom. Thank you very much. And I do still need it. We're supposed to get our loan on, now it's supposed to be Wednesday because one of the groups had 3 days off for July 4th. That's fine. It really does look like we're going to get it. I had an incredible financial peril this week. I actually had $2,229, 2229 vanished out of my account because of a hold that was placed from state taxes that I hadn't paid in my intervals. I'd fallen behind on that. I woke up on Tuesday morning. Maybe it was Wednesday morning, and I had $0 in my bank account. Well, I've since reached out to my donor, and he helped me out, which I really want to thank him. He doesn't want to be named, but it is so awesome. And I had all these crazy synchronicities around the numbers in my account and how we built it back. Plus, because I sell products, I get new transfers every day, and I'm okay now. So, again, the best way you can really help me is to order the Michael Prophecies. That's at thedisclosure.com. Use the discount code REVELATION. You get 70 books for $70. I'll show you the link again later, thedisclosure.com. That is really the best thing. Also, if you wanted to make just a cash donation, you can go to divinecosmos.com, and then there is a donate button that goes into PayPal, and that also is a very handy way to do it. And so anyway, either way is fine, but it does look like I'm going to be fine. I definitely have enough to get through until Wednesday, and once we get this loan closed, everything's going to be good. So it should be fine. And I'm happy to not keep charging for my work. That's why I've been giving you these massive shows every Sunday that are totally mind-blowing, because I don't need to make money on this stuff anymore. And I'd rather just put out this information for the better good, because again, I'm not trying to make illegitimate profit. I need to make enough money that I can survive and do this full time. I don't want to go work at Arby's. They might want me to be there after the potato cake commercial that we're going to see. But anyway, this is about to go down the rabbit hole big time. We're 1 hour in, so wait for it, folks. It's going to get really intense now. Here we go. I just want you to read what I was reading and what I put into this book, because this all linked in the book. I'm writing an article that is somewhat angry, but I can't help myself. I am angry that my tax dollars are being used, and yours as well, to fund certain projects. I am risking my life. I'm risking my article. Well, she's risking her life too. I'm risking my articles here at this site being pulled for writing this, but I can't stay silent. The projects I'm going to speak about are under the umbrella of the company in good old Langley, Virginia. When I say company, now you know what that means. These projects are investigations in the techniques of different forms of mind control and how easily subjects can be coerced, drugged, hypnotized, traumatized, or otherwise brought under control and turned into willing workers who believe fully that they are doing a good thing for either their country or their quote-unquote family. I should know. Wait for it, it's about to get really heavy. I was a victim of these brutal experiments, and later in life I was an experimenter on others. There is a ton of documentation and evidence, both through government records and online, that this stuff really happens. Programs like MK, Bluebird, Artichoke, Monarch, and others, funded by our tax dollars, were and are being covertly used to abuse and torture innocents and later adults through these programs. The fact that there is documentation available in the face of the notorious amount of governmental paper shredding that goes in shows the sheer volume of the documentation and notes that were kept and could not be completely erased from the public record. With Project Paperclip, it is known that certain doctors, you know, the ones who did those experiments on people in Germany during World War II, were imported into the United States. And notice she does not want to capitalize the word at all. You can imagine why. Okay, we got to go back to the slide. I guess maybe I wasn't on the slide. I'm sorry if I wasn't. Okay, anyway, no big deal, no big deal. That's one little mistake. Sorry if I made a mistake on the slides. Anyway, I was reading it all to you. You kind of read between the lines if I missed some stuff. Anyway, with Project Paperclip, it was known that they were experimenting on people. These scientists were imported into the U.S. This is a very big thing, folks, because this is the whole basis of this group. While ostensibly they were there to help the U.S. increase its technology, many of them also shared their knowledge of human neurophysiology. Oh, so it wasn't just about, you know, rockets and NASA and all this kind of stuff. They were looking into neurophysiology and how can you get people amnesically controlled so that they don't remember what they were up to and what they were doing. They were recruited into overseeing ongoing experiments. Oh, man. Enough third person, I will share my own personal memories of this. At night, by age 8, Dr. Timothy Brogan of George Washington University, my main trainer, and my mother would take me to Langley, Virginia. And think about it, 8 years old. This is not very old. I remember there were dark trees in the fields behind the long buildings at one end, and we always went to the same building. And I did see those trees going in to Langley, and man, is it frightening. There's just one lone little road, and it's all these trees, and you already feel like you're going into the belly of the whale when you drive. We didn't drive down there, but I looked at it from the outside. I'm like, man, it's ominous. It is ominous. Underneath this building, there were classrooms that were used for training as an underground base. I would sit in a group with other children, and this is where it starts to get really crazy, folks. We would watch films on how to dress somebody up. We were forced to analyze these films and asked by the teacher what the subject or mark did wrong and how the dressing was set up. We would analyze and discuss everything, including wind direction, the type of arm that was used, the scope that was used, etc. And we were also, this is 8 years old now, okay? Target practice, 8 years old. There was a shooting gallery, and we would do hours of this. We learned to take one of these apart and put it together again in 10 seconds or less, and we were timed. Isn't that interesting? Little kids doing all this paramilitary stuff? Training films. Projectors showed different films on every conceivable topic. One of them said, "These are your leaders." There was a conference table, and then the top leaders in the U.S. rose when the top one entered into the room. And you can imagine his name, his last name sounds like Roth, and then there's a child. Okay. Films that were very explicit, violent films, and films that encouraged you and told you the death penalty if you don't. You have to have loyalty. So these are training films. Very intense stuff. We practiced how to drop a tag, which is when somebody's following you, and how to follow someone without being detected. 8 years old. And she's at Langley. In one room, there was an isolation tank. It was not used in group exercises, but for individual training sessions. And this is like, literally you're having to be, in some cases, drowned, like waterboarding type of stuff, very extreme forms of torture. Usually the room was sealed off when it was not in use. Language training. This is interesting. Different people would come in, and both in class and one-on-one, you would learn to speak different foreign languages, including German is the main one. At times, my mother would sit and chat with her friend Sydney, who was very, very egotistical in this setting, or with Dr. G. Steiner, a medical doctor who was working on this project with children. I don't know who the other children were or where they came from. Their families would come and pick them up afterwards, usually a mother or father or family friend, and our exercises would be done by 4:30 a.m. And we're going to find out that she actually leaves the house around 1:15 or 1 o'clock-ish. We're going to go through the whole article she wrote, Day in the Life of a Trainer, where she would drive to this location or other locations. She would go through this stuff ever since she was a kid, and she'd go home by 4:30, go back to bed, get up again at 7:30, go to school, get the whole day started. And they do this 3 nights a week. And so when she wrote about that in the Day of the Life of a Trainer, which is coming up here in just a second, that's where I really started to understand how it could be possible that somebody could have a totally different lifetime at night, and then during the day they appear to be a normal person, they have a normal life, they have a normal job, but then at night they wake up 3 nights a week and they go drive somewhere and do this crazy stuff, and you're learning what's going on, what they do when they're there. Languages, military training, working on various things, all very bizarre. At Tulane Medical Center, the home of quote-unquote the Institute, considered one of the top research facilities in the U.S. for various techniques and exploration of the paranormal, near-death experiences and using recorded messages to repeat a message over and over were used. This is called psychic driving. If you have hypnosis and drugs, and then you get somebody in that state, and then they're also being tortured, then what will happen is if you keep repeating certain things to them on a playback loop over and over again, it becomes deeply programmed into their mind, and it will start to influence how they would behave in this hypnotic alternative personality that they have. They believed that the near-death state would engrave a message or belief into the deepest levels of the unconscious, and the rebirth experience, which created a new alter, or split personality, as I say as the author's note there, at a very deep level, this would create a very, very loyal subject, and it did. The subject was terrified, and they were told if they ever disobeyed, they would go back to the near-death state. And again, this could involve everything from shocks to, the isolation tank where you're being put in water. They talk about putting people in a whole room filled with creepy crawlies like spiders or roaches or something like this in a little coffin. They might bury you alive, and then you're terrified that you're never going to make it out. They do all these setups to make you think that they are going to kill you, and then they bring you back. So you're not going to ever want to go against them. That's the point. Very few people thought of being disloyal under those circumstances. The equipment that our tax dollars bought for these organizations working under a government umbrella was very sophisticated. We had virtual reality equipment and used some of the most sophisticated neurolinguistic techniques available. Now, this is a huge subject that I get more into in Michael Prophecies, again, thedisclosure.com. They had VR that was completely like being in the Matrix, where you put the headphones on, and the next thing you know, you're in a totally alternative reality. Everything is incredibly realistic, and you might go through extremely traumatic things in those realities. And so when you're on the drugs even more, then you're going to believe that it's real and it feels real. So this is part of what they had, this weird technology. It was not available in the mainstream at all, but they definitely had it, as she said right here. People were taught how to use this technology for maximum effectiveness. By the time I was age 23, I was a head trainer in San Diego. At night, I continued to experiment on others under the supervision of Jonathan Meyer and eventually Colonel Aquinos, who was a regional director over our group. And sure enough, each evening after we were done, we would upload our data that was heavily encrypted to the data banks in Virginia. So all this research is being supervised by the people in Virginia, in the company. Imagine that. Wow. There's a lot of stuff going on. Now, again, I don't want to demonize any group. I don't want to say that any group is particularly evil. And so a lot of these people working in Virginia, they don't really know what's going on at the higher levels, and they're probably innocent. I mean, I think everybody most of the people that work in government jobs, intelligence jobs, are good people. They're serving their country. They think they're doing a good thing. And it's just a few bad apples at the top that have caused it to become something that nobody would have ever imagined. That there's these situations going on, that people are going through this stuff. They go downstairs in an underground facility. They're learning all these techniques on how to not be followed, on how to commit various crimes. They're being put through isolation. They're being put through virtual reality, horrifying simulations, and they're having encounters with negative spiritual realities and negative spiritual beings that are incredibly realistic to them and terrifying. So this is all very, very dark, but again, it's important that we know this stuff. So let's keep going. We had to go through 6 levels of security passwords at the company's data center before we came to the area where we could upload data. And again, most of the people in the company don't know that this is going on, and they're innocent. They wanted to know the results of experiments ongoing everywhere, and there were strict protocols to report any unusual reactions, anomalies, or new medication combinations that were especially effective. I believe most of the American public has no idea that certain government organizations are using their money this way. I also believe that most who read this will disbelieve that the company and a respected medical center could be the site of such experimentation on the minds and psyches for both kids and adults. We did it on both. It is the truth. I am sorry that it is, because I'm angry that part of my taxes taken out when I go to work is supporting ongoing abuse. My only hope is that someday this will be discovered and brought out into the open, and the public will be able to scrutinize what happened and what still occurs, and it can be stopped. Okay, so she said that they went out there and they were back by 4:30 in the morning, but now we're going to get into what probably is the most amazing thing she ever wrote, A Day in the Life of the Trainer. Again, I linked to this in my book, The Changing of the Guard as Art Aqua. There's the link. You can go read it right now if you want to. There's a whole bunch of stuff, by the way, in this chapter about Hollywood movies and the, very dark symbolism that's in these movies. And I had forgotten a lot of that stuff when I went back and read it. The movie Daredevil, The Matrix Reloaded, lots and lots of them. And I really go deep. So it's phenomenal. I mean, I'm proud of myself for having written this, believe me. This was where she originally wrote it again, and you could probably find it on archive.org. You go there to the Wayback Machine. That'll show you the article. It'll still be there. It should be. A Day in the Life of the Trainer. And here's the author. And it was, again, November 3rd, 2001. So I was reading these as they came out. And she says, this article contains various descriptions of cult activity, very intense. But again, we're not going to get you, nothing is too bad. If there was anything bad, I wouldn't read it. But she says, please do not read it if this upsets you. A lot of people have written me and asked questions such as, when did you go to these meetings? What about your children when you were in the group? And even, how did you divide the activity of the cult from your normal life? This article is an attempt to answer these questions and provide better understanding of how dissociation works in a person who is cult active. Now, what is dissociation? Dissociation means that your mind is split. It means that you have an amnesic barrier between your conscious personality and then other identities. This is similar to the concept of multiple personality disorder, which is erroneously called schizophrenia, but those are two different things. MPD, multiple personality disorder, they have studied this in the labs, and in college I learned about this. This one woman, I think they called her Sybil. She had 27 different personalities. She had been abused as a child, the most horrible types you can imagine. And she would shift between these personalities, and when they looked at her on the MRI, she had completely different brainwave signatures for each one. So this is actually real. You can have these different personas, and they don't know that each other exists, or some of them know about the other ones, but then the surface persona, the waking personality, is not aware that these other personalities even exist. And again, if you're a somnambulist, that means that you can be hypnotized and you don't remember anything that happens when you're under hypnosis, but the ambulist part of somnambulist means that you can walk around under hypnosis and actually do things. So that's what they were using, and that's what they brought these guys over in the paperclip thing in order to make this possible. This day was something I only recovered after 12 years of psychotherapy. It took her 12 years of digging around in her mind with a therapist to remember what was happening and to unify these different fragments that they created in her mind. She thought she was a normal person, but then there's this other part of her that's doing stuff at night, and during the day she had literally no idea that any of this was happening. It's like a great horror movie. I mean, this is so crazy. It's just amazing. I've never seen anything like this ever put in writing before. This is a collage based on several different memories of what life was like roughly 7 years ago. And again, she wrote it in 2001. So that would have put her back in 95-ish, 94, when I was still active in San Diego. Hopefully, it will help those who are support people and therapists understand better how severe of an amnesia you can have between your cult activities and your ordinary daily life. And it will explain how a member of an abusive and occult cult can be a kind Christian person in their daily life. Oh, we had a donation. Thanks for your work, David. What is your best advice for elderly people with joint pain? Fermented skate, fish liver oil, and cod liver oil is good for bones and teeth, right? Yeah, I would say that's good, and I would also say CBD oil seems to be very promising. If you get the non-psychoactive CBD oil, that seems to be very promising. A lot of people take, as I'm sure you've already heard, glucosamine and chondroitin. Another thing I will tell you is that diet is very important. Cheeses, apparently, especially hard cheeses, can really cause this to happen. So I would highly recommend no dairy, no processed food, no sugar or wheat. And the cleaner that your diet is, the more that your joint pain will heal. And again, lots of hydration. So you predominantly don't want to eat grain at all. You focus on a organic meat diet, vegetables, fruits, and nuts, and lots of hydration. Shelly626 says, thank you, David. She donated $20. Pillars and Strategies says, thank you for changing the internet atmosphere with humor, truth, critical thinking, liberation, and divine perspective. We would like to interview you. Well, I get lots of interview requests, as I'm sure you can imagine. Thank you guys for donating. That's awesome. AF1892, David, thank you so much for putting this together. I'm way too exhausted to check this out now. Yeah, some people have to stay up late to go through this tonight, but we got 5,300 people watching. And again, I am doing a local recording, so you can go back to my YouTube channel, YouTube/David Wilcock 333. And again, when you go to my page, you got to click the live button at the top, and the re-uploads are there. So if you can't finish watching this right now, you got to go see it later. I do try to make this funny. I mean, the material is a little bit disturbing, but again, this is real. And she never made any money on this. She's not a con artist or a grifter. I talked to her on the phone. I talked to her on the radio. And she's absolutely the real deal. She never made a single dollar off of all these books that she wrote. And the information has stood the test of time incredibly well. But again, try to imagine what it would be like if this was you and this was your life and you don't have any memory of what's going on at night. That's how she's explaining it. So let's continue, because this is really, really fascinating stuff. They could be a kind Christian person during the day and have no idea that they're in this abusive occult situation. Isn't that weird? So now we're going to go through her day. We're going to start at 7 o'clock in the morning when she first wakes up, and you're going to see how there's this seemingly normal life, but then she has a totally different persona that she goes into at night. It's very bizarre. 7 a.m., I wake up tired as always. It seems as if tiredness dogs my steps, even when I go to sleep early. I wake to the buzzing of the alarm clock, and I get up. I'm already dressed because over the past 2 years, my husband and I have started going to bed with our clothes on. Well, they don't know why, but this is something that people do. They sleep in their pajamas, but they're actually going to bed with their clothes on, and they didn't really know why. But this is a big clue that there's something more below the surface. So again, what we're reading here is a script for an amazing horror film. So let's just keep going. If this scares you, just come back later when you can handle it. Tatiana Blinova just donated. Thank you very much. Sleeping with your clothes on. We laugh and we say, yeah, it saves time getting dressed in the morning. So they must take a shower before they go to bed. I am in the uniform of every American housewife. Baggy sweatpants, matching top, tennis shoes with foam soles, and I change into a nicer outfit for work. But this is the outfit that she goes and drives out at night in, as you're going to find out. I get my 2 children awake, and I prepare breakfast, which is simple, cereal and toast. So I guess she does take a shower in the morning, but she just gets a different set of clothes on. Afterwards, after giving the kids their cereal, they prepare for school. I drive them to a small Christian school they attend. I am the first grade teacher, and my daughter's in 5th grade. I have a nagging headache that I ignore as we arrive to the school. This is because she's not getting enough sleep, but she doesn't know why. 8:45 a.m. School starts. I teach 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade at a multi-grade Christian school. My children attend it. Before this, I'd homeschooled them for several years. I was asked to substitute at the school when one of the regulars left, and soon I became a full-time teacher. I enjoy teaching. I multitask well. I go from 1st grade to 2nd to 3rd, giving each activities to do. Lesson plan set up for the whole semester. I'm considered a kind and patient teacher. The kids like me and I like them, although I wish my headaches would go away. Sometimes by the end of the day, the headaches become very intense. Well, this is the sign of the profound lack of sleep that's caused by her being awake from like 1 o'clock to 4:30, 3 nights a week under hypnosis. She doesn't have any idea in the waking persona this is happening. 3:30, school is out. My daughter's invited a friend home to play. I remind them all to buckle up on the way home. I'm tired, but I realize it's important my children can reach out to each other. I worry sometimes that my children have tendencies to withdraw, and I encourage them to have some friends. We practice riding our horse in the pen field in our backyard. My son says, "Gee, Mom, you're a lot nicer to me at home than when you're my teacher." I laugh and say, "That's because I don't want to play favorites at school." And there's probably more to it than that. 5:30, I drive the friend home. Dinner's in the oven. At this point, my day has been exactly like any other person who is not dissociative, or DID, dissociative identity disorder, or in some type of cult group. So she's got a normal day. This is because my presenters, as they're called, or day people, which are internal personalities, have been out talking. These people are kind, caring, Christian, and completely unaware that there is another life that I live. If you stopped me at this point and asked, "Are you involved in any activities at night?" I would laugh and have absolutely no idea what you were talking about. This is a very important point. Most of the people in this group don't even know that they're in it at all. Now, as I've said before, I appear to have been through a different type of this where I was in a space version, where they bring you out into space and you're not able to remember anything from those experiences because the UFO technology can bring you back to the moment you left. And I talk about this in Michael Prophecies. You go back to the moment you left, and the only way you can recall anything that happened to you in between is by dreams. And yet, when you're out there, it's very real. Your body is there, but then you get spliced back into the moment you left, and you can only access it through dreams. So this is very, very different than what she's describing, although, the end result is the same. But it wasn't until I started to unseal these psychic readings that I began doing in 1996 using remote viewing protocols that led to now 7 books available at thedisclosure.com. It wasn't until I unsealed all this stuff that I saw these readings for the first time. I didn't remember most of what I had channeled. And it was telling me, yeah, you had this parallel lifetime where you went into space and you were heavily abused. And a lot of it was very dark. And I've since healed from all that. But I had to reintegrate these parts of myself that I honestly did not know even existed. So this is a very, very interesting phenomenon. She says, I would have no idea that I had another life. I would have no idea. This personality that she thought was herself during the day, I was created specifically to look, act, and be normal in every way during the day. You could follow me around all day, and there would be absolutely no indication that I led another life at times. The only hint was my headaches and the occasional bouts of unexplained depression that I can't shake. I had both of them all of my life. 6:30, my husband comes home. We're eating dinner. You can see it's about to get good here. He and I have a good friendship, although we're distant in some ways. He lives his life and I live mine. We rarely argue or even disagree openly. I help the children with their homework while he works on a business plan for his client. Now, this is where it starts to get weird. This is where it starts to get like a good horror movie, okay? 7:45, a call comes in. When I pick up the phone, all they have to do is say, "Is Samantha there?" It's not like there's any special, weird, elaborate code. It just, "Is Samantha there?" Okay, she picks up the phone. This is one of my code names. I immediately switch to a different internal personality associated with the activities at night. And then as she switches, she says, "Call back in a little." And the voice says 15 minutes. And then she seems to go back to her regular personality, puts the phone down, doesn't remember that the phone rang. She has no memory of answering the phone at this point. She doesn't even know the phone rang because her memory splices back into before the phone started ringing, okay? But now her other personality knows that they're going to get a call in 15 minutes. So she's got to get ready. So her conscious mind doesn't know why, but she's like, okay, I got to get the kids in their bath because I got to get ready for this covert phone call. 8 o'clock, the call comes again. They say, Samantha, and she instantly changes. Her voice goes into a flat, monotonous, wooden voice. Yes, what is it? And then he says, remember to bring the items we discussed tonight. I then recite a key code to this person who is the head trainer, and that ensures that I, in this Samantha persona, will remember his message, and I hang up after he does. And again, as soon as she hangs up the phone, she doesn't remember that she had a phone call. So one of the things that I was reading about in these forums is that if you've ever woken up and you have the phone off the hook in your hand and you don't know why, that would be a good clue that this might be happening. Another thing that they can do now, this is again really scary, but if you have a smartphone, you could be in your alternative personality, and then you can take pictures with your smartphone of whatever it was that you were doing or whatever you did, and then they will ingest those photos, and then when you come back to your normal personality, they've taken them off of your phone. You don't see the pictures that you took, so you don't even know that you took pictures. That definitely does happen. Believe me. I hang up after he does. The insiders told me that. So 8:30, I read my children a bedtime story. They're very, very afraid of the dark, even at 6 and 10 years old. They insist they have to have a light on at night. That's another sign something might have happened. As the evening progresses, they become more and more anxious. Mom, I'm afraid, my daughter tells me. Of what, I ask. She says, I don't know. She says this a lot, and I worry about my overly sensitive and anxious young daughter. Deep inside, I feel these fears aren't normal. Something is wrong, but I don't know why. My husband tells me I worry too much, and our daughter is picking it up from me. Because again, they have no idea what's going on. I stay with both children until they fall asleep. This is our nightly routine. I feel it is the least I can give them. By 9:30, she's dead tired, because again, she's got headaches all the time. She gets ready to go to bed. That's pretty early, considering she gets up at 7. Okay? But think about it. Think about what's happening to her. I get ready to go to bed. I have to get 10 or 12 hours of sleep a night, or I am completely exhausted. Many times I fall asleep reading to my 2 children. Just before falling asleep, I say to my husband, remember, and give him the code that lets us know we have to wake up later. So as she's falling asleep, she's in this alternative. Samantha comes back. She says, remember, and then they know that they have to wake up in the middle of the night. So they're going to bed at 9:30, and that would give you, let's see, let me just do the math. 9:30 to 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1 o'clock. So 3.5 hours of sleep. You can function on 3.5 hours of sleep, but you're going to be tired, you know, and so they drink coffee when they get to this military base. He replies in German that he remembers. And again, Samantha is the one who was programmed to give this message as she's falling asleep, as I said in the book. So again, they learn a foreign language. They speak in German. Isn't that interesting? 1 o'clock a.m. on the nose, that my husband wakes me up. So they've had 3.5 hours of sleep now. He and I take turns being the one to wake up the others. We don't need an alarm because our internal body clocks wake us up. And if you don't believe this is true, it really is. I trained myself to wake up to my body clock. I almost never, ever use alarms at all. And so you can do that. I'm already dressed up in my sweats. I fell asleep dressed to make it easier when I rise in the middle of the night. Now I am finally me. I can come out and see the outside world, not locked inside as I am during the day. So this personality of hers is not only aware of what's going on at night, but she's also aware of what she did during the day. She has memories of both lifetimes. So in that sense, it's a fuller personality. It's a more robust personality. So when you look at somebody like George W., or you look at somebody like Sleepy Joe, you say, well, why is he so cognitively ineffective during the day? Well, that's because that personality probably doesn't have the full range of the cognitive function available. And so it's only when they're in this alternative reality that they have a much greater access to their full brain. And so this is why a lot of these people have, you know, notable deficiencies during the day, which then get worse and worse as they age because they're degrading. And again, they don't have the access to their full brain. So she's not locked inside as she was during the day. Get the kids, he says in a low tone. I go upstairs and I tell them, Get ready now. This does not sound fun, right? Your parents are not going to be nice to you at this point. They are up instantly. They are completely obedient, and this is very different from during the day. Quickly and silently, they put their shoes on. I take them down to the car because they're already dressed. My husband drives. I am in the passenger seat. So they got up at 1 o'clock. They probably got in the car by like 1:05, something like that. He drives with the headlights off until we are on the road so we don't wake up our neighbors. We live in the country on dirt lane, and there's only a few houses to worry about. My job as he drives is to keep alert and look if there's anyone following us and tell him if anyone is coming. And if there is, they might have to call off the whole thing. So you can't be seen leaving the house. You have to start the car, don't turn the lights on, drive down the road, wait till nobody's there, do it slowly, and get the hell away from the other houses before you can just merge into regular traffic. Very interesting, huh? Once we are down the road and turn onto the paved road, he turns the headlights on, and we go to the meeting. I didn't finish my homework, my son says, and oh boy, did he just get himself in a big load of trouble, because you are never supposed to talk about day at night and vice versa. Oh boy. It's bad now. My husband and I turn briefly to him, and we are enraged. We don't talk about day at night ever. Do you want to be beaten? Holy crap. Yeah, that's how serious it is, folks. That's how serious it is. He looks hurt. Then the rest of the drive is in silence, the children looking out the windows of the car as we glide silently to our destination. They make it there by 1:20 a.m., and they are at the first checkpoint at the military base. This is the one she'd already described, okay? Wow, so it's like about, maybe a 10-minute drive, 15-minute drive, depending on how fast they woke up and got in the car. But they're already in their clothes, sweatpants, and all this kind of stuff. So 1:20 a.m., they're at the first checkpoint. We drove in the back entrance and we are waved through. The lookouts recognize our car and our license plates. Isn't that interesting? They wouldn't stop anyone who wasn't familiar or authorized to be there, and we will pass 2 more checkpoints before we come to the meeting area. It is in a large field on a major marine base that includes hundreds of acres. So this might not have been the same one as the other company one. There's small tents set up outside. Temporary bases are set up for our exercises at night. We either come here or to one of 3 different meeting places 3 times a week. And she also explains that the other places are typically like a mansion. One of the places they go to is somebody's very wealthy mansion, and it's usually either a mansion or a military base. But they're outdoors, they've got military tents set up, and they end up getting into military uniforms and speaking German. I mean, it's a great movie, man. This has got to be made into a movie. It has to. I might even do it later on. People are chatting and drinking coffee. No surprise there. There's a lot of friendships because everyone is working towards the same goal. The work is intense, and the friendships are just as intense. I join a group of trainers who I know well. Looks like Chrissa is missing, I say. I bet that lazy biatch couldn't get out of bed. I am very different at night. I use words that would normally horrify me during the day, and I'm very catty and mean. The others laugh about this person not being there. She was late 2 weeks ago, too, says another. Maybe we will need to report her. He is joking, but partly serious. And she's about to say that if somebody gets reported in this group, it's a really big deal. You are not allowed to be late. So if you're late by even a couple minutes, you are in really deep trouble, and you could actually get severely tortured. No one is allowed to be late or sick or arriving too early. So they got there just like, 10 minutes before everybody gathers. There's a 10-minute window of time when all members are supposed to report to their meetings. If not, they are punished if they don't have a good excuse. High fever, surgery, or an auto accident would be considered an excuse, as would be if somebody started to follow you and you had to lose them. PMS, fatigue, or your car not working are not considered an excuse. So you got to have 2 cars, I guess. We drink coffee to stay awake, since even in our dissociated state, the body is protesting at being awake in the middle of the night after a full day. I go to the tent and I change into my uniform. We all wear uniforms at night, and we all have ranks based on how high we are in the group and how well we're doing. Very interesting. 1:45 a.m., we start going around to our assigned tasks. I brought logbooks with me. The item I was asked to remember on the phone is Samantha. I keep the logbooks hidden in a closet at home, locked in a steel box. I guess she's just never going to open it in her regular personality. Maybe doesn't even know where the key is. These books contain data about different subjects or hypnotic subjects, people who are being hypnotized, who we have been working on. I go to the head trainer room inside a nearby building, and I work with him since I'm the second under him. He and I despise each other, and I suspect he would love to undermine me since I've made many cruel jokes at his expense. I'm supposed to be afraid of him, and I am, but I also cannot respect him, and he knows it. I point out his mistakes to him in front of other people, and this makes him obviously very angry, so he tries to get back at me many times. So they're very competitive. 1:50 a.m., the room inside the warehouse building is set up to work on the subjects. It has a table, a light, and equipment. The room is apart from the activities going on outside, so others will not be distracted by what we are doing. The subject is there, ready to be worked on. Another younger trainer is there to help. I tell her to administer the medication. We are working on medications to help induce hypnotic states, and we are studying the effects of these medications combined with hypnosis and trauma. Medication is injected subcutaneously, and then we wait. Within 10 minutes, and they started this at 1:45, the subject is drowsy. His breathing is slower and heavier, but his eyes are open. This is what we want. He's in a hypnotic state. Then she says, I will not describe the rest of the session here. It is too painful to describe at this time. The previous article that we just gave you talked about what they're doing. There's electroshocks, there's psychic driving, all this kind of interesting stuff and horrible stuff. I believe human experimentation is cruel and should be stopped, but the group that I was in did it on a continuous basis. Also, she has to create spiritual attachments. So while they're putting people in these traumatic states, you invoke these negative entities, and those entities actually end up guarding over the hypnosis that you put in. So there's actually these entity attachments inside, and these are apparently real conscious beings that exist in another reality similar to ghosts. That's part of it. We record information in the logbook throughout the session. I have a laptop into which I put information as well. We're not just looking at the medication, but also how they respond to it. We have profiles that are very complete and thorough on this person ever since he was an infant. I can pull up a special profile that tells me everything about him, his favorite colors, foods, his preferences in the intimate sense, soothing techniques, and a list of all the codes that will elicit a response out of him. We also have a diagram of his internal world that has been created over the years. He's easy to work with and things go quickly. I correct the young trainer at some point when she starts to do something too soon. And in German, I chide her and say, you have to learn patience. At night, we all talk German. This and English are the two lingua francas in this group. I'm sorry, I thought it was time, she says. I then teach her the signs to look for when the subject is ready. This is why I am a head trainer. I train the younger ones because after years and years, I know human anatomy, physiology, and psychology inside and out. Luckily, I caught this young trainer before she made a mistake. If she'd made one, I would have had to punish her. At night, mistakes are never allowed. They are not accepted. Once a child is 2 or 3 years old, they are expected to perform correctly or they will be severely brutalized. Wow. This continues into adulthood. 2:35, the session is almost over. The subject is recovering. The medication acts quickly and he will recover in time to be able to drive home. I leave him in the care of a younger trainer and I go to the coffee room to take a break. I smoke a cigarette and have coffee with other trainers. During the day, I do not smoke and coffee makes me sick, but here at night, it's completely different. How's your night going? Jamie asks, one of my friends. I only know her as Jamie. This isn't her real name, but we all go by nicknames at night. She is also one of the teachers at the school during the day, but we aren't friends there. Slow. I had to correct another stupid kid, I say. I am not kind at night because no one has ever been kind to me. It's very dog-eat-dog and political atmosphere where the cruel win. How about you? She grimaces. I had to march some brats around, she says, referring to military exercises with children ages 8 to 10. Every night there are military exercises because the group is preparing for the eventual takeover. We're going to learn a lot more about that in a minute. Yeah, it's getting weirder and weirder, isn't it? The children are divided into groups by their age, and different adults take turns teaching them. We chat for a few minutes and go back to our jobs. 2:45, this is a short session, a tune-up for a member who is in the military category as a leader. I take his profile out, I review it before starting. The head trainer and one other trainer are working with me. Hypnotic induction goes quickly and he remembers the programming. This is reinforced with shock, and we check through all the parameters. They are active and in place. I sigh with relief. This was an easy one, and he doesn't fight us. Afterwards, I am soothing and kind. You did well, I tell him. Inside, a little trickle in my stomach revolts at the use of brutality to teach. He nods, still slightly dazed from the session. You can be proud of yourself, I tell him, and pat his hand. He is given his reward afterwards and spends time with the child. This is how he is comforted after his session. That's a pretty big reveal right there. Ooh, yeah. So, again, I'm not telling you this because I want you to be freaked out or that I want you to get depressed or anything like this. I'm telling you this because stuff is real, and this was a very high-level insider coming forward and sharing this with us. It's not something that's a joke. It's actually something that we really need to take seriously. And so the next stage of our awakening as a planet is going to be to find out that there's actually over 1 million people in America who are going through this, and they don't know anything about it. Now, some of them do, but a lot of them don't, actually. That's what's so weird. And now you see that they have proclivities. In 3:30 a.m., we've now changed out of our uniforms, placed them in a special hamper to be cleaned. My clothes, which were neatly folded on the shelf, are back on. We're back in the car on the way home by 3:30. So they did like 2 hours, 1:30 to 3:30. That's enough time to do a lot of stuff. Again, we know that they're doing military training. We know that they have, in some cases, ceremonial reenactments. She talks about that. They'll do like plays where they reenact historical events that are important to them. There's all kinds of things that they do during this 2 hours. They have military training. They learn how to work with firearms. They march. They, get trained in how to avoid being detected. And there's 6 different branches. We're going to talk about that in just a minute, the 6 different branches. But this all is very much more detailed. And up until this point, I've been reading a lot about this group, and I never heard anybody go into so much detail. So there's no precedent for this type of disclosure. It's really, really amazing. I thank you guys for being here with me. We got 5,350 people. This is amazing. My daughter speaks. I get promoted next week, she says. Her voice is proud. They said I did really well in my exercises tonight, so they can only talk about nighttime. She knows that I and the other adults will be at the ceremony to honor these promotions. I'm glad, I tell her, but I feel weary for some reason. Usually I would feel glad, but tonight, although it was a routine night, it was hard. I have been feeling little cold trickles inside me lately, twinges of terror. Sometimes I hear a child deep inside me screaming, and I sweat as I work on children or adults, and I wonder how long can I keep doing this? I've heard of trainers who broke down or couldn't do their job, and I also heard whispered stories of what happened to them. It was the essence of nightmares, and I shoved down my own anxiety. Now, in some cases, I do think people actually do get free, and they are released back into the world, and they don't remember anything that happened, because again, it's all under hypnosis. But they want you to think that if you break out that they will kill you, and in some cases they probably do. But like with me, it only happened until about 1986. This, again, was a totally different type than what she's talking about involving UFO abduction with grays. But, people do get out, but they don't want you to believe in the group that you could get out and live. They want you to believe that you have to stay in or that they will, torture you to death. That's not really going to happen, but people don't know that. That's what they're told. 4 a.m., we come home and we collapse into bed. We are instantly asleep. The children fall asleep before we get home. My husband and I carried them to bed. We all sleep dreamlessly and deeply. So now she gets another 3 hours, 4 to 5, 5 to 6, 6 to 7. Remember, she got 3.5 hours before, so she's getting 6.5 hours a night on these 3 nights a week where she has to do this. So she wakes up at 7 o'clock in the morning, and she's very tired. It seems I'm always tired, and this morning I have a slight headache. I hurry to get my kids up and ready for another day of teaching. I wonder if there's something wrong with me, since I seem to need more and more sleep, but I still end up waking up tired. I have no idea consciously that the night before I was up and living my other life. That is fascinating. I mean, imagine. Who could have imagined that the technology would exist to do something like this and that it would be so seamless that you could actually have 2 solid work hours 3 nights a week? That's 6 solid work hours a week. This very intensive stuff. They're teaching you foreign languages. They're teaching you military training. They're having you go through this hypnotic stuff with deep psychic driving techniques, drugs and hypnosis and shock. It's really, really interesting, isn't it? She has no idea that she had this other life. It may seem unbelievable to some readers that you could live another life and have absolutely no idea, But this is the nature of amnesia. If the programming is done correctly, it is almost undetectable, and this person will be completely amnesic to their other activities. Wow. This is called dissociation, and it is present in most of the members of abusive generational cult groups, such as the one I described. It's only when people get to the higher levels, above what they call the slicers and dicers, because at these lower levels they're also doing these ceremonies at times, very disgusting stuff. It's only when you get into the higher levels and you'd be working in, like, let's say, media or government or something having to do with politics or something having to do with high-level military, where you're actually consciously aware during the day that you're part of this, that you're involved in it, you're planning things, you're talking to other people, and it's your job. They don't really trust enough most people to do that. Most of the people in this group do not know that they're in it. And it's a shocking paradigm shift because, again, we wouldn't believe that this would even be possible. We wouldn't believe that people would be doing all this stuff. So now we're going to read from another one of her articles where she talks about prophecies of the end of this group. And here's the links. Again, I linked to it in my article. This is pretty amazing, actually, this one. So she published this one on November 15th, 2001. It contains strong Christian messages and Bible verses. With the recent events, because again, this was right after September 2001, created fear and concern about the implementation of military rule and or the ushering in of the New World Order, I wanted to add some thoughts. Will the NWO take over? And she said, yeah, at the time it appears that way because this is what these groups are heading in that direction to do. They are joining hands and resources, and they have overcome their differences. Remember that she was out by 96 before Bob Dole's failed attempt to beat George Bush Sr., or maybe that was Clinton, I guess, at the time, and well before the coup of 2000, which was where George W. got sworn in by the Supreme Court. The differences between these rival Illuminist factions were likely kept secret from all but their highest level members, so they don't arouse suspicions in their membership. What is their fate? What will happen to this and other groups? I want to take a look at this because it's very encouraging. The Bible clearly shows the fate of this new order. Daniel was one of the greatest prophets who ever lived. He was an administrator and ruler during the time of King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon, and he became one of the highest rulers in the Babylonian kingdom. He was also a man who sought God and was faithful during the rule of an occult-based world kingdom. This was an age when the king consulted wizards and necromancers for help, and an age when the person who openly worshipped God encountered hostility from these workers of darkness. Hey, that sounds kind of familiar, doesn't it? Yeah, sounds familiar. In the midst of this darkness, Daniel prayed and sought God's counsel, and God defeated his enemies. God also shared with Daniel his plan for humanity. In Daniel chapter 2, King Nebuchadnezzar has a disturbing dream which only Daniel is able to interpret with God's help. The king dreamed about a large statue made of different materials. The head was made of gold, the breast and arms of silver, the belly and thighs were bronze, the legs of iron, and feet mixed of clay and iron. And this is talking about the different ages. I've talked about this prophecy in the book of, Daniel's prophecy. I guess it's the book of Daniel, yeah. About the statue that represents humanity in these different ages. So we have the Golden Age, which is the head. That's what we're heading into now. The Silver Age, the Bronze Age, the Iron Age, and then it starts in clay and iron, which is like when we were cavemen. These different elements, as she says, represent different kingdoms or ages that would arise, and God was showing the king what would happen over the next few years. We're going to head into a golden age. These kingdoms would try to rule and subdue the earth, and in fact, the Greek and Roman empires almost succeeded. Look at what happens to these kingdoms in Daniel 2:34-35. A stone was cut out without hands, and it struck the statue on its feet of iron and clay, and it crushed them. Then the iron, the clay, the bronze, the silver, and the gold were crushed all at the same time and became like the chaff from the summer threshing floors where they were milling grain. Whoa! This is the Hamlet's Mill worldwide eschatological or eschatology symbol. So eschatology is the science, but wait, before we get to that, it says here that a stone was cut out without hands. That's a weird prophecy. How do you cut out a stone without hands? Well, this exact same prophecy is heavily featured in the book Great Pyramid Decoded by Peter Le Mesurier, And he gives very compelling evidence to show that the stone actually represents the Great Pyramid. Because remember, as I've been showing you in previous weeks, the Great Pyramid is a prophecy of what we're going to be heading into as we go into this golden age. It actually has a timeline in it. It starts in 2141 BC. It's fixated with the Pleiades and the pole star alignment going through the descending passage. I talked to you about that. Then there's scored lines. You count 1 inch equals 1 year. If you haven't seen that show, please go back and watch it. It's very fascinating, where I talk about the pyramid timeline. And I did that just a few weeks ago. And it talks about 2012, and it has 1914, the beginning of World War I. It has 1945, the end of World War II. It has 1540 or 1440, which is the Renaissance and the Reformation. It has 1521, which is when the Bible was first broken free by Martin Luther and the Reformation. It has the birth of Jesus. It has the ascension of Jesus. It has all kinds of interesting prophecy in it on a 1 inch equals 1 year timeline. And the whole pyramid itself was originally built to have a 6-sided appearance, because you got 4 sides on the sides, you got a bottom, and then you got a flat top. 6 in pyramid numerology means incompletion, imperfection, and evil. But 5, the number 5, actually means divine perfection. So the original meaning of the capstone going on the Great Pyramid is that the flat top goes away. Now they all come to just a point, and it becomes a 5-sided object, and that is where we are now perfected and we go into the Golden Age. So as I've said in many previous shows, the main purpose of the Law of One, from this higher extraterrestrial consciousness I began reading in 1996, the main purpose of the Law of One was to apologize for building the Great Pyramid, because it was a Christian monument. I've showed you that over and over again. It creates a crucifix at the summer solstice with the original casing stones on it that were white gleaming limestone. And it's got the King's Chamber is at the 153rd course, like the 153 fishes in Jesus' net. The angle of the ascending passage, if you do that as a run line off of the lines of latitude where the pyramid is, it goes right through. That angle goes right through the river Jericho, and it goes right through Bethlehem, where Jesus was born. So there's all these interesting Christian metaphors encoded into the pyramid, and it talks about the fact that Christ, which is actually this concept of a solar logos, this higher consciousness, will return to the earth, that Christ is going to return at the end of the age. So this is a very, very interesting thing. And we're at that point now where we're in the King's Chamber. We're entering the King's Chamber. So it got horribly perverted. And of course, we see the Great Seal of the United States on the back of the dollar bill. It's a pyramid with an all-seeing eye, Novosaurus Seclorum, which means New World Order. But originally, this was not bad. This was a good prophecy. It just got co-opted by the negative. And again, in the Law of One, they extensively talk about this, and it's all over in my book, Michael Prophecies. So this is really cool because, again, she doesn't know about these pyramid connections, but as it says in this thing, a stone was cut out without hands, and it is the stone, the pyramid is the stone that shatters these different ages and crushes them all down, and it says chaff like the summer threshing floors, which is exactly the Hamlet's mill metaphor. The mill, it's this thing that crushes grain and grinds it around. Let's go to this camera. It crushes the grain around. You have a millstone that has an axle in the middle, and you go around in circles, and that represents the rotation of the earth. And then in many of these metaphors that, again, are in 35 different cultures around the world, the mill collapses at the end of the age, and it's a symbol of the pole shift and the solar flash. And so these ancient mystery groups inherited this, and they believe that there's going to be a solar flash, and that's why they think that everything's going to be wiped out. But in fact, it's a new order of the ages, Novus Ordo Seclorum. That was originally a positive prophecy taken from the Sibylline mystery texts that were the greatest treasure in Roman history from 539 BC, and it was written by the Sibyl of Cumae, who was a psychic, and she channeled these 3 books together, and they were highly prophetic of future events in Roman history. It became the greatest treasure in all of Rome, and they allowed Virgil to copy some of it over, and specifically the part that says In Latin, it says magnus ab integro seclorum nascitur ordo. And it means a mighty order of ages is born anew. That's the actual literal translation. They shortened it to Novosaurus seclorum for the dollar bill. If you read that passage, it talks about people becoming bodies of light, and that the boy will be born in whom the golden one shall arise again in the whole earth, and the iron age shall come to an end. So again, this is the pyramid prophecy under the pyramid on the dollar, and the pyramid is used in this metaphor as that which is the stone cut without hands that will shatter these other ages. So this is an eschatology symbol. The word eschatology is a very fancy SAT word, part of theology concerned with death, judgment, and the final destiny of the soul and of humankind. The wind carried all of these fragments of the statue away, the gold, bronze, silver, whatever. Not a trace of them was found. But then, here's the key that's in Le Mesurier's pyramid book. The stone that struck the statue became a great mountain. That's the Great Pyramid. The mountain is the pyramid. And it filled the whole earth. And again, if you read his book, he's got tons of stuff explaining why this is the pyramid. I don't have time to do it all right now. What is this stone that defeated and crushed the greatest earthly kingdoms and reduced them to rubble and then filled the whole earth, she says. Later on in chapter 2, verse 44, Daniel explains, in the days of those kings, the God of heaven will set up a kingdom which will never be destroyed. That's the golden age. That's what we're having now. We're about to go into it, actually. It hasn't happened yet, but it will. That kingdom will not be left for another people. It will crush and put to an end all of these kingdoms, but it will itself endure forever. The stone is the kingdom of God established by Jesus, that God states will be set up as a kingdom which will never be destroyed and will crush the occult kingdoms. And again, the pyramid symbolizes the restoration of the earth. The pyramid has the earth's year, 365.2422, encoded in primitive inches around the outside. Pyramid inches they're also called. And it's 3645 3645. It's something like, anyway, 3652, anyway, I forget how it is, but it's, if you take 365.2422, which is the exact number of days down to the decimal point for an Earth year, and you shift the decimal point, you get that number in the exact perimeter of the pyramid in pyramid inches. And then you also have the 25,000 year cycle in the exact pyramid inches on the diagonals of the pyramid. We talked about this in another show. So again, the pyramid was originally a positive symbol. I've been talking about this week after week after week. It's only now that we're not seeing it for what it is. And we don't understand the pyramid was this Christian monument. And this pyramid prophecy is about setting up the golden age, a kingdom never destroyed that will crush the occult kingdoms. Svali says, we now know the end of the eye and any other occult groups that try to set up their kingdom here. They are already defeated, and we know who the winner is. In Daniel chapter 7, verses 13 and 14, God even gives us a glimpse of the coming of Jesus in his glory and the establishment of his rule here on earth, which began when he came to earth and established his church. The Bible is clear. To him was given dominion, glory, and a kingdom, that all the peoples, nations, and men of every language might serve him. Well, again, masculine gender, don't get confused by that. This is actually Father, Mother, God is the original Aramaic, and it's something that you're not being forced to serve anything. It's actually about remembering who you are. It's about stepping into your real identity, remembering who you really are, and learning about that presence. And so that's what we're all heading into now, the coming of the bride and the bridegroom. The corona, that's one of the other metaphors in the Bible, is the wedding ring in the bride and the bridegroom is the solar eclipse, the corona, and the eclipse superficially represents the alignment of the end of the age, the coming of the solar flash, the new cycle, and now we've learned from Michael's books that the solar flash is going to be non-catastrophic. So this is really fascinating because, again, it's not about some masculine God showing up and demanding that you serve him. It's about remembering who you really are. And the Bible's been grossly misinterpreted because we are going to establish this kingdom ourselves. We do this with our own flesh and blood, with our own bodies. They transmute into some higher form where we now remember our past lives, we remember who we really are, and we have superhero abilities. It's very, very exciting. His dominion is an everlasting dominion that will not pass away, and his kingdom will not be destroyed. The Eye and other groups are organizing to create a world order based on the occult, and they are hoping this won't happen, but history is against them. They base their principles and spirituality on the occultism of ancient Rome, Crete, and Babylon. That includes Carthage, which is exactly what I was telling you last time, folks. Who were they worshiping in Carthage? Baal or Baal, you can pronounce it either way, and Moloch. And then the Romans invaded them. They inherited this technology, if you want to call it that, of how to summon these beings. And then they imported it to England, where they had already conquered in 55 BC. Julius Caesar conquered England. They have the Roman baths there. So again, Vatican City is the spiritual capital of this organization. City of London and Rome is their financial center. Washington, D.C. is their political center. Look at what happened to the original practitioners in these societies. Their rules and kingdoms came crashing down, and God brought those rulers who were filled with pride to dust. I know that this is the end of the Eye and any other occult groups as well. God has given us a wonderful glimpse in the book of Daniel of their eventual fate. There is only one rule and one kingdom that will last forever, and that is the reign of Jesus. Now, some people might not believe her, but this is where she went after she got out. I believe her. His reign has already begun in his church, and this gives me hope and joy and takes away the fear of what the occult planners can do. I've placed my bet on the winning side and moved from darkness to his kingdom. Blessings to you, Svali. Okay, so now I want to share with you some excerpts from the Michael Prophecies, Book 6, which actually gives us even more detail about this evil group and what they want to do. And this is, again, from another part of her book. This is very fascinating, very interesting. It is important to understand the philosophy underlying why the Eye people are programming others. All groups have goals, and the Illuminists are no exception. Money-making is not their final goal. It is a means to an end. Their end point or goal is no less than to rule the world. They have a set plan similar to the Soviet Union with their 5-year or 10-year plans, and this is what they themselves believe and teach to their followers as if it was gospel truth. Whether they will actually succeed is another matter altogether. The following is the agenda at all levels of this organization. As with any goal, they have specific steps which they plan to implement in order to reach their objectives. Briefly speaking, each region of the United States was divided into nerve centers or power bases for regional activity. The United States has been divided into 7 major geographical regions, each of which has localities in it with military compounds and bases hidden in remote isolated areas or on large private estates, as I just said. These bases are used intermittently to teach and train generational members in military techniques, hand-to-hand combat, crowd control, use of arms, and all aspects of military warfare. But why? The people in the Eye believe that our government as we know it, as well as the governments of most nations around the world, are destined to collapse, and they're trying to make this happen. They're very aggressively trying to collapse these governments. That's their goal. So they work on this. These will be planned collapses that they engineered, and it will occur in the following ways. The first thing they plan, remember, this is written back in like 2001, and look at what's happened ever since has proven this to be true. They first planned for a financial collapse that will make the Great Depression look like a picnic. This will occur through maneuvering great banks and financial institutions through stock manipulation and interest rate changes. We're seeing this now. Everybody's broke. Most people will be indebted to the federal government through bank and credit card debt. The governments will recall all debts immediately, but most people will be unable to pay and will be bankrupted. I know what that feels like. Believe me, 3 years now. This will cause generalized financial panic, which will occur worldwide simultaneously as they firmly believe in controlling people through finances. Well, guess what? This has actually happened. It's happening now. And she talked about this in 2001. How did she know? She did. Next, they will do a military takeover. This is the part that's never going to happen. The alliance is going to stop this, okay? But this is what they wanted to do. Military takeover region by region as the government declares a state of emergency and martial law. People will have panicked, and there will be an anarchical state in most localities, and the government will justify this move as being necessary to control the panicked citizenry. The cult-trained military leaders and people under their direction will use arms as well as crowd control techniques to implement this global takeover, which they're trying to do this now. So many survivors under 36 years, this is why they report having military programming. People who are not a part of this group, who are not or are not sympathetic, will be resisting, and they expect this and will be and are being trained, remember the military training, starting at 8 years old or even earlier, in how to deal with this eventuality. They are training their own people and children in hand-to-hand combat, crowd control, and if necessary, they will kill to control crowds. And again, what did we see in the post? We said riots are being organized to try to stop people from being arrested. This all threads beautifully, and she wrote this in 2001. It's incredible. The I is training their people to be prepared for every possible reaction when they attempt this global takeover. Many victims will also be called into duty with preset command codes, and the codes are meant to call out a new and completely cult-loyal identity, or what she calls a presenting system. Shatter codes programmed under trauma will be used to destroy or bury any personalities they have that are not loyal to the group. Military bases will be set up in each locality. This is a concept of martial law. They're already here and are covert, but in the next few years, they will go above ground and be revealed. And sure enough, we heard that if they were going to divide this country into green zones, and if you didn't want to take a shot, they were going to put you in the camp. So this is very, very real, very scary stuff, folks. Not a joke. Each locality will have regional bases and leaders to whom they are accountable. The hierarchy will closely reflect their covert hierarchy. About 5 years ago, when I left this group, approximately 1% of our population was either a part of it, sympathetic to it, or a victim of their control techniques and therefore considered usable. Wow. Although this may not sound like many, imagine 1% of the population highly trained with armaments, crowd control, psychological techniques, behavioral techniques, armed with weapons and linked to these various paramilitary groups. These people will also be completely dedicated to their cause. Wow. They firmly believe they can easily overcome 99% of the population who are untrained or poorly trained, such as so-called weekend hunters. Even local militaries will be overcome, and they will have regional cell groups with highly trained leaders to do this. They also want the element of surprise, helping them during their takeover. Think about what happened at the beginning of the year 2020. And you see these films out of China and people are falling over on their faces. And we thought, oh my gosh, this thing is so dangerous. If you get it, you're just dead immediately. No, it's actually like the flu. But we found out that later. But they wanted the element of surprise and they got it. A lot of people got really scared. Many of the highest leaders in the militia branch are or have been officers in the mainstream military. And they already have a good knowledge of which techniques work the best to overcome the defenses in a local region. After this military takeover, the general population will be given a chance to either espouse their cause or reject it, with impunishment. Yeah, we got to have impunishment. Imprisonment, pain, or even death being possible punishments. These people very much believe that the intelligent, enlightened, or illuminated were born to rule. They are arrogant and consider the general population as dumb sheep who will be easily led if they are offered strong leadership, financial help in an unstable world economy, and dire consequences if someone rebels. Their utter ruthlessness and their ability to implement this agenda should not be minimized. People were reading this, they're like, I don't know if I believe her. Well, now everybody believes it. And this was way ahead of the game, written in 2001. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The banking leaders such as the Roths, Vanderbilts, Rockefellers, Carnegies, and Mellons will reveal themselves. Remember, Anderson Cooper's real last name is Vanderbilt. He just changed it. And they will offer to save the floundering world economy. A new system of monetary exchange, central bank digital currency, based on an international monetary system based between Cairo, Egypt, and Brussels, Belgium, will be set up. So they hope. It's never going to happen, thanks to the alliance. A true one-world economy, creating their longed-for one-world order, will now become a reality if they succeeded, which they won't. There's more to their agenda, but these are the basics of it. This is what they really, truly believe, teach, and train for. And again, this was 2001 she wrote this. It's all come true, for the most part, except the final stage, which won't happen. They are willing to give up their lives for this cause in order to teach the next generation, as they believe the children are their legacy. I was told that my children's generation would see this sometime in the 21st century, and in a minute we're going to see that the exact date they gave her was 2020. It's amazing. Wait for that part. At present, they have quietly and covertly fostered their takeover plan by infiltrating the following things. The media, well, we can sure see that now. The banking system, check. Educational system, oh yeah, we want to get you to wear certain clothes and think a certain way, or your gender, da-da-da. Okay, this has all become very clear now. The government, both local and federal, the sciences, and the churches. Well, we know trust the science, right? And they want to control churches. They want to create false religions, or misleading things, and fundamentalism, that kind of stuff. They are currently and have been working the last several hundred years on taking over these 6 areas. They do not go into an institution and say, "Hi, I'm a local member of a cult and I'd like to take over your bank." Instead, they begin by having several people quietly invest funds over several years and gradually build more and more shares in the bank or other institution they want to control until they develop a financial controlling interest. They never openly disclose their agenda or their cult activities, as oftentimes, except at the high levels, they are amnesic to them. They literally do not remember that they're even involved in this. They don't know why they're doing the things they're doing. Isn't that weird? They are well respected, in some cases, Christian-appearing business leaders in the community. The image in the community is all important to them. They will do anything to maintain a normal, respected facade, and they despise exposure. This is why the whole David is a con artist thing just completely falls apart, because they do not want to be exposed. They did not want me writing this book in 2003. That's why I wrote it under a pseudonym. They do not want you to know who they are. They don't want you to know what they're up to. Not at all. Okay? In one leadership in a major metropolitan city where I was a member, there sat one head of a local small business administration, one CEO of a government defense firm, one principal of a Christian school, one vice mayor of the city, one journalist, no surprise there, one nurse, one doctor, one behavioral psychologist, one Army colonel, and one Navy commander. All of them, except for one, attended church every week. They were all well respected in the community. They did not appear to be evil or marked in any way. If you met them in person, you would probably instantly like them because they're intelligent, verbal, likable, and even charismatic. And at the higher levels, they run for election, and they run for office, and they get elected or selected. So in the Hollywood movies, she talks about in some of her other writings, they have like Emperor Palpatine in Star Wars. The Emperor is all kind of shriveled up, and he's got a hood on, and his face is all white, and he's got these crazy teeth, or people's eyes turn black. No. What you got to learn is that they look normal, they're likable, they're charismatic, they don't look like there's anything wrong with them, or that they'd be involved in anything like this. Isn't that weird? This is their greatest cover, since we often expect great evil to appear evil, led by media portrayals of evil causing changes in people's faces and demeanor, or marking them like the biblical Cain. None of these people I have known had anything unkind or evil looking about them in their daytime lives at all, although some of them were dysfunctional, such as being alcoholics. The dissociation, the split between personalities that drives them, is their greatest cover of how they're undetected, because they don't know. Many, if not most of these people, are completely unaware of the great evil that they are involved in during the night. Wow. There are actually other groups that are not part of this I, but the I are aware of them. The I are not the only group that follows esoteric practices or worships ancient deities or demons. She gets into that a lot more. I talk about it in the Michael books. They encourage divisiveness between different groups, divide and conquer being a ruling principle. They are not concerned about the other groups. Instead, they will often welcome them into their umbrella if possible. This has been happening more and more in recent years as they trade teaching their training principles, which again keep people under hypnosis, totally controlled, considered the best by the most secretive groups, and they do this in exchange for loyalty to the I. They will send their trainers to various groups, and the trainers report to a local regional council. In the political arena, they will fund, like we said, both sides of a political race, because their greatest maxim is that out of chaos comes order, or the discipline of anarchy. That is why they sent arms to and funded both sides of both of the great world wars in this century. They think history is a game like chess, that only out of strategy, fighting, conflict, and testing can the strong emerge. I no longer agree with this philosophy, but at one time I did with all of my heart. Hopefully, as these people and their agenda are exposed, the common man and woman will rise up against them and their intended rule, which they want to foist on an unsuspecting mankind. That is exactly what's happening right now. So this is working. Okay, I got one more for you, then we're going to get into Valiant Thor. This is really fascinating. What role does and will the UN... This is an interview that she had with H.J. Springer, who was the editor of CentrexNews.com. You can again go to archive.org and look it up around 2001. There's a button, Svali, at the top of the screen. You got to look at... By 2002, it's gone. But in 2001, there's a button at the top that says Svali. Click on that, and this is where all these original uploads were. And he interviewed her, and this has some really shocking stuff in it that we have to get through before I get to Valiant Thor. And then when Valiant Thor comes in, you're going to be amazed. What is their timeline, and what is the role of the UN? How do you see this unfolding? She says the UN was created early in the century in order to help overcome one of their biggest barriers to one world government, where they want to have a military rule and a dictatorship. The barrier is nationalism, pride in your own country. This is why it was not popular when they first tried to introduce it. It took years of bashing countries in the media and the destruction of any sense of national pride by a not-so-subtle media campaign over the years. Obviously, they're doing the same thing right now. Nothing has changed. Its agenda? It is set up as a shadow or forerunner of the Supreme World Council they want to create that will represent every nation, destroy national borders. This is a pretty bold statement. Every ambassador to the UN has either done something to curry favor with the eye and been rewarded, or as a political figurehead chosen to make their organization look good. The eye and governmental leaders chose to create the UN early in the past century, and they worked hard and against opposition to put it in place. FDR was their man in America who helped the American public accept this. Both he and Eleanor were staunch members of this group, and so is Shirley Temple Black. Interesting. In fact, most of our presidents since the beginning of the past century have been either members of this group or agreed by oath to support their goals in return for getting their campaign funding and support. And again, who runs the country? The Federal Reserve. That's the money system, and it's all these top bankers. Wow. I believe it is impossible to win a presidential election in our country today without their backing. Well, this was true up until the story of the alliance and what happened with Trump in 2016. That was not something they wanted. And once he got into office, they passed these executive orders. We've talked about 13848, seizing their money and very credible effect, which we're about to get into with Valiant Thor and how he met with the Pentagon in 1957 to help create the plan. We're all going to learn about this pretty soon, believe it or not. The Kennedy family were punished because they tried to disobey this cult. They were free thinkers, they were too hard to control, and so they got punished. The UN has a stated goal of world peace and wants to incorporate under its fold military and peacekeeping functions. Of course, they want to rule the world. In reality, if we gave this role to the UN, it would weaken the individual military strength of nations, encouraging them to lean more and more on an external organization, making them less able to resist when the takeover occurs. Now, she's about to drop a huge bomb here. She did this in 2001. It's so amazing that I broke it off into big text. But again, this is still an inline quote right in the article. You go back and read it. You can go read this for yourself. It was said in 2001. It is amazing in light of what's going on. So wait for it. Making them less able to resist when the takeover occurs. I was told that by or in the year 2020, the takeover attempt would happen and the new order would be openly revealed. Well, what happened in 2020? Obviously, COVID. Well, it sure looks like she was right. And again, why would they pick 2020? Most likely it's because of the Jupiter-Saturn conjunction. The planets that came together, the two biggest planets in our solar system, this is a major astrological event which portals in both positive and negative entities. Negative entities can get in a lot easier when there's a Jupiter-Saturn conjunction, so they figured this was the best time to try to create hell on Earth. And that is explained in the Michael Prophecies once again. Unbelievable that she got the year right. I mean, I was so blown away when 2020 happened and then this prophecy came true, I couldn't even imagine. That may have been cult propaganda, and they are always changing dates. I personally believe that by at least the middle of the century, they will have revealed themselves. This is just my opinion, but again, the date they told her was 2020, and she revealed it in 2001. What are the plans for the Middle East, and how will this affect the rest of the world, he asks. Will we see World War III? She said, yes, the conflict in the Middle East is only to their advantage. They hate Israel and hope one day to see it destroyed, and they are biding their time. So as I said before, there's Rothschild faction, Rockefeller faction. The Rockefeller faction was infiltrated by the small country, and that was the traditional Republican Party, George W., George Sr., the Republican side of things, where they're the oil men, they're the tycoons. And then right after 2001 happened, they invade Iraq and Afghanistan. They get control of the poppy fields in Afghanistan and the oil fields in Iraq. This is how they're making money. And a lot of the things that they were doing would seem to have supported the small country. Now, again, I'm not against the small country. It's just a few bad apples at the top. But you got to understand that they have been fighting to the death with the other European faction, which is more based in the Rothschild banking type of stuff, right? So there's both sides. And again, I'm not anti-Semitic at all. 30% of the people I grew up with were Jewish. It's just a few members at the top of these organizations that have caused this trouble, but they have this vast secretive organization. And so there's two sides fighting against each other, as you see right here. But they're both actually causing a lot of trouble, and both of them have to stop what they're doing in order for us to get peace. One of the olive branches they offered when they take over is they will prevent war in the Middle East, and it will be greeted with joy by many. At the same time, they covertly supply munitions and funds to both sides to keep conflicts fueled. They are very duplicitous. They used to funnel munitions through the USSR to Palestine, for example, in the name of promoting friendliness between Russia and this state and other Arab nations. Then U.S. Illuminists would help funnel guns to this small country for the same reason. They love the game of chess. They see war between nations as creating order out of chaos. Russia will get stronger again. It has too strong of military, both openly and covertly. All leaders and trainers have visited them to learn, and they will not sit quietly and quiescently to the side. Now, one of the things that happened is that with Putin getting in office, as of right around August 11, 1999, solar conjunction, he broke it free of this organization, and that's why they're considered such a huge enemy now. If that hadn't happened, they wouldn't be fighting Russia. They'd just be fighting China. But this is because there's these strange things that have gone on behind the scenes that we're all going to be learning about. In the NWO, they will be stronger than us, and that's what we've now seen. They have the strongest military. You want to hear the end of the world scenario they taught me? Yes, it was cult propaganda, but this is how they believed that their order would be ushered in. Remember, they said the year would be 2020. Continued conflict in the Middle East. Oh, that sounds obvious. Severe threat of nuclear war as the culmination of these hostilities. That's what's happening right now. An economic collapse that will devastate U.S. and Europe, much like the Great Depression. One reason our economy continues limping along is artificial supports from the Federal Reserve manipulating interest rates, etc. One day this won't work, or they will withdraw the leverage on purpose, and then we hit a new Great Depression. The government then calls in bonds and loans, credit card debts will be called in, massive bankruptcies will occur worldwide. That happened in 2020, just like she said it would. Europe will stabilize first. Germany, France, and England, surprise, will have the strongest economies and will institute an international currency. That's the central bank digital currency. Wow, isn't this prescient? Japan will also pull out, although their economy will be weakened. Peacekeeping forces will be sent out by the UN and local bases to prevent riots. Leaders will reveal themselves, and people will be asked to make a pledge of loyalty during a time of chaos, financial devastation. It doesn't sound pleasant, does it? I don't know the exact time frame for all this. I wouldn't even want to guess, although she just told us in the same interview they were going to try it in 2020. The good news is, if you are debt-free, you don't owe anything to the government, you don't have credit card debt, you can live self-sufficiently, you'll do better than others. I would invest in gold, not stocks, if I had the income. Gold will once again be a world standard, and dollars will be pretty useless. She says, remember after the Civil War, our money will be worth about what Confederate money was after the collapse. All this said, it could just be cult propaganda taught to me and others to frighten us. It may be that none of this will happen. I certainly hope not. I also strongly believe that God is able to stay the hand of the wicked and to take care of our nation and others if we turn to Him. Overall, what would you say that they are racist? This is very important when we get into the first black female president thing, okay? Check this out. This is amazing in light of what's happened since this time, 2001. I am asking this because their agenda seems to be very white supremacist throughout history. They are racist and they have a very Aryan outlook, she says. They believe strongly in the rule of the pure and intelligent by their definitions, and in their ceremonies they will occasionally destroy minorities. They are trying to breed a genetically superior race to rule. Oh my God, yeah, that sounds right. With their children and descendants. They are also followers of Plato's Republic and believe that they will be the ones to usher in their utopian role of ruling the world with the NWO in their opinion. So yeah, this is not what I believe at all. This is very disgusting. In their utopia, the intelligentsia will rule and the sheep-like masses will follow their leaders. That is the view of the world that they have. Their leaders, the occult leaders, are enlightened and intelligent, while the average person is a sheep who they lead by the nose. Why would they allow a black leader to head the United Nations, which at the time is who it was? And she says, because it is temporarily politically expedient thing for them to do. They are liars, and they will hold out a hand to a popular political figure, okay, who is black. Doesn't this sound funny? Didn't that happen in 2008? You bet it did. Throwing them a figurehead role in an organization, maybe even president, to make the UN look better so that they can be a group promoting interracial harmony, unity, and peace. Wow, she said this in 2001. Unbelievable. The real leaders will never publicly allow their real feelings to be seen. The UN is a preparation, but it is not the real power in the world. It will become relatively unimportant when they come into being with their NWO. The real councils will then step forward. But as a means of getting the general public to accept this global community, the one world community, they use this UN as a stepping stone and they're working towards this NWO. Do they have a population control agenda, he asks. I'm thinking specifically in view of the plague that happened in Africa. Could this have been engineered by them? Wow. And again, 2001, way before COVID. Whoa, look at this. In 2001, she says, I have heard reports from the inside that certain deadly viruses have been engineered by the eye. That explains so much. But then she says she doubts that it was HIV. Why? Because so many of the leadership of this organization are blatantly involved in various practices. The virus is rampant in parts of the U.S. and they would be endangering themselves as well. That's the part she couldn't see, is that might actually be something they did do. But again, look at what it says at the top. Certain deadly viruses were engineered, and then 2020 is when they want to do this to try to take over. Unbelievable. How did she get all this right? It's incredible. Most of the leadership I knew were, had night personas with different preferences, myself included, and it was accepted as a lifestyle in that setting and encouraged. Also, the viruses they are developing are ones they have antidotes to. We know what those antidotes are now, including the horse paste, right? That was one of them. To protect the leadership from this if an epidemic actually breaks out. So they knew what was going to be done. I do know that there is some working on bioweapons by members of this group, as a method of threatening population bases that don't embrace the new order when revealed, as she said in 2020. They discuss this occasionally in leadership meetings. Which state it is at the time, I couldn't say, since it's been several years since I was active in the group. Well, this is just unbelievable stuff, folks. Look at how many things she got right. Engineered viruses, planned catastrophes, financial collapse, the year 2020, all this stuff is so amazing. And it just goes on and on from there. And so I had a lot more slides. I didn't know how far I was going to get through all this stuff. But anyway, what I want to do is I got plenty of slides for next week, which is great. So I want to cut right ahead to, let's see here. Let's cut ahead to, okay, we'll do it right here. So again, if you want more information on all this stuff, you can go to my website, thedisclosure.com, get 7 books for $70 with the discount code REVELATION. I quote from Svali in almost all 7 of the books, and we go way more into detail on a lot of subjects than I did today. And now I want to take it away from all the doom and the fear stuff, and I want to get into the most significant insider who ever came forward, because he led to Svali Aerospace and all this other stuff being created. That's the company I've built or co-built with Chris Beskar to get this forbidden technology broken out into the open. Now, Pete Peterson, who you see right here, reported that at his level, he was working in places like Area 51. He had cosmic top secret clearance, which is 35 levels of need to know above the President of the United States, and that in these underground facilities, they had open interactions with extraterrestrials, most of whom look human, but there's also reptilians, greys, insectoids, mer people, believe it or not. There's also that type. And they already have been here all along. They've never been anywhere else. They've always been visiting our planet. And they're making sure that we go through this positive global awakening. And so that's a very important point. We live in an illusion. We think that we're the only ones on Earth. We think that extraterrestrials don't really exist, or, oh, that's all been debunked. It's a conspiracy theory. But what we don't understand is that there's both negative extraterrestrials and positive extraterrestrials. And they both are involved in this war that's covertly fought behind the scenes, which really is a proxy war because we're the ones that they're controlling. We're the ones that either go more negative or more positive, and we're being influenced by the positive but controlled by the negative. Positive ETs are seen in many ancient texts, many ancient spiritual texts, as angels, as deities. They might appear as just a voice. They usually will begin communicating with you through synchronicity in dreams. They don't usually show up in person. This is very, very rare. But there are certain eras in history where they did, and then religious texts usually end up being created. And when you see them, they levitate, they have luminosity around their bodies. And a very important point that Pete Peterson was the first to tell me is that Valiant Thor was one of these human, angelic-looking extraterrestrials. He looked fully human, and he appeared in 1957. He landed near Washington, D.C., and they actually gave him an office in the Pentagon for 3 years. And they knew he was not human from Earth, but he still looked human-like. He had differences in his organs. His heart was 4-chambered instead of 2-chambered. His lungs were different. Other organs were different. He lived for hundreds of years. And he lived for 3 years in the Pentagon. And apparently, according to, I've now got probably 4 different insiders who could all vouch for this, he, Valiant Thor, this human ET, helped them design what we've been calling the plan, which I've been talking about week after week. This plan was not devised strictly by people, although it started that way. Once they created the foundation for it, Valiant Thor came in and gave them logistics. He told them what the future was going to be, and he gave them this cube, this technology that allowed them to see into the future, which, as I said, the posts were calling Project Looking Glass. And I had forgotten about this, and I was out pulling weeds yesterday, and I'm like, oh my God, Valiant Thor, I got to get that in the show. So here's where Pete Peterson, in his interview with Project Camelot, alluded to this Valiant Thor situation. And you can still read this transcript on the original Project Camelot website. You got to go through a warning thing, but it's there. Pete said, I'm in an area that had 2 requirements for me and some of the people who I do various things for who are not to be named. One of them is this area is very secluded from man-made electromagnetic radiation. It's a deep valley with high mountains surrounding it and 360 degrees. Now, if you go back and read the whole transcript, he says that, he was told about September 2001 in advance, and he was hiding out because he was expecting the worst. And they were amazed that it didn't collapse the economy. That was what they thought was going to happen, as I said last week. But now we're going to cut ahead to where he gets into this. This is what Bill Ryan asked him. Would you confirm that there are good people who we have euphemistically called white hats, there's other names for them too, Patriots, Alliance, whatever, in the government and the intelligence military who themselves are patriots as you are, and they're trying to do their best from the inside to avert this nasty global takeover? And he said, absolutely. There are many people who left the military. Most of the good people left during Clinton and Bush. They couldn't pledge allegiance to the president because of the things that were being done. So many people left. On the other hand, there were many people who stayed behind because they knew in the future that they were going to be needed. They sacrificed not principle, but they had a higher knowledge. Here he's alluding to the knowledge that they got starting in 1957 from Valiant Thor. That's what he's talking about. They actually had a human extraterrestrial come here and give them this amazing information. They stayed behind so they could apply the knowledge they had when the time came. And that is what we are seeing now. That's what 45's presidency was about. That's what the posts are about. And that's what I'm about. So this is all very real. That's where they thought they would be the most valuable, Bill said. And Pete responded, yes, that's where they thought they would be the most valuable. They were the true patriots because they did what was best for the people rather than what was best for themselves. It's a very dangerous mission. And these are the people who are keeping you informed. Is that right? And he says, yes, some of those people are the people who are keeping me informed. So then this goes right to the arrival of Valiant Thor in 1957, which Pete told me about. I didn't really understand it at the time, but I got new briefings in September of 2022 that really broke this all open for me when I found out there are human ETs. They consolidate into human form from energy, and that Valiant Thor appeared and gave them the plan in the Pentagon starting in 1957. And part of the briefing was that the book Stranger in the Pentagon by Frank Stranges is actually a tiny little fragment of the truth. So we're going to read from that book now. This is from page 244. If you get Michael Prophecies, again, 7 books, $70, discount code Revelation, thedisclosure.com. Book 4 of Michael Prophecies. Here's the original book cover showing the flying saucer, the Pentagon. Here's a more recent version of it. This is all apparently true. Everything in this book, or most of the stuff in the book, is true. Hardly any of this story of what happened when Thor got to the Pentagon has ever been disclosed to the public. And as I said, including Pete, there's at least 4 top witnesses who can confirm that this is all true. So you can still read the book. If it's open source now. You can read it at this website and others. The book, again, is Stranger at the Pentagon by Frank Stranges. And this is from the book. Although these incidents took place beginning in 1957, UFOs have been reportedly witnessed by many others throughout the world. Some of these witnesses have related the incidents, while others chose to remain silent because of the fear of ridicule. They would never think of openly repeating their own experiences with someone claiming to be from another world. Valiant ended up addressing a special group of representatives at the UN in a closed session, and he wasn't very nice to them. He told them that they were going to be destroyed, okay? That their plan was going to come to ruin. And they got really pissed off. The ramifications of such a gathering forced the exclusion of the media from this meeting. He appeared on his own free will, Valiant did. The delegates were stunned, some to the point of anger and some to the point of fear. He said he's on a special mission to our third planet from the sun, and he is presently working with many hundreds of his crew in conjunction with many on our planet. Now this is really fascinating. I was in the bathtub, and I had this little plate on top of the bathtub, a little bamboo plate. I had my laptop on there, which is very precarious. I don't recommend doing that. But I was reading the book in the bathtub, and I was at sort of this point in the introduction, and all of a sudden, it scrolled by itself to page 28. And this really, really, really freaked me out. But it got right to the point where Valiant Thor met the President of the United States, and now I'm going to, for the first time on a video ever, it is in the book if you go read Michael Prophecies, but for the first time ever publicly, I'm going to read to you from this part of the book. It's amazing. Check this out. Then we're going to go into the latest posts. The first meeting, March 16th, 1957, in Alexandria, Virginia. One of the finest leaders of the planet Venus, operating under the direction of central control, and who had been chosen to make the contact as well as direct the project, landed his craft and was met by 2 police officers with their weapons drawn. A thought transference quickly convinced them he meant no harm, and he was ushered into the backseat of their patrol car. After crossing over into Washington, D.C., they were met by the Secretary of Defense, along with 6 of his staff members. And again, everybody, all these insiders have said, this book is true. They disclosed just the beginning of when he got here, not all the stuff he did for 3 years, but everything you're reading is exactly what really happened. And what's so exciting about this, folks, is that we're not alone against this evil cult. There are angelic beings that periodically show up as human, and they gave our government incredible help to create the plan, including the time viewing technology, which is how they have this incredible knowledge of the future. You saw Svali, you saw how she said 2020 is when they're going to do it. They're engineering various things that they want to release into the population. They want to create a global economic collapse to make the Great Depression look like a picnic. They want to take over, and they want the whole world to become evil. But this is the countermeasure to that, okay? That's what we're seeing here. Soon, Police from every conceivable district and agency had joined in, all trying to claim their right to escort him to President Eisenhower. Through his own version of the power of positive thinking, he was able to dismiss them all, and he soon passed through security posts, followed by an Air Force captain. This is just like Star Wars and the Jedi, except that it was many years before George Lucas wrote those books, and he had a lot of inside intel. There's a lot of stuff in Star Wars. He didn't write the books. He actually made the movies. I'm sorry. But George Lucas had a lot of inside intel. C-3PO, apparently there's robots like that they found in our solar system. The destroyers that you see that Darth Vader's evil empire drives look almost exactly the same as the Draco ships, the big ships that they have. Darth Vader represents the cult. There's all kinds of stuff. The Jedi actually represent the positive good guy ETs. And in the Michael Prophecies, I talk about how the work of George Hunt Williamson heavily influenced Star Wars, and the Jedi actually represent the positive ETs, including the fact that Luke Skywalker and all the Jedi have Archangel Michael's Sword of Light. Yes, the lightsaber is a symbol of Archangel Michael's sword, and the Jedi represent these positive human ETs. And so this telepathic influence that Valiant Thor had to be able to get people to say, oh, these are not the droids you're looking for, that's something that was ported right into Star Wars, because it's all based on disclosure. Through his own version of the power of positive thinking, he dismissed them all and passed through all the security checkpoints. His presence in the area threw everyone into a dilemma. The introduction he held from the High Council worried them because, though it was not written in an earthly language, their minds had been given the power to properly translate a message that he had inscribed. So I guess they had that ability. That's pretty cool. Captain Gould, not his real name, asked Valiant Thor to remain here, and after downing 2 plain bourbons, he muttered, "My God, why couldn't this have happened on my day off?" Suddenly the door opened. 6 armed guards led Val to what appeared to be an elevator, and it went rapidly to the bottommost level, underground facility. Maximum security was in place. After transferring to an underground train, which again is classified, they sped toward the White House. 6 officials, 6 armed guards, and 3 Secret Service men escorted Valiant Thor into the office of President Eisenhower. From behind the desk, the president rose while the Secret Service men remained nervous and uneasy. As he extended his hand to shake that of the president, the Secret Service men drew their revolvers and pointed them at Val. Following the nod of the president, they reluctantly lowered their guns. Standing in front of his desk, the president said, quote, "Of course you know we have suspended all the rules of protocol. I have a good feeling toward you. Please, sir, what is your name?" He replied, "Valiant." "And where do you come from?" He said, "I come from the planet your Bible calls the morning and the evening star." Now, this is another thing. Of course, that's Venus. Venus itself is not inherently evil. This is another thing that got all distorted out of hand. All the planets have positive aspects to them. And so this particular planet gives them a habitable place to live beneath the surface as energy beings. And if they come here, they translate into human form. So there's nothing evil about this. Okay, this is an angel. Venus, he says. "Yes, sir," said Valiant Thor. "Can you prove this?" he asked. "Well, what would you constitute as proof?" Eisenhower quickly retorted, "I don't know." And then Val says, "Well, will you come with me to my ship? I'll take you there." And Eisenhower answered with a quizzical look, saying, "My friend, I cannot come and go as I please. There's others to be considered. There are committees to be consulted and national security measures I have to adhere to. Please spend some time with us here. Let's get better acquainted. Let's learn more about one another, and perhaps soon, real soon, we shall see." At that moment, Richard Nixon entered into the room. It turned out to be, again, the Vice President Nixon. He appeared to Val to be very sharp, quick-witted. He had fixed eyes and an amazing aptitude of speed and proficiency. "My name is Valiant," he said as the Vice President thrust his hand forward without hesitation. "You have certainly caused a stir," Nixon said, "for an out-of-towner." The Vice President smiled as he continued, "Of course, we are not totally convinced of anything about you just yet. Suffice it to say, we are checking and double-checking everything you say and do. When Sergeant Young from Alexandria radioed in and stated you had just landed in a flying saucer, we thought Sergeant Young had flipped. Say, were you in on that UFO flap over Washington that we had? You certainly got us all in a dither if you were." And this was a major UFO sighting over Congress. After assuring them that his planet had been under close scrutiny, that this planet, Earth, had been under close scrutiny for hundreds of years, well before the 1945 atomic bomb, and with his special letter still in the slightly quivering hand of President Eisenhower, he was requested to follow the Secret Service back the way they had come, to the Pentagon and to a beautifully furnished apartment, where he would spend the next 3 years developing the plan. Fortunately, he was prepared for such a lengthy visit and kept in constant communication with the starship. There were many occasions during which he teleported himself in and out of the quarters, often exercising trans-imagery to cause security guards to visualize his face on an ID badge that he didn't really have. This is very interesting, huh? He had all these interesting abilities just like the Jedi in Star Wars. Photos taken. Soon after his arrival, together with 3 members of his crew, Valiant joined a convention in the backyard of the home of Mr. Howard Menger in Highbridge University. The month was April 1957, and Menger had his own human ET contacts that we extensively cover in Book 4. They are amazing, by the way. So this was another example of a human ET contact. Now, they stopped doing this. The ETs stopped doing this after the 1950s and early 60s, but they did actually show up in person to have meetings with people on Earth. This is amazing. Certain group of individuals were interested in UFOs and were meeting that day. Val and his crew members, Don, Jill, and Tanya, had changed into the same type of clothing worn by their Earth friends. So this is one of the pictures of, this is Don and Jill and Valiant, and then the woman in blue is not one of the human ETs. But they're just hanging out there, and these are all people who apparently had very different physiology. Here's another picture of them from the same meeting. That's Valiant on the right, and then Don and Jill. And then here's another picture of Valiant Thor taken from the meeting as he was addressing everybody. This is another picture of the 3 of them sitting there talking. You can see how sketched out people are in the background. The woman on the left in the white shirt is crossing her arms. She looks very freaked out. Because again, these are not regular, but they look totally human. They don't look anything different. Their eyes aren't bigger. That's the way they appear. They look like normal people from different races. They could be of any race. And this is kind of like a colorized view of it. The meeting was very interesting, and these people were on the right track. Valiant was dismayed to learn of the undignified manner in which the press treated this whole thing. They said it was all fake. Nevertheless, they were pursuing their beliefs, and this was good. A curious young photographer, August C. Roberts, snapped several pictures thinking he was doing so without Val's knowledge. The photographer seemed to be greatly troubled when Val attempted to talk to him. Yeah, he was terrified. Yet those very photographs brought me together with this unusual man on that cold November day. Holding the message from the High Council in his hand, the president stated that Val's offer to help the human family would upset our U.S. economy and could plunge us into chaos. In brief, he politely told Val the people of the planet were not ready to cope with the conditions that would come into existence if his recommendations of this unearthly visitor were put into action. Nevertheless, he was invited to assist a number of scientists who were out working on medical projects directly associated with space sciences. These are the medbeds. His allotted time to acquaint the leaders of the U.S. with his suggestions was limited to 3 years, and during this time he refused to advise them regarding a certain bomb in the sky, which we now know as Star Wars. Okay, so now we're going to skip ahead a little bit because I've basically out of time. When you get dressed up this much, you got to kind of, be ready for anything. So now I want to point out here, we're going to go back into the slides, but we're almost at the 3-hour mark, so I don't have enough time to do everything, but we do still have time to go through the week's posts, because during the 3 years that Valiant Thor was in the Pentagon, I imagine that he didn't need to sleep, so he was probably able to have meetings all day and all night with various staff. And this is where the really, really detailed parts of the plan got built. And so we are now seeing that plan being fulfilled. And, the haters and the skeptics and the people who just want to laugh at me, I really only have one hater. So it appears, there's only one guy who's really doing all this stuff, as we've now found out. But either way, I've been writing about this stuff since 2003, 21 years. I'm not a grifter. I'm not a con artist. I made no money on that book that I wrote as Art Aqua, and it was just released for free, and I've always been on message. And again, this group despises exposure. The negative group does not want you to know who they are. They don't want you to know anything about them. They certainly wouldn't want me reading the stuff that I just read to you. So I found out about the plan from Pete Peterson in 2008, and it does appear Valiant Thor was outside of linear time, and he knew I would be coming back in this life, and because I had apparently been Edgar Casey before, as we've talked about in other shows, I had the ability to come back and be able to channel these books, these 7 Michael Prophecies books. And again, I used remote viewing, and I used the same protocols that they claim give you 99% accuracy, and I published it all online by 1999 and 2000, having no idea that almost all of the words were written to be read beginning in 2022, which is when I started to read them again. And I spent pretty much the whole year of 2022 just writing these books, and I got the first one out in December of 2022. I spent the whole year in prep. I really didn't do any videos. You guys were missing me. I'm sorry about that. How can you miss with this kind of bow tie? I mean, this is just gold. You got Angry Daddy. He wears his glasses. God damn it. How many times do I have to tell you kids, clean up the goddamn house? You can't leave this stuff lying around here. This is bullshit. Yeah, I got lots of good characters for you guys. And I spent a whole year unsealing these books, reading all my transcripts. It was horrible. I finally got the first book out in December of 2022. And the last Q post was telling me to hurry up and get it done, last couple of them. And then right away in February 2023, the Super Bowl halftime show with Rihanna really freaked me out. We're going to see that at the end of the show here, because they were signaling they wanted to do something, that they, the cabal, wanted to do something to try to glom on to this message. And I do believe that's going to happen. So again, the clock is ticking. That's the title of today's show. But I encourage you, do not fear, because justice is coming. Valiant Thor was real. He appeared in the Pentagon. He stayed there for 3 years. We are seeing a plan being fulfilled. It all appears to have been orchestrated by higher intelligence. It appears that my future incarnation as David was part of this plan, that these books were part of this plan. And the books are saying that they are going to openly appear among us. These human ETs are going to appear in vast numbers, that they allowed the negative side to do all this stuff for a while. They allowed them to try out their plan in 2020, just like Svali told us they were going to do in 2001. I mean, it's amazing. All the details that she had are so specific, including how they wanted to pander to the black population when they're actually racist. It's unbelievable when you look at the detail and how all these dots connect. But Valiant Thor did appear, and it was predicated in the Day the Earth Stood Still from 1951. They predicted it in advance. We were apparently told we had to make that movie and what the movie would be about, and it predicted Thor's arrival in 1957 and what would happen. So the plan is being fulfilled now. The alliance is very significant. They're behind the scenes. It's all covert, but they are exposing this group. And so as we see Sleepy Joe falling apart in front of the public eye, saying he's the first black woman to be president, he wants to be the goodest president. This is all because there's infighting going on. But again, the underlying message is, why in the world would the people who are running the country want to have a figurehead who can't even function? Well, it's because there's this whole secret thing going on, and that's what you need to learn about. So the critical stage of the awakening that we're all going through, the Great Awakening, is to realize the world is an illusion, that it's not, oh, my tie's a little off here. It's not what you think. It's not the same world that you thought you were living in. This is all different. There's a negative group behind the scenes. There's also positive ETs that have been helping us in the Bible, in other religious scriptures, ancient texts. And they appeared as, in part, Valiant Thor, and the people that appeared in that meeting that I just showed you, that those pictures are real, that it has been confirmed by high-level insiders. And again, it's easy to laugh because they look like normal people. Ho, 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 ho. I don't believe any of this stuff. David is a con artist. Okay. If I'm a con artist, I'm not a very successful one because I've hardly made any money. I've been barely surviving. But anyway, I don't really take too much credence to this kind of stuff. People just say what they want to say. And again, there's only really one guy doing all this. So right now, the main point is that we are at the end of the game, folks, because the DS is desperate and they need an epic distraction. The likelihood that they're ever going to tell us the truth or be honest is very small. And when I went to the Disclosure Project in 2001, One of the witnesses there was Dr. Carol Rosin, and she was Wernher von Braun's assistant when he worked for NASA, and he had been brought over with German scientists to develop NASA in Project Paperclip. And on his deathbed, he confessed something to her very important. He said the final card that the DS is going to pull, the final attempt they will make to try to get themselves out of trouble, they've been able to do this ever since the 1960s, is the faked alien invasion. There's a bunch of comms going on now that suggest that they may actually try this. They may actually try to do something like this, folks. Wow, we're at 5,900 people watching. I should probably read some of your comments. But anyway, before I do, here's Dr. Carol Rosin. I talked to her. I went to there in 2001. This is the way she looked at the time. This was an image of her on stage at the Disclosure Project. I hung out with her for, I don't know, at least a couple hours during that week. I was there for the whole week in Washington, D.C. I paid Greer, for VIP tickets, and I also got to be VIP because I had just been on Art Bell. And so it was May 10th, 2001 is the one that I went to, closed executive VIP summary briefing for VIPs and members of Congress. And she was there, and I spoke to her all through the week right up to there was another big event on Saturday that had more people going to it. Now here's a picture of her when she was actually working with Dr. Wernher von Braun. So again, he told her that when they're really out of time and they're really in trouble, that the final card they're going to play is the faked alien invasion. And so some of the comms that we just got here are very much indicating that they're going to do this, but it will be hijacked by the Alliance because they also have space technology. But anyway, before I get to this last little part, let's have some of your comments. So we have Dana Turner says, thank you very much. We appreciate you, David. Brooke Maiden Solano, love you, Dave. You're entertaining and encouraging. Y'all, please pray for my cat, Coyote. Oh, he is sick, and I'm bringing him to the vet tonight. I'm so sorry. I got to bring Gurley to the vet, too, and I don't know what they're going to say, but I got to get her tested. Mountain Man Rab says, there is indeed a battle between good and evil. God has been working to restore mankind to our original purpose, which is we are made in his image and likeness, and we are his children. Well, again, Father, Mother, God. Cosmo Camo says, thank you for sharing your knowledge of the whole truth. I've been following you since 95. You're fantastic. Beverly Adams says, you've kept me sane for many years. Wide Awake says, I learned of Valiant Thor, Jill, and her staff 6 years ago. What you said is true. Great gratitude to you and your hard work for humanity. The truth scares even the truthers, says Blake. Noel Randy says, David, you're amazing. We love you. Thank you so much for being you and your inspiration. Elmo says, do you and Stavati have a plan if your loan doesn't come through on Wednesday? Yes, we do. There's other contracts coming in. We just have to hang on a little bit. Goddess Guru Melina says, don't get on the first spaceship you see. Wait for the mothership. LOL. Dodati Vinay Ratliff says, David, American Horror Story told me that Valiant Thor's story, but they made him evil. Yes, this is true. They totally do that. They want to spin everything around. Stranger at the Pentagon is the book I read from. There was nothing evil about this. It's a very common strategy of this cult that they spin everything around, try to make you scared. So don't watch the American Horror Story. It's totally ridiculous. Jill Bates says, hi, David, from friends Jill and Pam. I can barely keep it from scrolling past. Pray for Pam. She has MS. I'm starting to remember weird stuff about Georgia and Japan when I was 7, 8 years old. We certainly do pray for Pam. My dad was in the Army. We almost went to Germany, ended up in Japan. Yeah, you might want to look at that. Mermazing Mentoring says, thank you. What about all the trillions of gold recently dispersed to several countries? Dr. Michael Salas' source, SF Army, was on this mission. Thor says motherships above us are rescuing humans. Yes, I mean, they're waiting to rescue us. But the gold stuff is very true. That's part of the story. Catherine Elliott just donated $20. Thank you. Jim Garrigus donated $100 in pesos. Thank you very much, Jim. Healed Hawkman says, thanks for reminding me of our true existence. Joel Young says, you are a true dude. Chris says, hi, David. Can we help producing your hover car and power plant? If you produce 1 million cars a year, it will take 2,200 years till every family has one. It does appear that part of what's going to happen as all the disclosure comes out, the truth comes out, is that the human ETs are going to help us. They already have bases. One of them is under Lake Ontario, and they have massive production facilities. So I think that it's going to become a joint human and ET manufacturing thing And when they show themselves to us, which could be as early as next year, according to my books, that then we will have actually the opportunity to mass produce these with factories that we will run in conjunction with them, that they already have. So that's very interesting. Diana Moulton says, "You are a gift to humanity. Guys, his 7 books are beyond awesome. They are more than worth the small amount of money to purchase them. So much truth and information." Thank you very much. Emma Watson says, "Can I pee in the shower?" Yeah, go ahead. If you want to, it's fine with me. It's your shower. President Eisenhower told Valiant Thor to take a hike. He wanted reptilian weapons. Gregory Leon Watson says, yeah, they rejected the Valiant Thor treaty because it would involve disarmament, no nuclear weapons, and world peace, and the cabal certainly did not want that. Elmo Bullseye says, "Good luck to you and Svali in NASA's 2024 Create Future Design Contest. The SM-920 looks like a great plane." It definitely is. Non-military says, "When filming light spheres every night, several times I became very tired. I had to take a nap, and then footage I do not remember filming is on the memory card. What's going on here?" Yeah, you're probably having ET contact. Is there a Valiant Thor website on YouTube? I don't think so, says Libby of the Light. But 200 missing children were located last week. Yeah, we're going to get into that. David, the Sphere in Las Vegas had the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse in there on their July 4th show. I commented that the apocalypse is for you, the deep state, says Melody Hart. So somebody says they're glitching out like crazy. Well, everything looks really good. I've had an excellent connection. I'm amazed I'm able to do this on my hotspot, but it's working. Anyway, I want to get into these slides. So we're talking about Wernher von Braun, Dr. Carol Rosin, and I'm already over the 3-hour mark, but we have, again, 6,000. This is the biggest crowd we've ever had, 6,000 people watching. I feel very good about that. So this is an exciting time to be here. Thank you all for being here. This is awesome. So now we're going to start, again, reading the posts. Remember that Rosin said that Wernher von Braun told her the final card would be the fake alien invasion. And oh, there's a rabbit jumping around outside. He's so cute. Oh, he's so cute. Hi, Bunny. Oh, I got to focus on my show. What am I doing? There he is. Anyway. So we're going to talk about this now. The high military alert that's going on in Europe. That was what we ended with last time. We're going to get back to that for right now. This was the post that we had. U.S. military bases, that was last Sunday, on high alert due to potential attack, escalating the force protection to threat level Charlie, which is the second highest state of emergency. France's election, they're boarding up their windows, bracing for chaos. Thankfully, nothing happened. But remember, the British Member of Parliament, Bridgen, issued a chilling warning that NATO might be planning some type of attack on a European city. So thankfully, we haven't had anything happen this week, but the alliance is working really hard to stop this. Now, this is the first one that really kind of freaked me out and made me think maybe Wernher von Braun's warning is coming true, because there was an Arby's commercial, very, very weird, where they specifically used this cabal imagery of the pyramid and the capstone, which, again, I've been telling you lots about. And I've been saying, no, it's really positive. And they even paired it with the message, the return is near. So this is like, again, them trying to glom onto the message of Archangel Michael and claim it for themselves and give you disinformation, just like American Horror Story tried to make Valiant Thor into some type of blood-sucking evil alien. So look at this. Now, what we see here, if you look closely, it says the return is near, and that's over the Luxor Pyramid in Las Vegas. At the very beginning of this little film clip, it's got the glowing capstone, and then you have Arby's, and he's got a potato cake on the top of the pyramid with the all-seeing eye. Now, again, is this just funny? Well, yeah, it is funny. I thought it was really funny, but especially the second one with Kyle MacLachlan. We'll get into that in a minute. But it's really more about, are they using their rules? Are they signaling through something that appears to just be a television commercial, but they're actually telling you something else? I believe yes. So let's unpack this. They say not only did Arby's change their profile picture to the all-seeing eye, but they also uploaded a bizarre video of a pyramid with a clear message saying the return is near. The return of who? Well, we already know. Again, Archangel Michael has said that he and his human ET people are going to appear in mass numbers, not just like Valiant Thor in the Pentagon, but for everybody. And that could happen as early as 2025, or at least the precursor events will be happening then. That there's going to be some change in the sun, some change in the physics. We become more cosmically aware as a result of this. And this is where they start to work with us to build hover cars and get that out on a massive level. So here's the detail on that picture. The return is near. Well, that looks like, yeah, the Arby's people are trying to glom onto that message, and they might be trying to do some type of fake invasion. Now, what was weird about this was that it was during the time that I was on the live stream at 12:41 p.m. last Sunday. That's when this was posted. And again, we've been talking about the pyramid, the all-seeing eye, what the real meaning of those symbols are, that they were actually Christian. They got hijacked by the negative. That was supposed to be a monument to the coming Christ. It's referenced in the book of Daniel as the stone that crushes all the previous ages. We saw that. And so the question is, are they telegraphing some type of upcoming staged UFO event? We're going to get back to this in a minute, because then a few days later, they did this potato cakes commercial with Kyle MacLachlan, who starred in Blue Velvet, and he starred in Dune, the first Dune movie. And I actually thought it was really, really funny. He did a great job. But anyway, now we're going to go through the other posts, and you're going to see how this all builds up to the staged fake invasion. We have Joe saying he's going to have to resign for medical reasons, but he said this in 2020. They posted that. He already said the quiet part out loud in 2020. He said, I'll develop some disease and say I have to resign. And Kamala's reaction is priceless. It's had 135,000 views. We got a 17-second video. If you've been following this week after week, they link back to the original 17 posts. The number 17 is also the letter Q. And this is one that we don't usually get. Why does O travel in advance of POTUS to foreign locations? Why is this relevant? Well, because as Trump was going to various places, O would go there in advance and try to change everything around because he's plotting against this alliance administration. Focus on the power of POTUS as it relates to the Marines. How can military intelligence be applied to prosecute bad actors and avoid corrupt agencies and judges? This is the biggest drop on Paul, and this is why shields are sliding. And then we'll go to the bottom real quick. Since they misjudge the influence of their mainstream media, they're aggressively trying to censor us throughout all major social media platforms in exchange for getting slush fund money from the company and worldwide access for the expansion of these networks. Everything they do was forecasted and prepared for. And again, the plan was originally written by Valiant Thor, or at least he had a lot to do with it. So this is all divinely ordained. And they know this. The Alliance people already know this. That's why it's so exciting for them that I've come out. That's why they keep signaling me week after week in such obvious ways. This is another huge, huge escalation, where 45 himself gave us a blatant signal that includes the letter Q, right here. He retruths a White House Christmas photo with Melania and himself that says, WWG, you know that one, with the letter Q. Where we go one, we go all. Man, look at that. You can see it right there. You can see the letter on the bottom right. That is a huge escalation because, of course, everybody in the media is going to say, oh my God, that's been debunked. It's not real. It's fake. It's No, they're coming out in the open. That means we're getting really, really close to something happening because they're not even disguising it anymore. He literally came out and said it. This is very, very exciting to me, folks. And it had 313,000 views. Then we have good old Aunt Marina, who's got to do a ritual on the stage to try to make sure that her group doesn't get defeated. She's being accused of performing a ritual in front of 250,000 people in the UK on the, wink wink, pyramid stage. A 7-minute silence for peace. According to Marina, she was wearing a dress with an inverted peace symbol. The world for her is experiencing a dark moment. Yeah, because her group is losing. And this public ritual was an intervention to usher the world in their new direction. It's not going to work. She visited the sacred pagan site Stonehenge early on in the morning of her performance to harvest all the energy she can. And she gained notoriety after WikiLeaks released during 2016 revealed she regularly hosted spirit cooking parties for Dem elites, including good old Uncle John. Ugh. She's been linked to other elitists, including Wild Bill, the late Jacob, Jay-Z, Lady Gaga, and good old Zelensky. And this almost had 666,000 views. Isn't that funny? 665. That was a little wink from Archangel Michael. They're not going to make it to 666. They're not going to get what they want. Plus, if you look at the video, it's 14 seconds long. You can't see that here, but I went back and looked. So this gets us to post 14, which we've read before several times. What is POTUS in control of? This was 45. What is the one organization left that isn't corrupt? That would have been the military. Why does the military play such a vital role? Why is POTUS surrounded by highly respected generals? Who guards former presidents? Why is that relevant? This is all saying that the alliance came out of the military, basically. Who guards HRC? Why is anti allowed to operate? Why hasn't the Muslim Bee been classified as an org that's terror-oriented? What would happen if these funded operations got violent and engaged in domestic terrorism? Well, this is a warning that they're going to be doing this again, folks. What happens if mayors, police commissioners, and chiefs do not enforce the law? Well, that's already been seen. What authority does POTUS have over the Marines? Why is this important? Well, that's what they're going to be using, folks, and they already have been. It's all covert. What is Mueller's background? Is he military? Was Trump asked to run for president with assurances made that they would prevent the tampering? Yes, that's what happened. How is he always 5 steps ahead, and who is helping him? Well, again, the plan goes back to angelic ET's Valiant Thor, 1957. So we are going to win this, folks. This is going to work, and you're going to learn that the world is very different than you thought. We've been living in an illusion. Marine Le Pen wins the election and spills the beans. This is the next post. She won tonight's French elections and calls her party a Z party. She says the National Front has anyways been for the creation of the state of small country. The illusion of choice is being celebrated by many people today. And again, there's 2 factions, and that's just one of them. But that's one of the ones that's fighting the hardest right now. The other faction seems to be mostly deflated already. So this had 143,000 views. We got 5-second video, which leads to post number 5. So follow the money. It's the key. What is P's net worth by way of one example? Why is her memory apparently going? Is it cover for a possible future indictment? And what is she going to plead? Well, I don't remember anything. I'm insane. What if John M. never had surgery? Was that a cover for a future out if needed against prosecution? Well, they're getting ready now. They know this is coming very soon. Why did S transfer his bulk public funds to a nonprofit? Again, he's trying to hide the money. This doesn't include massive slush funds pulled by several high-ups. Why did his son have several meetings with the Canadian PM, and how is that related to the Clintons? Can you rely on being able to board a plane and fly away? Well, not if it gets hijacked or blown up, right? Why is MS-13 a priority? Nobody got this. Well, the DS was using them to conduct operations domestically, actually. Could people pay these gangs to kill opponents, and why, how would they insulate against such exposure? The truth is mind-blowing, and we cannot fully expose it to you. Also, many are thinking from one point of view, U.S. only, but this evil is globally embedded, and the U.S. is the first domino. But have faith. They already knew it was going to be okay. The angelic ETs have been guiding this whole process, and they used me just as a normal person to write Michael Prophecies and tell us what's going on. Another very strange symbol of military horses on the loose again in the UK. As we see right here, they've broken free and are running loose. These horses are through central London for the 2nd time since April. 3 horses from Household Cavalry Mounted Regiment became loose from their riders. Similar incident occurring in April when horses from Household Cavalry were seen galloping through central London. Allegedly, this was due to noise, but this time there was no blood visible on the horses. So here's the pictures of that. 94,000 views. Now, the last time the horses came out was like the day before we found out that the head Rothschild guy died. And so it very much suggests these are omens that big stuff is happening in Britain, and you haven't seen it yet, but there's just an interregnum going on. These people who appear to be in power right now are really not going to be in power much longer. The elections are not really going to last, and they tell you that the guy that got elected is, not one of the favorable ones. So the horses are a warning that this is all going to change completely, because the horse represents the king, and so these captured horses or these loose horses are a big message to us that there's something big that's about to happen we haven't seen yet. The video turns out to be 19 seconds long, which leads to post number 19, another one that we've seen before. Why do the Ds want to control black people? Why do they intentionally keep them poor and in need? Why are they projecting racism every day against ours? How do black elected officials do this crazy talk on behalf of the Ds? Well, they're fooled by it. How do they cover the historical facts of forming the Confederacy and opposing all things pro-black with their legislation? What would happen if they lost their slave grip on this population? Well, that's what's starting to happen now, folks. It's very interesting. Why did Ds, through the funding of the company, prop up and install Hollywood media assets? And we heard about PD and how he got arrested and he's fleeing his house. Does this fall within Mockingbird? What were the historical advantages they gained by having mainstream media and famous people peddling their narrative? Who exposed these trafficking networks within H? You can't answer the above, but you will laugh once we disclose the details, which is going to happen. The network that controls this false narrative, which in turn keeps the black pop under control, is being dismantled. It's taken a long time. False local and national leaders will be exposed next as shills for this party. Follow the money. Maxine has a $4 million home, cash assets in excess of $6 million. How is that possible? This is one example. All of these questions help to paint the full picture. So you better believe that all this stuff is going to come out in the open, and that's why they're signaling us with these various videos. Then we had an amazing thing happen on July 1st, the same day that the Arby's commercial said he will return. The Supreme Court torpedoed, I don't think they planned it that way, but the Supreme Court is working for the good here. They torpedoed all this ridiculous lawfare against 45. All these indictments that, oh, he's convicted for this and that and the other thing. Well, wait a minute. What if the Supreme Court says, no, he's immune? And this sent the left into a total frenzy. The Supreme Court just ruled that he is immune from criminal prosecution when it comes to constitutional powers, thus destroying all of the lawfare. 90,000 views on that one. Right away, the lefties completely freaked out. They start making crazy, crazy threats. After the SC's decision on the immunity case, several prominent left accounts issued direct threats, including calling for Joe to drone strike him, calling for Joe to weaponize the military and take him out, or calls to cancel the 2024 event. Yeah, they're really, really scared because in their view, if he gets back in office, oh my God, it's the end of the world. But really all it is just the end of their organization, the end of their slave grip, their stranglehold on the public. That's what they're so concerned about, folks. And so this is going to happen. Remember, Svali was telling us that 2020 was the year we would see them try to unveil this. They want to drive us into a global depression. We're seeing that. They might use viruses. We are seeing that. And the alliance is pushing against it with the help of these human ETs, such as Valiant Thor. But you see how they've gotten people so riled up that they're so afraid. They cannot see this for what it is, and they are going to have complete shock when they learn the truth that these people who they look as their family, they look up to them, they idolize these politicians. The black population was hoodwinked. They had top people that were on the take. They're paying them millions of dollars when public office doesn't really earn you that much. They're propping them up as music stars, Hollywood celebrities, and it's all part of this effort to try to say that they're multinational, they're cultural, but they're really actually very, very sinister people who don't want our best interests at all. So let's look at some of these things that they said. Oh, to serve his country, President B should drone strike this man. And then Aaron Rupar says, if Joe declared today that the election was canceled and ordered the military to keep him in power, could he do that? Would that be an official act? Yeah, great idea. Right. Whack, whack. Not so. SC just gave him unequivocal immunity to order the military to take action. Do it today, right now, says Bradley Moss. Yeah. You don't really want to be saying this stuff publicly, guys. I strongly encourage Joe to take advantage of his now absolute immunity, which is not true. It's not what it is. Lawfully granted by the Supreme Court to do whatever official acts he needs to prevent 45 from becoming 47. Oh my God, you guys, really? But again, you got to remember, they're so brainwashed. They have no idea that these people have this hypnotic control over them. They're going to these places at night from 1:30 to 4 o'clock in the morning. They're getting a good 2 hours in each night. From 1:30 to 3:30, they get 2 hours to work 3 nights a week. They're trained in crowd control, armaments. They're being hypnotized. They're being tortured. They're learning foreign languages. They're going through rituals. They're summoning negative entities. And they are very, very loyal and dedicated. But in the conscious mind, they might appear to be normal people. You have no idea who they really are. This is going to be shocking when we learn the truth, and I'm really hoping that today's show is going to help disclosure move forward. I really think it has. Then we had these new grand jury docs that came out that are setting up events that are in the near future that we're going to learn about. New grand jury documents from the 2008 case. Palm Beach prosecutor Lana B. in front of the grand jury tells the victim that she, the victim, committed the crime of prostitution, even though she was underage when these crimes occurred against her at the Palm Beach mansion. Grand jurors then asked the victim, who was 16 at the time, whether she knew that what she did was wrong. Victim blaming? Oh my God. They shamed her into admitting that doing something like this would hurt her quote-unquote reputation, which is disgusting, and this is why these documents were sealed away for 16 years. They had 500,000 views on this one. That's huge. And then sure enough, it pops up in a headline on Zero here. Prosecutors knew that he had these activities going on with people who were underage years before a plea deal, according to these newly revealed outrageous transcripts. Details in the record will be outrageous to anyone who is decent, how he victimized some of these most vulnerable people, and this has diminished the public's perception of the criminal justice system. Then we had another one here with the new video footage they had you watch if you wanted to watch it. Newly released footage from inside one of his properties shows the following. Photos of GMAX, medical equipment. What were we talking about? Training, right? I read you that stuff about how they train people. Yeah, they use this type of equipment. They got to monitor your heart rate while you're on these drugs, electrical shocks. They use dental torture sometimes, all kinds of horrible stuff. Strange paintings, baby powder, pictures of himself, strange blueprints, a statue depicting a blindfolded archer. Do you see anything else strange? Right in the beginning there, you can see there's a black and white tile floor. 2 million views. And again, the most common thing everybody was reporting in the comments was how tacky all the decor was. The guy might have been very, very wealthy, but he had no idea how to make the house look nice. And again, I didn't really want to go through all of it and look at all of it, but you can go back and look at that if you want to. It's on X. So then we have new documents that reveal the connection with good old Hillary and Bill. So new documents confirm once again that he was regularly speaking to President Bill. This transcript shows a conversation between the detective and the victim who was afraid that this individual would have her killed. She tells the detective that she heard him talking to Bill, said, quote, "I've been in the room when he's been on the phone with like Bill." And then you can read this stuff if you want to, pause it. She says, "I don't want my family to find out about this. My mom thinks I was his secretary. He's not the person he's portraying himself to be. He said he hurt people before. He's going to get me. You guys realize that? He's going to find me. He's going to figure this out. I'm not safe. I'm not safe." I've heard him make threats to people on the telephone, of course. Like, you're going to die, I'm going to break your legs, all the above. But who's he talking to? I don't know. I've been in the room when he was on the phone with Bill. I've witnessed lots of things. I used to go there every day. I don't know how many other girls he was saying, "You're my favorite. I want you to live with me." I was in about as deep as you can get. So this is all new stuff. 341,000 views. So again, this is setting things up, folks. They're laying out the pieces of the chessboard. They're getting you ready for the big reveals. PD is going to be part of it. The rapper who just has to sell his mansion. This is all coming crashing in, and it's going to be well before November. So again, leave the November bias behind. There is nothing normal about this, and it's going to be interrupted. I cannot imagine that we're going to go through till November with nothing happening. I would be very, very, very surprised if that's the way it goes. And so if somebody's telling you that it's going to be a normal election, they are either deliberately misleading you or they just don't see it for what it is. And maybe the reason they're deliberately misleading you is they're worried about ramifications. Maybe they don't want to say anything else. Maybe they're worried about saying other things, but I'm not afraid. But again, this is all going to be done through legal orders, legal things that were passed by executive order. It's all going to come out in the open, and hopefully there will be hardly any violence at all. That's my goal. If it's nonviolent, that would be the best way to handle it. But the people who are going to get arrested for legal reasons probably won't want to be, and that's where they're going to provide resistance and try to get people rioting. But again, now we're looking at the possibility that there might be some sort of staged alien invasion that this organization, the negative one, is going to do to try to stop this from happening. And that may be where this is going. And the very next post that came on Twitter is another big foreshadowing of this. Dan Scavino posted a train with 45, and the train has the word Macedonia on it. And there he is. You can see the word Macedonia. Okay, I'm going to explain what this means in just a minute. And if you zoom in on his hat, it looks like it says 17, but if you zoom in even closer, it actually says 47. But they did it in such a way where the 4 it's hard to see unless you really zoom in. So this, again, 17 is the letter Q. 47 would be the next president of the United States, and you can see who they think that's going to be. And what is this Macedonia thing? Well, this appears to be a telegraphing of UFO disclosure. I can't imagine it means anything else. Because if you go on a train and you go through various countries, you need a passport. And there is a classic UFO book called Passport to Magonia. Boom! Oh my God! Passport to Magonia, passport for the train, 4717Q. And that, again, it's a UFO book. So this is telling you, get ready for a UFO disclosure. And Dan's posts have been used many times before for targeted comms that we've seen. So here's one of the covers of Passport to Magonia. It's been re-released ever since it first came out in the late 60s or early 70s, somewhere around there. From folklore to flying saucers. And again, you have to get a passport to get on a train, go to another country, and the train said Magonia. So that's absolutely what they're saying here. It's a coded communication. One of the more recent book covers shows that Jacques Vallée, notice there's 3 masks here. One of them looks like the Luma mask, like very disturbing masquerade ball mask, indicating their group is involved in this. Then you got the old-fashioned E.T. from the 1950s television shows with the 2 little funny antenna. And then you got the devil and demons, which is the one in the front, and all of that, there's a gray behind it, okay? So what is this really saying, folks? There's an alien thing behind the evil and the good. Well, the good wouldn't really want to be called alien. They'd want to be called non-terrestrial intelligence or extraterrestrial. But the point is, they are very strongly signaling us, get ready, disclosure is coming, passport to Magonia. You're going to learn about this stuff. This, to me, is so exciting. It was worth doing the whole show. We're over 6,000 viewers right now. We're still at 3.5 hours, and we're going to keep it under 4. Another teaser about this footage that's about to come out, and they're already starting to leak some things now. He had surveillance cameras in every room of his New York City and properties on the island. FBI agents who raided the island in 2019 were seen carrying what appeared to be recording devices, and the seized footage has never been released. This one had 115,000 views. And notice also, he's got the Arch of Baal right over the front of his house. That's the sacrificial arch that they use to manifest demons. No surprise on that one. And then I got this alliteration. Team Trump telegraphs televised treason tribunals. Everything starts with a T. That's called an alliteration. This is about the most bold thing he's ever said right after saying the letter Q and where we go, one we go all. Oh my gosh, this is all coming true. It's getting ready to happen, folks. Look at this. This is amazing. First of all, you read the whole thing. It says, Elizabeth is guilty of treason. Retruth if you want televised tribunals. Oh my gosh. And he actually posted this, okay? He reposted an image calling her guilty of treason and for her to be prosecuted in these televised events. So again, if he wasn't thinking that he's now pretty safe, the media would have annihilated him if he did this even a few months ago. So clearly we're at a different point in history. People are fed up. They're like, yeah, you know what? That might be the only way we can get through this because Joe doesn't want to leave. Even he himself, he doesn't want to step down. So, wow, this is fascinating, right? It's all coming true. Retruth. And then you look at the bottom, it says almost 200,000 views. And do you really think they would be teasing all of this if it wasn't going to happen? I had one mild hate comment on my Twitter from Jamal Lord. He said, I'm not going to do super chats anymore. I'm not donating money to you anymore, David. I'm tired of waiting. Well, you don't have to wait very much longer. These are all things showing us. And again, I'm not in control of this. I'm just reporting on what they're saying. I'm bringing it out to you in the open. And we still got a half an hour left. This is great because we're getting pretty close to the end now. Do you really think they would tease this if it wasn't going to happen? I mean, come on. Obviously, we're heading into something. It's big. It's coming fast. And it's somehow related to UFOs. You got the dark side is showing you that the return will come with the pyramid and the all-seeing eye. What the heck is that all about? And then in the film, in that Arby's commercial, they actually have a potato cake, but it looks like a UFO flying over the pyramid. And then it's this eye that opens up as well. And it says the return is coming or something like this. So they're going to do something. I think in the Magonia thing, passport to Magonia, something is getting ready to happen, folks. I'm very excited about this, but it's also scary, of course. U.S. Marshals have rescued 41 children, we find out on July the 2nd. It says right here, dozens of missing kids were found and 3 people busted, including an offender. A 5-week-long citywide joint operation conducted by U.S. Marshals, NYPD, and Homeland Security. We were always told that the marshals are going to be the ones who do the arrests because they can operate under this military law. It is very legal. It's all on the books, okay? Officials tracked down 41 critically missing children, including those who had been coerced by adults into various activities. The name of the operation was We Will Find You Too. The joint operation took more than a month, and all 41 children are now safe. Thank God. 316,000 views. Then we had Tennessee passing a law banning anything that you do in the sky, geoengineering. A new law in Tennessee banning geoengineering, the practice of intentionally modifying the atmosphere, allegedly to counteract global warming, officially went into effect this week. This prohibits the intentional injection, release, or dispersion by any means of chemicals, compounds, substances, or apparatus within the borders of their state into the atmosphere. 272,000 views. Next, we get the follow-up to that very strange Arby's commercial where they had drones flying. There was video of drones flying over Luxor, which is the pyramid. There's an eye that opens up. There's this UFO-looking thing that also kind of looks like the triangular potato cake. Believe me, they're getting ready for something. In the last show that I did last Sunday, before this came out, before they released this commercial, I had talked about that I had a dream in which there was a UFO cult leader in robes and that he was really fake, and I was seeing right through it, but everybody in this organization, except for me really, seemed to be really into it. Could it be possible that they could have organized this shoot just since I released that on Sunday? Absolutely yes. And if they're in my computer, they would have had like a week because that dream came early in the week and I didn't report on it until later. So either way, it is possible that they could have hired Kyle MacLachlan to do this, the guy from Dune, after I did my video on Sunday. You can make a shoot in one day. You can write a script, shoot it, get some music on it, and put it out. And I think they are really trying to screw with my head. And also, they might be trying to appease me because they're going to try to play into the Michael narrative. And I'll show you what they did in the Super Bowl halftime in 2023. That's really shocking, folks. When you see that, you're going to be like, oh, man. Okay, but anyway, he goes out, Kyle MacLachlan from Dune goes out as a cult leader who wants to induct you into the Order of Potato Cakes. And again, quoting Shakespeare, who was really Francis Bacon, many a truth is shared in jest. This is what they do. They tell you the truth, and they hide it in fiction and television shows and music videos and music and this kind of stuff. Video games, all kinds of things. So it says, the Order of Arby's Potato Cakes and You. That's the first thing you see when the video first starts playing. It's very, very strange. Arby's new viral campaign depicts secret societies, one-eyed symbolism, and the eye, but they claim it's all about potato cakes. Known as the Order of Potato Cakes, Arby's sure does know a lot about conspiracies. Will you be eating there? Well, I actually thought this was super hilarious. It's 2 minutes and 3 seconds long, viral length. This had 55,000 views. And here's Kyle MacLachlan putting his hands together in this triangle symbol. And he's got eyeliner on, and he's got the same robe and the funny necklace exactly the way I was describing about the dream. The only thing they changed was that in mine it was a white robe with gold trim, and in this it's a brown robe with gold trim. But it says here, welcome to the Order of Potato Cakes. And I have to say, he's very, very funny. I thought this was extremely clever. I loved it because they're kind of making fun of the UFO community. They're making fun of the stereotypes that we've had. And there were people who created cults like this. Kyle MacLachlan's character is great. He's very calm and relaxed. And it really does tap into something. It made me laugh. But again, that's one layer of it. But then this is the guy from Dune, who was, the Kwisatz Haderach, the Muad'Dib, or the Lisan al-Gaib, and they just came out with a new movie, Dune 2, and it's on Paramount Plus. I started watching that again last night, because this is all about the idea that there's this guy who becomes the leader of these people, the desert people known as the Fremen, and they have access to these sandworms that provide them with something called the spice. And the spice gives them these psychedelic visions that ultimately leads to their eyes turning blue, and they gain ascended abilities. It's basically, Dune is prophetic of the activation of fourth density humanity. But part of what makes Dune so weird is that his character, Kyle MacLachlan's character in the original movie and the new movie, both, That character is backed up by the B'nai Gesserit, which is a society of high priestesses, women, who are very evil and manipulative and very much depicting of this global cult that we're talking about. So it's kind of a very convoluted metaphor because, yeah, he's like their Messiah, but even Frank Herbert said when he saw the original Dune movie, I didn't intend for this guy to really be like a true Messiah. I wanted it to be kind of a problematic and shaky thing, but in the movie they make him out to really be a hero. And in the new movie they make him out to really be a hero. So isn't it strange that I've been talking to you about the idea that my past life is Rata, that I would reincarnate to be a liberator of humanity? That was post 294, 151 in the Casey readings. And we also posted 262.49, which was another prophecy. So there's this prophecy about me being something like the idea of Muad'Dib, but a positive version, not from some evil priestesshood like the B'nai Gesserit. And then they show you the all-seeing eye on the top of the pyramid. They say he will return. The return of who is what the post was asking. This was right during the time I was on the air. And then they post this thing where they've got the Muad'Dib, the Kwisatz Haderach, showing up as a cult leader. It's like they're making fun of me, and they're making fun of what we're doing. And I believe they're telegraphing that they want to hijack this whole thing, and they're actually going to do a mass UFO visitation. So we'll talk more about this as it goes on. But it's, again, I'm not evil. I'm just trying to do my job here to promote something that's very positive, where positive ETs come back, and they have coordinated through Valiant Thor with the plan to make sure that this evil cult does not succeed. But they're always trying to confuse you. That's why they did Valiant Thor is evil in the American Horror Story. Then a caller calls into this particular radio show and says, we need to take LGBT and we need to add P on the end. You can imagine what that is. Well, I started laughing because I had this inside joke that it's going to eventually become LGBTQSP because they had to add the satanic component. Oh, and I misspelled component. That's how fast I was working for you guys. And again, I had no idea if I was even going to be able to do this show. My connection is still excellent. We have the highest viewership we've had in a long time. 6,150 people are watching live right now. If I had that as an audience, that's a huge audience. And thank you guys. I'm sure you're writing really nice stuff out there. I'll read your comments in just a minute. So this was my funny joke, the QSP at the end. And now half of the joke has come true because somebody actually said this. Now, I believe that the person who called in, although it's a female-sounding voice, it's probably a trans woman because, again, if you take the hormones, you will sound like a woman. Your voice will change. I met a person who called him herself a Berdache, claimed to have both genders. They have two souls in one body. And this person had a very high-pitched female voice as a result of the hormones. So don't assume that this is necessarily what you think. An unhinged woman expressed her support for P's during a podcast, saying they should be recognized as part of the LG community. The woman identified as Shayna, there's a big clue, Shane to Shayna, works for this international emancipation organization and says the U.S. should not shun people who have desires to be in these relationships. ICPE is an advocacy group that discusses the difference between these two different things on their website. And she says, I think we should add the letter P, which is just as important as the L, G, B, and T. And these people are like totally shocked. They just can't even believe it. This had 111,000 views. Then we have good old Wiener, who suggests, oh, Oprah would be a great candidate. And then he gets immediately smacked down when the host says, I don't know, there's a lot of sketch around that. Sketch factor's very high. Anthony alarmingly suggested Oprah should be the next president. When he was reminded about her scandals, which are still hidden, he quickly shifted his support to Kamala. Oprah and Anthony have the same skeletons in their closets. Oh, man, that's not going to be fun for people to learn. But the host already knew about it. That's what's so weird. And he immediately pivots. It's fascinating. So, again, we got 71,000 views here, 55-second post, which leads us to post 55. And this is very on the nose. Look to Twitter. Exactly this. My fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. That means we are not waiting for November. It is happening now. God bless you. Then we had New Zealand demanding that they murder their hives. The beekeepers had to burn their hives, allegedly for some stupid disease. It's probably not even real. They're just trying to ruin the food supply. Because, again, bees are pollinators, and so if they can't pollinate, then we're not going to have a food crop. And, again, New Zealand is in the winter, Remember, they're down under, so they're going into their summer and their spring. So if they're trying to destroy all the pollinators and ruin the food crops. The same thing over and over again. The government of New Zealand is demanding that beekeepers burn their bee boxes or else they have to face criminal charges. Honey producer Springbank Honey insists their bees are healthy, but the government claims they have American foul brood disease, a bacterial disease that can weaken and kill colonies of honeybees. The extinction of honeybees can cause an economic crisis as you'd get a decline in produce such as fruits and vegetables. And there he is. It's so sad. So freaking sad. 583,000 views. I mean, yeah, bees die in forest fires all the time, that kind of stuff. It happens, but this is just criminal. It's really disgusting. Then Hillary got punked by a crank caller, but she agreed with the threat that he said he wanted to make. So here's that. She was prank called by a Russian impersonating former Ukrainian president, impersonating President Petro Poroshenko. She was caught trying to interfere in the election by seeking dirt on 45. She called him a very, very bad guy and said, good, anything you can do, attack him, I'm all for it. She got duped. That's so funny. 250,000 views on that one. Then we have good old B.O., and he mentions going deep on pasta. I wonder what that means in 2020. Speculation is heating up that Kamala could become the front runner if Joe steps down. In 2020, she was quite eager to learn about Joe directly from B.O., and they had this video. And then he actually says pasta with red sauce. He can go deep on that. How does one go deep on pasta? Then you see this is one of these code words, as you see on the right. And we got a video that, if you look at the whole thing, it's 25 seconds long. They got 250,000 views. It's awesome. 23-second video leads to post 23. It says military intelligence has the same special access programs as NSA and other organizations designated after 2001. Why is this relevant? What about the special access programs? Who can be held hostage and controlled? Now, military intelligence are the good guys. So they have the same special access, and they're doing this, all this alliance stuff is done in secret. The company thinks its foreign offshore assets are strong enough to defend against the U.S. executive, but they're not accounting for military use on domestic soil. Why does the Constitution explicitly grant this authority to the president, the authority to use the military this way? And what is it to prevent? Again, it's takeovers. They knew our agencies would grow in power so much that they could actually hold the executive hostage or engage in bad actors. 45 nominated someone new to direct every agency but one, and he controls the top. So again, this is a very bold prognostication that most of the entire U.S. military intelligence community are the good guys, except for one organization. And even most of the people in that organization are probably just fine. They don't know what's going on at the top. So get ready for some fireworks, folks. This is coming. Then we find out that Diddy is selling his gigantic mansion for $70 million. Accused trafficker is urgently selling his mansion, raided by Homeland Security in a major trafficking probe in March, listed for $70 million, and reports suggest he is desperately trying to flee Los Angeles because he hasn't been arrested yet, but he knows it's coming anytime. So, you want to buy that house for $70 million. It's probably a good deal, but who the hell would want to live in California? I mean, I don't. But 741,000 views. Wow. Then we got Wild Bill, and he says, I really think that you shouldn't be eating beef anymore. Oh my God, just go away, dude, please. Can you please stop? Well, we found out that the cows are farting, and so we have to stop them by giving them vaccines. We can vaccinate them against this horrible gas. Have you ever driven on the 5 and you try to go up to San Francisco? It really smells when you're going up there, folks. It's just so disgusting. So if we vaccinate them, then of course, I'm not going to slip anything weird in there. That won't happen. It'll all be above board. I promise you. I won't do anything creepy or weird at all. It's all going to be very normal. My God. Can we please get on with it? I mean, anyway, here we go. SP Wild Bill demands that you stop eating beef, claiming that cow farts are causing climate change. You can either fix the cows and stop them doing that, or you can make beef without the cow. Yeah, either one sounds really great. So this is July 3rd, 2024, 3:36 p.m. my local time. Now, this was very, very interestingly timed because it was only, I think 10 minutes is wrong. It might have been a little later than that. But yeah, no, I talked to her. My session started at 2 o'clock, and so I was on the phone from 2 to 2:45, and the post appears like, it wasn't 10 minutes, I'm a little bit off on that, but it was within a half an hour. And when I was on the phone with my therapist, and the Alliance is obviously going to be listening to these calls because I'm a person of interest, and they probably consider me a national asset, I imagine. I'm sure they do. So they're listening to the national asset. I've been told that there's actually like 30 people listening live to any of my phone calls. And I had specifically talked about this beef business, which is one of the things that Svali is getting ready to do. It turns out that we have a company that has invented a type of feed for cows. And when you feed the cows this material, which is organic and natural, and I'm not going to go into too much detail, instead of growing for 30 weeks to get to adulthood, they grow in 15 weeks. Or 15 months instead of 30 months, I'm sorry. They only grow in 15 months, so just over a year. They do not fart. They have no farts anymore. And I was going into detail talking about this with my therapist, and the fact that the meat is like the best tasting. It's better than Wagyu beef. It's incredibly perfectly marbled, because when they get fed properly, the meat comes out very, very nicely. They don't fart. They grow in half the time, and it's affordable. So this company already exists. I haven't worked out the deal yet of moving forward with them, but I probably will actually in the future begin promoting this product, because these steaks are going to be the best steaks you've ever had in your life. I haven't gotten to try them yet, but I'm very excited about this just because of the lack of methane. And yet here you got Wild Bill saying, well, we need to vaccinate the cows. I won't put anything weird in there, I promise. It's all going to be very legal. Sure. Well, the point is, I'd been geeking out about this on the phone with my therapist, and within, I guess it was like a half an hour, 40 minutes, the Alliance posted that exact subject. And, I don't want to see us, inoculating all of our cows, because he's probably going to put something in there that shouldn't be there. So this, to me, it was a dazzling synchronicity. It was like, thank you, Alliance, thank you guys for giving me these comms. And then I began digging in, and I said, I got to start reading Michael Prophecies book 1 again. So this, I think, was the next day that I did this, but it was really pretty soon. And when I went into the file, it was last open on page 403, which was a reading from June 19th, 1997. This is so mind-blowing. Archangel Michael kicked in his synchronicity. We got 15 minutes before 4 hours. I'm going to make it. One voice said, I want to learn more about this stuff. Different voice said, you really do like that, don't you? The third voice says, yes. And then they said, the famous basketball player Bill Gashtulo, he really likes that stuff. So holy crap, Bill Gashtulo appears to be about Bill Gates, and they just given me this comm. And remember, gastrointestinal is like, I just burped, right? Gastrointestinal means the stomach tract. Gastric is another word for it. And then gastrology is the science of food and cooking. So Bill Gashtulo wants to mess with the food supply. He wants to mess with your gastrointestinal tract. And he really likes that stuff. He wants to inoculate the cows. And then the first 3 lines here, I want to learn more about that stuff, and you really like it. Well, that's talking about this new beef that when you feed them properly, it's incredibly, incredibly tasty. It even puts Wagyu beef to shame. So unbelievable synchronicity. And that's like the very first thing I read when I decided to go back into Michael Prophecies. I couldn't believe it. And then he goes a step farther, Michael does, prognosticating this coming UFO disclosure. So what's the very next line? You are about to see UFO sightings unfold. Oh my God. I was thinking about an article in USA Today with the picture of the Phoenix Lights flying wing UFO. And Michael says, tomorrow it will become something different. You are about to see this unfold. The UFO cover-up cannot go on indefinitely, though it may go on longer than you might think. Wow. This is so exciting because, again, Michael reached right through time, right into the present moment. I'm talking about this beef product. The Alliance does this Bill Gates thing about cow farts. Then they talk in the prophecy here about how good the meat is going to taste, this new product that we have. And then it immediately goes to UFOs are about to unfold. You're going to see mass UFO sightings. I think this is true. And then to make it even better, the very next Alliance post after this was Candace talking about the disturbing origins of NASA, a 10-minute video, 101,000 views, where she exposes the disturbing demonic origins of NASA, revealing the crucial involvement of famed occultist, Aleister Crowley confidant Jack Parsons, In the founding of Jack Parsons' or Jet Propulsion Laboratory, he was the godfather of modern rocketry, and he played a sinister role in NASA's creation. And it starts with, that it flanked by Devil's Gate and the desert lands outside of Caltech. Some locals believe the mouth of Arroyo Seco was a portal to other dimensions, but for Parsons it had two uses. He tested rockets there, but years later he returned to conduct ceremonies and rituals with other occultists in the same spot. And I have to say, Candace does an amazing job with the narrator voice. She constantly changes her inflection and delivery every sentence by sentence. She's all the emotional flavors and context, which is really what you have to do for the best radio voice possible. She does an amazingly good job. I highly recommend you go back and watch this. It's funny, and she's talking about the fact that they were actually getting visible negative entities to appear in these ceremonies, and that he was working with Aleister Crowley, he was working with L. Ron Hubbard, who actually wrote Dune, right? No, that was Frank Herbert, I'm sorry, but L. Ron Hubbard did Scientology. So Herbert and Hubbard is easy to get confused. But again, they're near each other, and so why would they be telling us right now about NASA and evil alien connections to NASA? Well, maybe they were in contact with these aliens. And maybe you're going to learn that, and maybe this is the disclosure that's coming. This is all very integrated. I mean, it's amazing. I'm so excited, folks. Then we have the next British Prime Minister who says, oh, let's just leave Jimmy alone, leave him in the ground, don't bring up any of this stuff. The possible next Prime Minister, Keir Starmer of the UK, who did win, by the way, was the director of the Crown Prosecution Service when the decision was made not to prosecute Jimmy, who went on to become the world's most prolific criminal. 126,000 views. Then they talk about elite trafficking rings, the next post on July 4th. How the UK ruling elite have abused people via trafficking. British elite, including members of the parliament, are involved in these various horrible crimes. Both major parties have engaged in this. Following UK elitists have personally defended high-profile people from prosecution. King Charles, David Cameron, Rishi Sunak, and now the new Prime Minister. The victims of this lobby are Ukrainian children, young members of low-income families, and migrant kids. Numerous high-profile figures have been implicated. Lord John Stevens, head of Scotland Yard, Sir Peter Heyman, senior diplomat. They manipulate the legal system to evade justice using their power and influence to cover up heinous crimes. Victims and whistleblowers face relentless intimidation and threats. Following organizations have lobbied to normalize this behavior. Peter Tatchell Foundation, PI, National Council of Civil Liberties, ILGA, Every year, approximately 43,000 children under the age of 16 fall victim to this misconduct, and the evidence points to the highest levels. And there it is at the bottom, 116,000 views. Then they had one about when they banned fireworks. As you celebrate Independence Day tonight, remember what happened in 2020 during the pandemic when California banned the use of fireworks. Brave patriots stood their ground and said, I will not comply. Never comply, never surrender. This was another one of these really, really freaky Matrix type of things. My computer is talking to me because I had written pretty much the same thing in my journal, and they must have read that, and then they posted it. Okay, I just said, I'm never going to give up. I'm never going to back down. I'm never going to be intimidated, no matter what people do, no matter how many trolls I get. I am going to keep going. And I was very inspired. Again, thank you, Alliance, because you posted this after I wrote that, and I am very honored. So thank you guys so much for that. 93,000 views on that one. Then we find out RFK has gotten himself in lots of trouble. He's not really going to be able to run because of these things. He was accused of abuse by his former nanny. In 1999, Eliza Cooney was in her 20s, said that he was 45. He stood behind her in the kitchen and groped her. He was asked about this and said no comment. He said he had a very rambunctious youth. In my announcement speech, I have so many closets in my so many skeletons in my closet. If they could all vote, I would run for king of the world. Ooh. And this actually came out in an article where he's eating like a barbecued dog, and I didn't want to show you that picture. It's so freaking gross. Ugh. And they found out, yeah, the doctor said it's got 13 ribs, it's got a floating rib, it's definitely a dog. Ugh. And that might have been how he got the parasite in his brain. Yuck. Anyway, this also has a code in it because it's 31 seconds. We've read this one before. World stalemate. We have all the goods on everyone else. That's part of the reason why some things that tie back to foreign heads of state will not be revealed. They will remain classified. We're still at 6,100 views. Thank you, guys. It's a huge audience. We are in one of the most critical times of our country. T and others are working to balance what we're doing for America, for the common person to endorse. At the same time, we want to purify the government, remove the bad actors who are entrenched. There's so much string pulling and blackmail, we need to cut this off to truly regain the power the patriots have granted us through the votes of the hardworking people of this great country. So yeah, that's big time. They're saying we're getting ready to purify the government, remove bad actors. It is coming, folks. And so sure enough, DHS is preparing for quote-unquote plausible blackouts. This was featured on X-22 report. It wasn't part of Ezra, but it still deserves to be seen. DHS simulated war games preparing for plausible nationwide droughts and blackouts. Story link below. It's from Gateway, you know what. Here's the link. DHS has been conducting political war games to prepare for potential climate change emergencies. Oh, I'm sure that's what it is, according to a report from War Room. These include nationwide droughts, wildfires, hurricanes, blackouts, and water crises. They would love to have something like this happen. They would love to get the big distraction that they desperately need. So again, the point is, whether it's a fake alien invasion, whether it's a nationwide blackout, whatever it is, they're trying so hard to stop this from coming. So again, please be prepared for any plausible disasters that they might try to cause. So anyway, here's the post. You can go through all this if you want to stop it and pause it. Scenario number 1, water woes. Scenario number 2, great power disruption. Scenario 3, day 0, in which they say that, critical energy infrastructure could be affected. Drastic cuts to harshly impact citizens and businesses. Then, sure enough, we had a weird power outage where Amtrak between New York City and Boston is halted over a power outage. Oh, that's a foreshadowing. Then they had this funny thing about Jimmy being buried diagonally, I guess so the whole world could kiss his ass, right? That's the old joke. Hope they bury me upside down so the whole world can kiss my ass. The friend of King Charles and the new Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Keir Starmer, was buried at a 45-degree angle. Had to bring out some Danny for you. 500,000 views on that one. Then this is very sad. Michigan ordering thousands of dollars worth of raw dairy destroyed. I mean, I did get hives from eating raw dairy once, so you got to be sure. But, anyway, this is kind of just government intrusion in our lives. Really not very fun. We are, I guess, going to go a little bit over 4 hours, but you guys are all still here. We got 6,100 people, so we're going to keep going. Nourish Cooperative was ordered to destroy their raw milk, raw butter, and other raw dairy products in their inventory by the Michigan Department of Agriculture and Rural Development due to licensing issues. They were selling raw milk under a feeding license. The dairy products were labeled as pet food, which is a common trick or distribution venue they use in other jurisdictions, but Michigan claimed it's not allowed under feed licensing regulations. They were given a cease and desist on May 28th, and on July 3rd, they were ordered to destroy thousands of dollars worth of raw products while being observed by feds, or local feds, state feds. 373,000 views. Very sad. 25 seconds in the video leads to our favorite post 25. This is one of the best ones. This all has meaning. Everything stated. Big picture stuff. Few positions allow for this direct knowledge. Of course, earlier it says we're returning to the comments about Pelosi and John M., and they actually did link to that, about how they make all this money, and they refuse to say his last name for a reason, because it's Cain, and that's the bloodline of Satan. Big picture stuff. Few positions allow for this direct knowledge. Proof will begin on 11.3. We sincerely appreciate the work you are doing. Keep up the good fight. This flow of information is vital. God bless you. And they also had a post where they were sincerely appreciative. This was on TG, and then they took it down, but it was up there for a long time, and that was also really wonderful. I felt personally honored by that. And again, they've done some really crazy time loops for me this week with Bill Gates and all that stuff. It's really fascinating. So proof to begin 11.3, that again means that you're going to learn about that we've been under occupation, enemy occupation. Expect big stuff, folks. It's about to happen. They had another hazardous material spill in North Dakota. Health officials are urgent warning after a train carrying toxic materials derailed and exploded into a fireball. Again, they're trying to poison us, trying to create disasters. It had ammonia, sulfur, and methanol expelled from the wreckage and toxic smoke. Ammonia is the biggest risk. If you're exposed to this, it could cause burning of the eyes, nose, and throat, as well as blindness, lung damage, and death. Health officials say they currently have no plans to evacuate, but may look to clear the towns nearby if the wind switches. The cause is currently unclear. Well, yeah, it's another one of these weird, deliberate things they're doing to try to create as much chaos for distraction. This one didn't even get noticed by the media. Almost 200,000 views there. 5 seconds in the video leads to post number 5. Follow the money. What is her net worth by one example? We already read this one, actually. So they reiterated the same one before. The truth is mind-blowing. It cannot be fully exposed. Many are thinking from one point of view, the U.S. only, but this is a globally embedded evil. The U.S. is the first domino. Have faith. Why is MS-13 a priority? Nobody got this. So we already read this one. Second time they linked it. Very important that we see that. Other states followed Tennessee's lead in banning geoengineering. After they passed that law and the practice of intentionally modifying the atmosphere, we now have 6 other states planning for similar legislation: Kentucky, New Hampshire, Minnesota, Rhode Island, very liberal, but nonetheless, there you go. Thank you, guys. So is New Hampshire. Pennsylvania, right in the Northeast, and South Dakota. They're all starting to wake up now. And this had over 500,000 views. 22 seconds leads to post number 22. Who controls the National Guard? Why was the National Guard recently activated in select cities within the U.S.? Can they work in coordination with the Marines? You see the through line on this? It's very consistent. Do certain conditions need to be satisfied to authorize? Yes, that's 11.3, enemy occupation. What former president used the military to save the republic? That was Lincoln, which is what they're going to do again, and what actually happened. This is the biggest drop we've ever provided on Paul, the board they were on. Study and prepare. The masses tend to panic in these situations. There will be no war, no civil unrest, clean and swift. Get ready. Buckle your seatbelt and have your prepper supplies ready. This is going to happen. They are not doing this for no reason. This is the real deal, folks. This is going to happen. Then we had Biden's alleged medical emergency, which we didn't even hear about on Air Force One. It says, which Joe Biden is being rumored to have had an emergency on Air Force One? Well, we heard that the deep state, they might not like him too much, and they might not like him trying to cling to the office because they need somebody who they think can beat 45. So anyway, he did have 402,000 views, by the way. He did have the upper blepharoplasty. That's a plastic surgery that removes the sagginess and the bagging of your eyes. That's all I think it really is, but still it's pretty funny. He's confirmed alive and well for now, but again, he's under massive threat from this organized cult. And, that's very concerning for the people around him, I'm sure. The White House confirms he's alive and well for now, but he did have a health scare. 48,000 views. Now we're getting right up to when I had to take these pictures. Elon asks, why haven't these clients been prosecuted? This is Ed Krasenstein's response when Elon questioned him why none of these clients are prosecuted. Is it possible there just isn't enough evidence to convict someone else? He says, BS. That is not what it is. He's just gaslighting. Anyway, some people actually volunteered in the UK for new trials of new injectables to fight, in this case, the Black Death. They think that's going to come back. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Trials launched in the UK with jabs developed by the COVID team. Trial volunteers, who would be stupid enough to do this, have been given the first dose of a new inoculation developed by UK scientists behind AstraZeneca. He uses the same technology as the existing jab, targeting a centuries-old threat with bacteria. The Black Plague, for the most part, was associated with the Black Death that swept through Europe in the 1300s and killed as much as half of their population. They are aiming to test how well the body recognizes and learns to fight the plague after this. I'm sure that's all it is. Yeah, it's totally above board. And they had these pictures here, very disturbing bird mask. Oh, and another thing that was weird about this, that they chose to use this picture, is this was very soon after I posted to Twitter about how I saw a crow kill a chipmunk and it was hanging limp in its mouth, which was on the same morning after a bear ransacked my grill and apparently opened the door and came into my kitchen. So now I have to leave all the doors locked. Sometimes I don't, because, when you have a dog like mine, if anybody comes in here, my God, they're in big trouble. It's going to be a huge, huge mess. That's why I call her Mush Mush. Anyway, I had this thing about the crow eating a chipmunk. I posted about that, and then they had this crow mask on this guy. So that's very interesting. Then there's a massive heat wave this weekend, straining the power grids. We've been very comfortable here at 8,600 feet, but on the West Coast, it's been really bad. 150 million Americans are under weather alerts as potentially historic heat wave tests major power grids. Nearly half of our U.S. population is under some type of extreme heat warning or advisory. Power grids will be under stress this weekend. California and Texas should be closely monitored for elevated blackout risks. And again, for whatever reason, I lost my internet. I wasn't even sure I'd be able to be on the air, but we're still having an excellent connection. Apparently my hotspot is fine. That's awesome. I'm glad for that. This had 58,000 views. And then they also posted about the destruction of the Georgia Guidestones. This is one of the last slides we got here, folks. 2 years ago on this day, an explosion destroyed the Guidestones. The monument gave instructions in 8 languages on how to rebuild society after an unknown, wink wink, apocalyptic event, and it also functioned as a compass, calendar, and clock. Maintain humanity under 500 million? 500 million? Oops, I wasn't on my slide. Sorry about that. I thought I was. Now I am. Anyway, you can read it now. Guidestones, apocalyptic event, 500 million in perpetual balance with nature. Well, that would be a very significant loss of people on Earth. Not something that we want at all. The people who destroyed the Guidestones were never caught, but it was 2 years ago on this day, so that's the anniversary. It looked to me like it was done with a very small projectile, and it was almost certainly the result of the Alliance. And yes, they blew it up, and you can watch these videos. And the one that's of interest to me is 44 seconds long, which leads us to post number 44. Before POTUS departs on Friday, he will be sending an important message via Twitter, God bless. So, I would also say let's look to, oops, there it is. Sorry, I'm getting screwed up here. I'm tired. It's late. I'm hitting the wrong button. Before he departs on Friday, he will send an important message via Twitter, God bless. Well, this would be next Friday. So I think that next Friday we should be looking for an important message to emerge. These things are moving forward quickly. I don't know what this is going to be, but it's exciting, right? And the 10-second video, again, leads to post number 10, CF investigation. It says, remember, the FBI and military intelligence have an open investigation of the CF. Why did Comey drop this? Who was the director during the crisis? How many kids disappeared? How much money was sent to them under the guise of Haiti relief? What countries donated big money? Et cetera, et cetera. What did O have to do with cash just prior to leaving his office? Was he repaying those who donated him to have favors and access? Dig for it. Again, good people were forced into bed with this evil under personal and family threats. Could you live with yourself? Covering up these evil, despicable acts if you had a safe way out, which is what the Alliance is providing. These people worship Satan, and some people openly show it. So we are going to learn about this. Then one of the last posts I was able to get here before the present showtime, Jordan Peterson's daughter says, oh, we need more censorship. Anybody who criticizes Israel. And I don't like criticizing Israel. I don't think we really should. But again, more censorship is not the answer. We just really need people to learn the truth, what's going on. The people of Israel are fine. I'm not anti-Semitic at all. But yeah, there's some wars going on that are upsetting a lot of people right now, and there's some bad apples at the top. And those bad apples have been doing a lot of things we're going to learn about. So I really do look forward to the liberation of this country. And then I had 2 more that I couldn't even get because, again, my internet went down. I had a catastrophic failure of 2 out of my 3 internet connections. It's never happened before. Right when I'm about to do a show, imagine that. One was Archbishop Vigano alleging a plan to destroy the church. I didn't get the chance to photograph this because I had no internet. And then Jordan Peterson takes a visit to Gaslight Village. Now, if you were in upstate New York in the 80s, Gaslight Village, yesterday's fun today, Gaslight, that was a comedy. It was like a commercial for this amusement park called Gaslight Village, which now has a whole different connotation. So I thought I'd sneak that in there. And he's trying to gaslight everybody. But again, I didn't have the time to photograph this. Now, here's the last thing we're going to do before we close. We're over 4 hours right now. But again, we still got 6,000 people watching. You guys are into it, and you're with me. So again, the very strange source here, Storm Rider. Maybe it's true, maybe it's false, I don't know. I mean, the Alliance might not like me linking to these. But whatever, I mean, I look at different pieces of information. I try to connect dots. And this is a very strange one where he's, again, openly speculating that there is going to be, in the near future, a mass fake UFO event. Now, he might have just been doing informed speculation because, again, Dan Scavino did the passport to Macedonia. We had the whole thing with the Arby's, the order of potato cakes. where they have these drones over the Luxor pyramid and it looks like a UFO, and then the all-seeing eye opening, and it says the return is coming, and they say the return of who? Well, this would be a UFO return, and I'm going to show you these pictures from the 2023 Super Bowl halftime show with Rihanna, where they pose on what look like UFOs. It's unbelievable. But first, let's read this. Here's where you can find the post if you want to go look for it. There's a nice numerical synchronicity, 22245. He says, white hats want to mimic the sky event that will lead to mass awakening and shock. So this would be a UFO. They talk about this in the posts, the sky event. Something might happen because, again, the Alliance has lots and lots of reverse-engineered UFOs that use anti-gravity that they can fly in our skies, and that would be a big awakening. That would be the moment of truth for humanity. I don't know if this is ever going to happen. I have a hard time believing they'll ever actually do this, but maybe they will. I mean, wouldn't it be awesome? I would love it. It could be scary at first because the DS might try to do a fake invasion and make it terrifying. They might even use weapons and do explosions and stuff. But they talk about this. So check this out. This is very strange. And again, he may just be taking the lead from the posts we see from Ezra. I don't know. The operations are pinned towards the real disclosure projects, where they will reveal to us advanced military weapons and real alien technology. The White Hats want to ensure that the deep state and world cabal fake sky event will lead to the exposure of deep, dark, unconstitutional operations happening in underground bases throughout the U.S. and in the world, without the approval of presidents, Congress, and society at large, as I've discussed. In the end, this fake invasion and initiation of Project Bluebeam will bring down the company and the world deep state ops. That would be great. Black ops and dark operations. Everything will lead to tribunals on a world scale. Sounds very nice. For mass murder of the world population through the creation of viruses, various other things, Project Bluebeam fear, panic, death event. These events must happen and they will be stopped in the end, but it will reveal the true technology hidden by the U.S. government and expose the finished globalist killing machine of the company, DS Pentagon operators, dark generals. We are headed to the events of military occupation, Law of War 11.3. I'm not giving you this to scare you or create fear-mongering. I've given you this information several times, which is true. I stated back in 2020 and 21 that the alien invasion would happen during the Ukraine war. Well, it is going to happen. Both sides of the military, black hats and white hats, are now preparing the operations, so he thinks, that are going to shock the world. And again, there's some telegraphing. I mean, that might be true. I've always been honest to tell you these events were coming, and they are here now. A near-death civilization event is coming near. We will get through this event. We will be fine. And it's all happening for a globally important reason, to bring in the full exposure of cabal operations controlling wars, governments, and trafficking. Weapons trade, control of society through taxes, hundreds of trillions of dollars into these black projects. This event will lead to real disclosure, where extraterrestrials have been among us for thousands of years, peacefully living beneath the earth, in the skies, and among humans. Just as there are good and bad humans, good and bad military, good and bad angels, there are also good and bad extraterrestrials and good and bad spirits. And we saw, again, Passport to Magonia, which is exactly what that talks about. Remember, they told us 17 in post number 2222. And remember, their link also had 222 in it, which is fascinating. They asked, are we alone, Roswell? And the answer was no. We are not alone. Roswell was real. This is the highest classification. Consider the vastness of space. And here was the post on that. Alien life exists in outer space. Pretty amazing stuff, folks. I told you, my dear friends and patriots, I wasn't going to talk about aliens until the time was right. In early 2024, I gave you hints it was time, but now I'm openly telling you it is time. Well, I hope he's right. That would be very interesting. Sky event, Project Bluebeam, red sky, blue sky, sound sky, sky event, prepare, meaning get your stuff ready. So this is pretty darn exciting, and we still got 6,100 people watching, despite the fact that we're over 4 hours. You guys are troopers. This is going to be the longest show I've ever done, but it's so much hot stuff, I got to get it all out at once. So here's the last little thing I got to tell you, and then we're done. Did this February 23 Super Bowl halftime show forecast that they were going to do this. Again, it tied right into Michael Prophecies. It freaked me out so much I didn't even want to talk about it. I said nothing. I'd only had Michael Prophecies out for about 2 months when this happened. And here's Newsweek saying, yes, the convergence of UFOs at the Super Bowl sparks an avalanche of jokes against Rihanna and memes. And this is February, what is that, 12th? Yeah, February 12th, 2023. So we're going to look at this and then we're going to read it up close. So sure enough, there they are, floating. They have like angelic uniforms on, and they're floating on these platforms. I'll show you the picture comparison for this. But Rihanna, of course, is dressed in a blood red outfit, which is in keeping with their sacrificial motifs that they always like to use. And this was right after the Chinese balloon incident. Well, not right after it, but far enough that people were still thinking about it. Explaining the recent mysterious influx of UFOs over American territory, social media users think Rihanna and her Super Bowl halftime show had something to do with it. Since the Chinese spy balloon was shot down by American jets on February 4th, okay, so it was just right before then, there has seemingly been a rise in the number of UFOs hovering in U.S. airspace. A recent UFO over Lake Huron marked the third destroyed over North America in 3 days. Remember that? They were getting ready for this, apparently what they're going to do. Before the Super Bowl halftime show, jokes were circulating online that UFOs were simply lining up to get a view of Rihanna's performance, but the narrative continued once the viewers saw the staging. Now this is where it gets really, really strange. The way that they made her look and the other people look is exactly the same as this vintage classic painting by Massimo de Panical called Miracle of the Snow from the early 1400s. And I've showed you this before, but I want you to look at the painting and then compare it to what they actually did at the Super Bowl halftime show. And again, that's the biggest show on earth. How many millions of people see the Super Bowl halftime show? It's like 40, 50 million or more. And I had just come out with Michael Prophecies. This really freaked me out. So again, here we go. Here's the painting, Massimo de Panical's Miracle of the Snow, which has two people. In this case, it's not just people. These are divine beings, Jesus and Mary, on a flying cloud that looks like a UFO, and then a whole bunch of other flying clouds behind them. And this is a central part of Michael's narrative that this is what we're going to see. They do use flying saucers. They're going to return at the end of the era, which we're about to hit. They're claiming 2025, so it's going to be in the aftermath of a massive UFO disclosure, perhaps, where the people are arrested that have been covering this up. We get tribunals. We find out that there was a DS. We find out they've been working up to try to take over the planet. They were stopped. We find out eventually that Valiant Thor contacted people in the Pentagon in 1957. And all of this leads up to the disclosure of back-engineered vehicles that they made themselves in the classified military programs. And it all hinges very nicely off of this classic vintage painting. So again, the painting describes the return of angelic human ETs, a likely second coming of Christ type of event as well. And so the deep state wants to get in on this. So what do? They do this crazy thing at the Super Bowl halftime show. It really freaked me out. So here's the classic painting, which I'd already been showing you. I'd already been talking about this. And I'd released the first book where this is actually a picture in the book. 2 months later, the halftime show has the very same thing. It's unfrickin' believable. So there she is in her blood red evil costume, specifically looking like blood on purpose, representing evil. And she's on the same type of flying platform. You got all these people in white costumes around her, and there's these other platforms that are hovering overhead as well. This is it looks like the pyramid, right? Their pyramid. Very similar to the painting, folks. And then everybody rises up on their platforms. This is astoundingly similar to the painting and to Michael Prophecies. And then they had it right here again. So again, I'm not trying to say anything other than it really freaked me out. If I was supposedly a con artist or an egomaniac or whatever, I wouldn't want to put this out there. Maybe I would. If I was an egomaniac, I'd be like, oh, look, they endorsed me. But no, this freaked me out because I'm like, I don't want the DS treading over this stuff. This is a positive thing, but they always try to disinform you. They always try to get the jump on it. They always try to spin it to their needs. And so this is what looks like might be happening. So there's a lot of interesting clues from the Alliance, whether you believe Storm Rider or not. Again, that could just be an educated guess. But it's a good educated guess because we had Passport to Macedonia. We had the weird Arby's thing with the potato cakes that looks like a UFO over the pyramid. That's all part of the stuff I've talked about. Looked like a flying saucer. We had Kyle MacLachlan, the Order of Potato Cakes. maybe something's going to happen. You know, I mean, I still don't really want to believe this, but I also do want to report on it because, again, Dr. Carol Rosin said that according to Werner von Braun, who founded NASA from Germany, he was the rocket scientist, the final stage when they're all out of cards that they're going to try is a fake alien invasion. So if you see something starting to happen, if this does start to happen, I would encourage you not to believe that it's actually what they're telling you it is. It's going to be staged. It's going to be fake. Again, they telegraphed this move at the Super Bowl with what they were doing here. The platforms are all in the shape of the pyramid, like they would have you believe this is all their stuff. They showed the pyramid again in the Arby's commercial. So expect the unexpected. Now let's have some of your comments. It's been a long, long show. Amalek says, the internet ill faker will not win my orgone power. Ha 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 ha. I like your lamp with the halo. Linda Hernandez says, I'm glad I don't watch this crap. Max Kammerer says, FYI, David, get together with Jamie Foxx. I've showed him one of many UFO photos, 60 years of UFO photo videos. I think we should watch Joe Dirt tonight to relax. LOL, distress. Tarotina says, symbolism is everywhere in your face. Tez Brooks says, sorry I made a clock once. What a waste of time that was. How alarming. I get it. Wah, wah. Everything is so close, it's causing me intense excitement, says Willie GR. Richard says, blinded by the lights like a moth to the flame meets its doom. Do not be fooled. That's right. Whatever the hell, if the UFO stuff starts happening, I am 100% skeptical. I think it's all staged and fake. Do not believe it's extraterrestrials. How are they going to do that? Will it be AI tricks, someone says? Well, this Project Bluebeam, they do have holograms, and it was telegraphed in that Spider-Man Homecoming movie where there was a whole bunch of drones that then created the illusion of a giant monster. They'll have drones inside a hologram, but the drones can actually shoot things, so it is legitimately dangerous. I've heard if you point a laser pen at them, you could see if they were a hologram. Well, if you're brave enough to do that in the middle of a mass UFO event, go for it, I guess. But never shine one at an airplane. That'll get you arrested. I was alerted last week by remote viewers something is expected to happen on the 15th, says Stella Ray. I don't know if that's true. Do you think the world could exist without religion, says Ray Briggs? Well, you know, religion is comforting to people, but there's going to be truth that supersedes all of the different biases and prejudices that we've had. Somebody else heard something on the 15th. Somebody non-military says, Angry Daddy is your best new character. God damn it! You want me to get into all that again? I don't know. We're almost out of time here. We got 4 hours and 21 minutes. It's getting really late. I'm going to do a very short meditation here. When is disclosure? I've heard the summer before the election. Don't forget to, with David Nino Rodriguez, to do a show. Yes, I'm getting ready for that. I do want to reach out to him soon. Sorry that I haven't. It's been very crazy. Bears breaking into my kitchen, state taxes, taking all the money out of my account, et cetera, et cetera. Ollie just donated. My mom, Christine, sends her love from Colorado. I truly believe angels are with us. The Creator is protecting us. Under his feathers, stay strong. So again, I want to point out here, we do have commercials that seem to pop up when I do the meditation. So as I do the meditation, you can wake up enough just to hit skip. That's what you're allowed to do. It's part of the game. I'm sorry if they come up when I'm doing a meditation. We're just going to do a short one. Hopefully we won't get any, but I don't really know. I mean, that can happen. It's kind of rude, but I have no control over it. Oh, Tranma is also a great character. Hey, speaking of Tranma, I got to tell you, out in New York, you know, I could be from Bronx, I could be from Queens, I could be from Yonkers, I could be from Long Island, but the point is you love your Tranma. Tranma, come here, give Tranma as much love. Oh no, I just dropped my cigarette. Tranma doesn't like that, so I got another one right here. Anyway, you love your Tranma. I identify as a trans and a trans woman. You know, it's what I do. Just give your Tranma a kiss. Come closer, baby. Come closer. I love you. Oh, you're so sweet, you little darling. I love you. I'm your Tranma. See, there's no boundaries here. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. I get Arby's commercials during the meditation. Please help. Well, again, you can... I'm looking at myself as Tranma. Oh my God, it's funny. God damn it, boy. I've told you so many times you got to reel in that mouth. Your mouth just keeps flapping your gums over and over again. You think you can get away with talking like this, going out there being a big shot. You think it's all about ego. It's all about you, David. Well, just back off, son. I have had it. There's some angry daddy for you. You are so funny. Is it a black tie event, someone says. Anyway, we're going to do a small meditation here. I thank you guys for being here today. Let's cut to the close shot. Set this all up. Actually, let's do that first. Here's our global peace meditation, folks. So again, we're going to do this pretty short, so hopefully you won't get any ads or just one. Kaylin Robinson said, I was in Spider-Man Homecoming as well, ha ha ha. Well, if that's true, and I liked the movie. I thought it was great, so congratulations. Anyway, let's do this. I can't believe I've been on the air so long, but I still got almost 6,000 people watching. So here we go. Without further ado, I'd like you to close your eyes now. Just take a nice deep breath, put both feet flat on the floor or lie down if you want to, but then you got to hit skip. Any commercial that you might hear is only going to make you go more and more deeply into a trance state. Maybe that doesn't happen, but let's try for that. Having gratuitous, wonderful, grateful breaths, happiness about who we are, feeling so much joy and love about the situations unfolding at this time, the final conclusion of all of these things we've been talking about, building up to the biggest events in the history of humanity on Earth, events that will dwarf the significance of any other religious or spiritual events we may have had before. Allowing yourself to relax, feeling the gentle rising and falling, the power of your breath, the oxygen that sustains our bodies and sustains our lives. Surrounding the earth and surrounding all of its people with great gifts of joy, bounty, and abundance, no longer living in fear, no longer living in scarcity and desperation, no longer being adversely affected by negative groups and cults who seek to hold us down, no longer feeling afraid of the future, but understanding, wow, we really have not been alone. We have planet-saving technology. Although things looked bad, it's really not as bad as we thought. Allowing ourselves to breathe as deeply as we can, going more and more into the stillness, feeling ever greater sense of peace, surrounding the earth with light, surrounding each other with the beautiful light that shows that all will be well, for you are the light, you are the love, you are the one infinite creator, and this is as it was, as it is now, and as it always shall be, and so it is. And now I'd like you to breathe your way back into the room. We still lost about another 400 people. Some people just bail out on the meditation, man. That's not cool. I got all dressed up for you. Look, I even wore a bow tie. Come on, you guys. You can't handle just a little bit of breathing? Anyway, I'm just going to keep this short because I didn't want to go more than 4.5 hours. So anyway, let's have a few more comments to close this out. Jah Love, the God of Love, says, Smoke 1789. Almighty God, be and stay free. David, it's been fun. God bless you, says Teresa Hatfield. Non-military says, you're back online. Lexi Abbey says, I got a Brandon commercial too. Ha ha ha. He wants us to know his plan or something. David Applegren just donated 111 SEKs. Team Venus on Earth, let's go. In the beauty and love of the one infinite creator. Sherry Schoon says, I love the meditation. Fuzzy Tiger Cat says, can you do a meditation only video? We'll try that sometime. We love the meditation, says Chi Chi. David should go on the Hulu show, The Bear, and play the Tranma. Why not? Infinite love and light, brother. More Wild Bill acting. Yeah, we got to vaccinate the cows so that they stop farting. I wouldn't put anything unusual in there. It would be completely legitimate and above board, I promise you. Would I lie to you? Look at me. I'm a very trustworthy guy. I mean, I've got billions and billions of dollars. Anyway, you guys are awesome. Regards from Belgium. Hello from Brazil. You can add plugins to get rid of ads. That's true. You can also pay for the ad-free thing, and then you would never get that. I2E Sonance says, thank you, David, so much. I feel I had a dream where the Alliance UFO stopped in an inbound missile over wide open skies. Everyone saw it. I thought I'd share this. Thank you. Be authentic and keep the vibe high. We didn't bail on your meditation. YouTube kicked me off. I had to log back in. Keep up the good work. Isn't that interesting? Wow. She'll be right, mate. This is Watt Strat 64. Beautiful, David. Thank you. Says Crystal Sparks. So excited. Let's go. Do a meditation Monday. Well, videos are hard to do more than once a week, believe me. Love you, David and Gurley. We appreciate you. Look at how fast this stuff is going. How am I supposed to read all this? Being alone is not a path of loneliness, but a pilgrimage of self-discovery and growth. In silence, there is much to be heard. The meditation connects us all. We still have 5,200 people watching. That's incredible. You guys are so awesome. Love from Gettysburg, PA. It's always a black tie event with David. Does Colin like Trama? LOL, great content. Times lately reminds me of the Sneetches. Hi from desperate Argentina. I love the meditation. Love from Germany. Thank you, David. This made my week. I am from Yonkers. Ha ha ha. We love your meditations. Thank you, David, for the laughter. David, you have to acknowledge subterrestrials living underground. Yes, that's true. Love your super chats. Guy Newton says, I don't want it to be over. I don't want to lose my mom. She's all I have left. She's aging fast. I need those med beds. Love and light. Guy Newton says that. Well, we pray for your mother too, Guy, and we thank you. Fuzzy Tiger Cat says, because we love you. Steve Rogers, we love David. Fox VTech, it's starting to go really fast now. Pirhana donated 20 pounds. Go world, let's free ourselves. We all still need to smash the like button. Let's help David out in the best way possible. So I guess maybe some people are getting dumped, but yeah, please subscribe and hit like. So this has been awesome, folks. I'm very grateful. I'm going to stop before 4.5 hours, which I have to do right now. So thank you guys so much, and we will see you on the next show. And it's been a privilege and a pleasure. We will talk to you soon. Thanks, everybody. Bye-bye for now.